Bonsoir. Bonsoir et bienvenue à l'avant-dernière réunion de ce conseil. Donc, I will call the... Good evening, everyone. It's really good to see so many of you here this evening. I will now call the meeting to order. Madame la Greffière.
Your Worship, all public meetings of Moncton City Council are simultaneously translated. Hearing assistant devices are available at the entrance of the council chambers. Members of the public have the right to address council in the official language of their choice. Meetings are broadcasted live on both official languages in the city's YouTube channel, accessible via moncton.ca, and will also be aired at 9 p.m. this evening on rogerstv.com. Individuals who have registered with the city clerk's office at least 7 days prior to the meeting agenda deadline will be allocated 5 minutes to deliver their presentations. All other public presentations will be allotted 2 minutes. A 1-minute warning will be provided to indicate the time remaining. An important reminder, all presenters, city staff, and council members are expected to conduct themselves respectfully at all times. Disparaging remarks, offensive language, or profane expressions directed towards council, staff, or a member of the general public will not be permitted. Any breach of this code of conduct may result in the presenter being directed to leave the council chambers at the discretion of the chair. Toutes les séances publiques du Conseil municipal de la Ville de Moncton sont traduites simultanément. Des appareils d'aide à l'audition sont disponibles à l'entrée de la salle du Conseil. Les membres du public ont le droit de s'adresser au Conseil municipal dans la langue officielle de leur choix. Les séances sont diffusées en direct dans les 2 langues officielles sur la chaîne YouTube de la Ville, accessible sur le site moncton.ca et seront également diffusées à 21h ce soir sur rogerstv.com. Les personnes qui se sont inscrites auprès du bureau de la greffière municipale au moins 7 jours avant la date limite de dépôt de l'ordre du jour disposeront de 5 minutes pour faire leur présentation. Tout autre intervenant public disposeront de 2 minutes. Un avertissement d'1 minute sera donné pour indiquer que le temps restant. Un rappel important, tous les intervenants, le personnel municipal et les membres du conseil municipal sont tenus de se comporter de manière respectueuse en tout temps. Les remarques désobligeantes, la langue offensante ou les expressions grossières à l'égard du conseil municipal, du personnel ou des membres du public ne seront pas tolérées. Tout manquant à ce code de conduite peut entraîner l'expulsion de l'intervenant de la salle du conseil à la discrétion du président.
Merci, Madame la Greffière. We have an agenda before us. Are there any changes?
Yes, there is. We will have to, where Councillor Crosman usually acts as chair in your absence if you must leave. He is online today. We will have to have someone in person, so we'll be needing a motion for that, but we can adopt the agenda with that addition, and then we will ask for a mover and a seconder.
Merci. Conseiller Steves, you wish to move the amendment?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, yep. Steves.
Seconded by Conseiller Kingston. Merci. And did you wish to add something? Go ahead, please.
Yes, I'll make a nomination. Councillor Butler's been a deputy mayor before. He'd be capable.
Okay.
Merci beaucoup.
Can we move, can we adopt the agenda prior with that amendment? But then we will ask for
Sure thing.
a mover and a seconder.
So for the agenda, Conseiller Richard? Et
No,
appuyé.
it was moved by Steves and
Oh, you've
Kingston.
already moved
Yes.
it and seconded. Thank you.
We
Merci.
need a show of hands.
And a show of hands. We all agree. Merci.
Now, Councillor Steves, you're up to move the,
Yes, I'd like to move that Councillor Butler be appointed that, as he's been a deputy mayor before. Very capable.
need a second?
Seconded by Conseiller Richard. C'est beau. Merci. So on that motion,
We can do a show of hands.
show of hands. On est tous d'accord?
Okay.
Merci, Conseiller Butler.
Next is conflict of interest et déclaration des conflits d'intérêts.
Are there any conflicts of interest this evening? There are none.
Okay, next is the consent agenda, and it's event street closures for spring and summer 2026.
I need a mover and a seconder for that. Conseiller Léger, do you wish to move? Conseiller Leblanc? C'est beau, merci. Any questions I don't see any questions, so we'll go to the electronic vote. Motion carried unanimously. Merci.
And for everyone out in the public, if they want to see what the street closure's on, they will be posted online within 48 hours.
Merci.
Next, our public and administration presentations is Exposé du public et de l'administration. And first this evening is New Brunswick's Energy Future. Lisa Griffin, Resource and Development Coordinator, Atlantic Wildlife, is here this evening.
Merci, Madame la Greffière. We will hear the three presenters, and then if council has questions, we will go to council. C'est bon, merci.
I don't see Ms. Griffin. We will go to our second presentation, and I will ask if Ms. Griffin is in the room after. Next is Holocaust Remembrance Day, and Susan Treitz is here to provide us an update.
Bonsoir, Susan.
Could you just hit the button? There you go. Just 1 second for some reason. Yep.
I am? Oh, here I am. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. With the support of the Tiferes Israel Synagogue, and as the New Brunswick representative for the International Christian Embassy Jerusalem Canada team, I come with an invite to you as well as the public. Last Tuesday, Jewish communities all over the world observed the Holocaust Remembrance Day. Yad Vashem, the Holocaust Museum in Jerusalem, announced the theme this year as the Jewish family during the Holocaust, announcing that the theme, quote, turns the attention to the family as a vital source of identity, strength, and human connection, even as the structures of the Jewish life were systematically destroyed. Despite the devastating blow dealt to the Jewish family during the Holocaust, the ability to rebuild, to restore life, and to raise new generations remains a testament to the enduring strength of the Jewish people. Today, as well as Jewish communities and the nation of Israel, entered its solemn 48 hours as a modern state, the time in which they mourned their fallen soldiers and victims of terror with flags at half-mast, followed immediately by the celebration of their 78th Independence Day since 1948. Truly, beauty for ashes and the oil of joy for mourning. Locally, our synagogue is extending an invitation to you and to the greater Moncton community to attend its Holocaust Memorial Service tomorrow night, April 21st at 7 p.m. at 56 Stedman Street. Special guest speaker will be Carolyn Cohen, daughter of Holocaust survivors Joseph and Sulamit Cohen, who moved to Moncton in 1958 and had a successful curtain business on High Street. They are two of many Jewish people who have contributed greatly to this city over the decades. We need to recognize the challenges Jewish communities across this nation currently face. The number of anti-Semitic incidents in Canada continues to increase at an alarming rate. Many Jews feel unsafe and need to be reassured. Israel's Tel Aviv University reported their April data, showing Canada has recorded the highest levels of anti-Semitic incidents in the world. Compared to Australia, Britain, and Germany, Canada's anti-Semitic incidents surged to roughly 6,800 incidents, more than 3 times higher than 2022, placing our nation at the highest recorded level globally. In an article last month by the Canadian Press, it stated Israel is pursuing a sweeping diplomatic and public relations campaign to convince Canada to change the way it tackles acts of anti-Semitism. In that article, Israeli ambassador to Canada, Ido Moed, said, quote, "It is important for a non-Jewish person to recognize why we should stand against anti-Semitism in our day," unquote. One way each of us can stand against anti-Semitism is to join our local Jewish community tomorrow evening to show support to our Jewish constituents as they remember 6 million Jews murdered in the Holocaust, families shattered, Being the synagogue's centennial anniversary this year, it would be fitting to show our support. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan.
Don't see Ms. Griffin in the room. We will move on to administration presentations. Exposé de l'administration. Le premier aujourd'hui, c'est une mise à jour de la GRC. Benoît Jolet, surintendant du service régional de Kodiak de la GRC, est ici.
Bonsoir, Monsieur Jolette.
Bonjour, Madame. Moncton Council, city staff, and guests that are here tonight. As per usual, I supplied the report earlier last week, so I won't go down every single point. However, there are some that I'd like to share with council. If there's any questions, please go ahead and ask once I'm done. So, first of all, as we previously spoke here at council regarding the targeted downtown Moncton patrols that we started on March 16th, 2 members, 24 hours downtown. What I wanted to add about this is similar to what I said last time, is that when we give unfettered time to members to commit to proactive work, we see immediate results. So that's my point of view. I'm just going to share one of the local residents' point of view that they wanted to share their message that I'd like to share here with council. So this is from a business on the 400 block of St. George, and the person that sent us the message says, I wanted to provide feedback regarding the new 24-hour surveillance recently implanted around our building, specifically at night. In just a short time it's been active, there's been a noticeable and positive shift. We've noticed a significant decrease in loitering and drug-related activity. I'd like to formally request the department considers extending this for this location. So thank you for your hard work and steps you've already taken to help us to date. And I could include pages and pages of this type of stuff, but it is positive. It's going extremely well. So I really look forward to presenting to council once we're done this pilot project, the before, the during, and after, so we can see those comparables and that data. Next, regarding our crime reduction unit. So on March 23rd, our team was downtown conducting proactive patrols. When one of our members observed a man that believed was wanted, called for backup assistance, and when members arrived to assist, despite the suspect attempting to flee on a bicycle, we were able to safely arrest Mr. Todd Lewis. And again, as I can remind, that's the individual who had escaped from the Southeast Regional Corrections Center on February 12th. No one was injured during the incident, and Mr. Lewis was transported back to jail and is facing various additional charges following our interaction with him on that day. Our crime reduction unit's been working extremely hard on drug-type files since I last reported to council in March. There's 2 examples here, one on March 24th. Our team began an investigation on an individual who was trafficking cocaine, firearms, and fentanyl in the Moncton region. Excuse me, it led to roughly a 2-week investigation and worked in assistance with the New Brunswick Emergency Response Team, leading to a takedown on April 8th, which actually occurred at a business in Barry Mills where 2 individuals, a 34-year-old male and 50-year-old male, were taken into custody. And one being from Nova Scotia and the other from Fredericton. They had set up here. And during the search, we were able to locate firearms, ammunition, a large quantity of fentanyl. So both suspects were remanded into custody and face various charges. Excuse me, on April 14th, our team was working on stolen vehicles in the downtown of Moncton when one vehicle was observed, and our members were able to confirm that it had been one of our stolen vehicles. Traditional techniques were deployed, but as is the case in most stolen vehicles, is when we try to intercept, they're taking off and driving dangerously. So we employed the use of our RCMP helicopter, and at one point during the operation, we decided it was time to take him into custody at a location on Walden Street. Despite this, the individual managed to get into the vehicle, attempt to flee, almost ran over some of our people. One of our members was injured and will require some time off, but we were able to take that suspect, a 35-year-old man from Monte-Bujayan, in custody, and he's facing various charges. During the search, obviously stolen vehicle, large quantity of crystal meth, fentanyl was seized, and the individual was in the process of attempting to sell some of these products to some of our vulnerable people in the community. A quick update on the investigation, the homicide of Melissa Price that was first reported to us on February 15th. A total of 3 people have now been taken into custody, 2 charged with first-degree murder and a 3rd charged with additional charges, and the 3 remain in custody. Again, our thoughts and prayers go out to the family and friends of the departed. On March 24th, at around 3 a.m., very weird call for service. I got called roughly at that time at 3 a.m. Our members, as they were exiting the rear of the detachment, noticed an item that looked like an explosive located near our rear entrance where employees come in. Obviously, we didn't take any chances. We deployed the the explosive disposal unit and our forensic identification, and I saw the picture of the item and it looked like something out of a movie, so we took every precaution. We were able to neutralize the device, and through the analysis, it was found to not contain any explosives. Our part of Assumption Boulevard had been closed for several hours, so thank you for everyone's patience because it led into the commute in the morning. A 43-year-old man was arrested in connection with this investigation and charged with various offenses, including mischief, uttering threats, weapons offenses, and public mischief, which is signaling a false complaint to police. He's scheduled to return to court on April 28th. Effective April 1st, about two and a half weeks ago, the Moncton Provincial Court began an addictions and mental health court. This is something we've spoken about several times at council. It's in the preliminary stages, so I look forward to speaking at a later date or have somebody from prosecutions come in and speak to exactly what this is to council. We've met with our partners and I once again look forward to seeing the positive outcomes of that. Lastly, what I'd like to say is that I believe this is the last time I'll be presenting to this council here. So for those that are not reoffering, thank you for your service, and to the trust specifically that you put towards Kodiak RCMP, to the men and women that work at Kodiak RCMP. And for those that are reoffering, good luck. And I look forward to continuing to work with Moncton Council moving forward. Merci, Madame Thériault, available for questions.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Maire. Merci, Surintendant Jolette. J'ai 2 petites questions, un commentaire d'abord. Bravo pour les initiatives que vous avez adoptées récemment. Là. Il y en a qui viennent de notre conseil, mais il y en a d'autres qui viennent de l'intérieur de votre machine. Ça augure bien, d'après moi, pour l'intégration avec ce qu'on vise ou l'ébauche de ce qu'on vise avec notre plan de 3 ans, là, parce qu'il y a des choses qui se rapprochent, comme par exemple, vous avez créé un Property Crime Unit, ce qui c'était pas là, je sais pas quand est-ce que vous avez commencé, mais ça, c'est une bonne initiative. Mais j'ai vu, je sais pas si c'est dans ce document-là que vous nous avez donné ou si c'était dans un article de journal de ce matin ou CBC, je sais pas, qui parlait d'une initiative pour la circulation, Traffic Initiative. Vous l'avez pas, je crois pas que c'est dans votre document, pourriez-vous parler un petit peu de ce que cela implique?
Oui, donc, comme on sait bien, il y a eu beaucoup de discussions au fur des années pour le besoin d'avoir une présence dédiée pour la circulation routière. C'est quelque chose qu'on fait tous les jours, mais pas constamment, disons pas 24 heures sur 24, puis pas tous les jours. Donc, qu'est-ce qu'on a décidé de faire, c'est faire un essai pendant juste 1 mois, où on va dédier 2 de nos membres de la patrouille pour faire que du travail, la circulation dans les 3 communautés. Avec ça, avec juste un essai d'1 mois, on va pouvoir extrapoler cette information-là avec ce que l'unité provinciale, la circulation fait sur une base régulière, puis aussi juste avec les données, avec nos analystes pour pouvoir dire, voici ce que 2 personnes peuvent faire durant 1 mois, puis voici qu'est-ce que 5, 10, whatever que le numéro pourrait faire durant toute l'année dans les 3 communautés. Donc, ça va donner un meilleur aperçu au conseil pour dire est-ce que c'est quelque chose qui est valable, puis est-ce que c'est quelque chose qu'on doit considérer. Puis, mais qu'on donne notre proposition pour notre année budgétaire 2027, c'est possible. Les données de ça vont être dedans, mais c'est pas décidé encore où est-ce qu'on va aller parce qu'on attend des consultations des communautés.
The problem, in my opinion, with the traffic unit or traffic enforcement is that we pay for it. Citizens of Moncton and Dieppe and Riverview pay for it. Your guys and girls on patrol and the special unit in Fredericton came down last year, I think it was 18 times, 18 days. They issued together, your Kodiak RCMP and the special traffic unit coming down from Fredericton on a regular basis, $856,000 worth of fines, according to the Motor Vehicle Act. But every single dime goes to the province. So I agree that we need a traffic unit. But if we're going to spend, it might cost us $2 million a year, ballpark figure, to have that traffic unit. So our taxpayers pay $2 million a year for a traffic unit to collect fines that go to the province, and the province pays nothing for that traffic enforcement. So we have to resolve that issue because it's nothing that motivates us from saying, yes, let's put some more money in traffic units so we can enrich the coffers of the province. So have you had any discussions with the Solicitor General or RCMP J Division to say, this is not fair? It does not encourage the municipal councils to fund traffic enforcement if all the money goes to the province. Has there been any discussions within the RCMP?
Yeah, for us, I'd say no. Like I've mentioned to Moncton Council in the past, Conseil Bourgeois, is that unless I'm mistaken, I believe this would be an initiative that the municipality would have to have a discussion with the province because our only goal in this is road safety and public safety. So I'm not thinking about the dollar side of it, but I completely understand what you're saying, and we've discussed this in the past here at council, but there has been no discussion, at least between us and the province, regarding that, because to my knowledge, it's something that we have zero control over. So.
Okay, so I know that you have had discussions with the province, maybe not yourself, but J Division, concerning the peace officers. So if you are having discussions with the province on some of the issues that are very dear and near to our hearts and to our pocketbooks, could you add that $856,000 of lost revenues that we could easily establish a traffic unit if we knew the money was going to pay for itself? Just add it to the discussion when you talk about the peace officers.
Yeah, I'll see what I can do. Worst comes to worst, I'll speak to the city manager here if it is something that we can do or not. So.
OK, merci beaucoup. Merci, Madame la maire.
Merci à vous. Conseiller Richard.
Merci, Maire Asterio. Monsieur le surintendant, on apprécie tes annonces. T'aurais pas des numéros, des chiffres de ce qui s'est passé en fin de semaine avec les autos?
Oui.
Oui.
Oui. J'ai essayé, puis j'ai soumis le rapport à la municipalité, évidemment, avant que c'est arrivé, ça ici. Là. Donc, il y avait un événement qui s'est passé en fin de semaine, comme dans les dernières années, là, Radical Speed Sports, quelque chose du genre.
Oui.
Il y a un incident en particulier samedi soir où on a eu un appel au sujet de plusieurs véhicules qui faisaient du tapage dans le parc Caledonia, parc industriel.
On les entendait bien de chez nous.
Oui, donc je Je suis pas sûr à quelle heure que c'était. J'ai vu le petit rapport, mais on a envoyé 13 de nos agents là pour aller régler le problème. Puis on me dit qu'on a fait une vérification entre 100 et 200 véhicules qui s'avaient tout aggroupés dans le coin. 4 véhicules qui sont partis sous des remorques et plusieurs véhicules qui ont été conducteurs qui ont été donnés des contraventions. Donc, puis ça s'est bien passé une fois qu'on est arrivé là-bas. Mais malheureusement, c'est quelque chose qui arrive souvent quand on a des présentations pour les véhicules. On le voit l'été quand il y a les nationales aussi, mais on se prépare davantage. Mais ce soir-là, on était bien placés pour répondre, puis ça a bien été.
C'est bien parce qu'on a déjà eu cette discussion-là. On l'a comme à chaque année. Puis c'est réconfortant de voir comment on est sorti de ça.
Oui, puis les gens qui vont, ils se poussent de plus en plus loin du centre-ville pour essayer de trouver des lieux où ce qu'on pense que c'est plus sécuritaire, mais la réalité, c'est que crisser les pneus, faire des shows de boucan, c'est pas sécuritaire à nulle part.
Non, c'est sûr. L'autre, la dernière chose, aurais-tu des détails sur les red light cameras qu'on demande pour se faire un bout? Puis aurais-tu un update là-dessus?
Je n'ai pas en ce moment. Je sais juste qu'il y a eu des discussions qui ont eu lieu entre la municipalité et entre nous, là, mais j'ai pas de mise à jour en ce moment. Là.
Ça serait nice si jamais
Oui.
pour les prochaines réunions.
Puis je crois que c'est encore quelque chose semblable à ce que le conseiller Bourgeois vient juste de mentionner. C'est dans le même genre de realm quand on parle de le coût, qui ce qui paye ou ce que les revenus rentrent, puis quoi que ce soit.
So, le CEO serait-il mêlé dans ces discussions-là aussi? À moins que lui aurait peut-être un update?
Merci pour la question. I think that, Jeff, you were working on the red light camera pilot. So do you have any updates on that?
No, as Superintendent mentioned, we're still having discussions with the province and with the RCMP to make that pilot project happen, and with engineering and traffic.
OK.
C'est beau?
Y avait-il quoi d'autre?
We will follow up and have it ready for the next quick update ready for council before the next meeting.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you.
Merci, conseiller Léger.
Merci, Madame la mairesse. Merci, Monsieur l'intendant. Dans l'initiative au centre-ville, les patrouilles 24 heures, 7 jours semaine, un de nos critères, si tu veux, ou ce qu'on aurait aimé de voir, c'est le nombre de contacts ou les contacts que vos officiers pourront faire, par exemple, avec les entreprises, les commerçants au centre-ville, ces choses-là. So I'm just wondering, in terms of the success, it's great to hear that with extra visibility in the downtown, that resident or businesses are happy, and I'm hearing the same thing from residents. But can you comment maybe, and perhaps that could be part of the next report, where the type of contacts that your officers are having on a regular basis with businesses in a more proactive way, and has that been helpful to both the businesses as well as the officers in terms of a better understanding what's happening on the street and maybe towards more crime prevention?
Yeah, for actual specifics of what was gleaned through those contacts, I don't have the information here, but yes, I can supply this to council at our next meeting. What I can say is that to keep our people accountable on each shift, they have to fill out a specific reporting structure, which includes exactly what zones, what areas were patrolled, what contacts were made, what was done, what proactive work was done, if anything was seized, and they can't leave their shift until that's done. So other than me saying that it is being done, I don't have the specific data, but I will return this back to council.
It would be good to know, because often things like that go unnoticed, or if they're not reported, then somewhere along the line, people can feel, as I heard a comment last week, that nothing has changed, and I'm not sure that that is accurate, so it would give it an opportunity to clearly indicate that, here are the, over the last several weeks, we've contacted 100 businesses in the downtown. These are the contacts that we have. We've given them direct phone numbers if they want to give information or they need support. So I think that would be very useful. So, and I look forward to, at the end of all this, to see where the next steps can go with respect to maybe continued enforcement. It comes to a question I might have in terms of the more visibility this summer with bicycles and foot patrols and so on. Can you comment on that? Will there be an increase in visibility?
Yeah, so we'll do exactly everything that we can with the resources we have. So, and that's when the nice weather comes out. That's what we encourage our teams to do on a daily basis, whether it's a weekday, weekend, day, or night shift. Obviously, we have to take care of our core duties, but we do those extra type of patrols when we can. So.
Okay, thanks. And just a comment related to the fees that for infractions that go to the province. That might be something as well that the Kodiak Regional Policing Authority can champion, because I think that they certainly have the ability to make the case. My understanding as to why that happened years ago was because of the construction of the new courthouse, and there seemed to be some change in the revenue stream at that point. So it's possible that that was the rationale. I feel, though, that the work that you do and the revenues that come from those enforcement operations should come back to the municipality so that we can invest in the policing in our municipalities. And that goes across the board for all municipalities in New Brunswick. So hopefully we can have some success moving forward. So merci.
Merci, Conseiller Léger. Conseiller Butler.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Superintendent, for your report and also for the great work that men and women are doing out there on the street every day. One of the things that going door to door, Superintendent, what I'm hearing again is now the spring has started and the motorcycles are out with no baffles, and the little cars that think they're really fast go put, 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 making all that noise. Not last year, but I think the year before, I was looking through my notes, and when you were at council, you had said one of the things that they should do, citizens, is mark down the time and the place and see if there's any kind of a routine so the members can go there and keep an eye out, because I think it was, you had stated that they would send them for an inspection to see if they had the right equipment on their vehicles. Was that, do you remember?
Yeah, I can't remember which year. It was either 2022 or 23, where we had like a summer lawn project that we had with a local garage where we would pull over vehicles that seemed like they were loud and disorderly, tow them, and they would get checked at that local garage. Since then, that garage has pulled out of that arrangement, but...
Well, I'm just wondering, maybe we could find another local garage. I'm sure there's still some around that would like that. It's just that going door to door, that's one of the complaints that I'm hearing, not about the RCMP, but about the issue of the noise, and we're not doing too much about it. They call the RCMP, and the RCMP say, well, really, that's not us. It's noise, it's bylaw. They call bylaw, and bylaw says, well, we can't stop vehicles. So they're kind of get caught up in who's who, right? So I'm just wondering if we could give them, as you're here now, giving us direction of what's happening, maybe you could give us some detail about how a citizen would approach that.
Yeah, let's see if anybody sees anything like that. So to correct, I guess, potentially erroneous information that a resident would have got, a vehicle on the roadway that's making an excessive noise has nothing to do with bylaw. So that's us. That's a motor vehicle infraction under the New Brunswick Motor Vehicles Act. So all we need is somebody to give us a phone call and give us a description of what a vehicle looks like and where it happened, and that's exactly what we need to be able to do enforcement, because especially with this traffic pilot that we're doing over a month, every single one of those calls is going to be going to these two members. So the timing's perfect for something like that. But even without this pilot, 857-2400. That's what citizens need to do, is give us a call.
I guess where I'm getting the complaints is probably up into the subdivisions where people are getting woke up at 5 in the morning or even 2 or 3 in the morning and they're hearing the bikes and stuff going at
Yep.
night. So anyway, so with that, I would pass on to maybe our CAO that we would like to maybe have you get some direction for us to even make our noise bylaw a little bit more strength to it. So you maybe ask staff to, I know they're busy right now with the crime reduction, and I certainly know they're working hard on that, but sometime during the next couple months, that they could have a look, just to not reinvent the wheel. There must be another community around that has a bylaw that's already have done the research for it and have it done.
We've made note of it, Counselor, and we'll follow up with the RCMP and also within our own bylaws to look at what we can do.
Thank you, Superintendent. I'll have the person that's definitely been calling to advise the RCMP that it is an RCMP issue.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Your Worship.
Merci beaucoup. I don't see any other questions. Merci, Surintendant.
Merci, bonne réunion.
Madame la greffière.
The next item is Kodiak Regional Policing Authority update, and Jean Gauguin is here to give us an update.
Bonsoir, Jean.
Bonne soirée, Mares. Good evening, councillors. My name is Jean Gauguin. I am the Kodiak Regional Policing Authority Chair. And maybe as I start things off, I want to make sure I can manage the slides. And I'll kick things off with saying, as newly appointed chair at the end of last fiscal, one thing that we really put a point of emphasis on to kickstart the year was really having sort of time to discuss strategy, because we recognize that there's a lot of improvements that can be done from a reporting standpoint to our communities going forward. So really excited to be here this evening. So that's why I want to take a step back and go through at a high level, who are we? What do we do and how do we report? Really, the key to the CRPA is that we are a civilian oversight body for the region, so Moncton, Dieppe, and Riverview, in terms of managing the oversight capacity of our policing resources. If we look at the vision, it's really to make sure that our communities are safe and prosperous. Understanding the good update given by the superintendent, and understanding that we have growing communities, our needs are increasing as well. So it's really important that we understand that. And I could say that the mission statement is important now more than ever, that we really collaborate. I think there's really good, fresh ideas that have already been spoken to. And really to kick off the year, we've had good meetings with the mayors and the CAOs to really be focused on where we can sort of promote and work together collaboratively. So our accountability to the public, this is something that we're continuously trying to work towards, is really to understand what are the needs in the community. So really clearly be really outcome focused on what resources may be needed. And it's really important in terms of transparency that as a Moncton taxpayer, that we get a good understanding of what resource allocations that we need, so that our services can be provided by Kodiak. And outcome reporting is really important as well, and really getting a fresh update on the KPIs that we're working towards reporting in the future as well, really to get a good pace on tracking. So what gets measured gets managed is really something that we're focused on, because if we're monitoring performance, that'll be really, really important for our communities as we move forward. So in terms of steps, again, taking a step back at a high level, really the annual performance will be, what are our KPIs? Where can we see actionable results that are measurable and quantifiable? That's really important. But one takeaway that when we met with the tri-community is really having simple quarterly reporting, that we don't recreate the wheel from time to time, that we have a good basis of reporting. So we're really working with our executive director to tighten these up, and next quarter really have something that is acceptable to councils in terms of this shows us if things are going the right direction, not in the right direction, instead of all-encompasses reports that really don't give clear insights. So that's something that we're looking forward to as well. Public meetings. Happy to be here, and I think it's really important that we're in front of the public to give these updates, but it's really important, again, that we take a step back to really inform the public of what we do, why we do it, and what we're working towards. Annual reports, those will be really important as well because, and I'll touch on these in terms of budget, vacancies, and things that we're working towards with our service provider to really tighten up in the future as well. And lastly, and I say lastly, but very importantly, is community feedback. Really hearing what the issues are. Clearly, there's issues here and there and everywhere across the Kodiak municipalities, and really making sure that we gain an understanding from not just the councillors, but members of the public of what they're seeing. So it's really important from our oversight function that we gain an understanding of what's going on in the public. So this slide is one that we put together because I felt it was important to really take a step back of what the Kodiak Regional Policing Authority is responsible for and what the policing authority is not responsible for. So it's really oversight on performance, on resources, and on fiscal stewardship. These are really important. We won't get into the day-to-day operational aspects because that's really up to the superintendent to manage these resources, but as an oversight function, it's our job to make sure that the service delivery is there. And really make sure that the deployment of the resources are efficient as best as possible, and I'll touch a bit on that later as well. Probably the most important slide, and I'll slow down on this one because the stakeholder engagement is really something that I'm looking forward to in getting good traction on. Because what we hear, what we measure, what we report is really important, and it's foundational that the engagement is really important. I'll give an example. We had a survey going out to councils in the 3 communities, hoping to really get better results in the future because we want to hear from you, we want to collaborate. And that's likewise from the public as well. We'll be working towards reporting surveys and whatnot from the community because it's really important that we gain an understanding and clarify the needs, not just from our funders, but of members of the public as well. Improve relationships with funders and service providers. I think I can positively say that we're taking small steps to get there. Progress takes time. It doesn't happen overnight, but I am seeing some positive aspects with working with the CAOs and the tri-community as well and getting there. So extra grace is required because progress doesn't happen overnight, but I do see some aspects pushing us there. Resourcing. Resourcing is really, really important. Before stepping in as chair, I was chair of the Finance Committee. We've gone probably, and Jacques can probably expand on this, 2.5 years of significant budget surpluses. What's driving these? How can we sort of minimize these and be more calibrated going forward? I would say these are driven majorly by 2 drivers. One are vacancies. CBC, there was an article of our public meeting that we're working with our service provider and hopefully closing that gap. I would say that it is a national issue. The Auditor General report was quite clear that I think 9 out of 12 provinces are at the critical level, and we're no different. So selfishly, I care about Kodiak. That's where we're focused on in seeing what we can do to close that gap from 12% because we need to give our superintendent the resource he needs, and we need to give our public the resources that we budget for on an ongoing basis. So that's going to take extra work. The other thing that's driving the surplus is the bid building that's getting closer, but that also drives a significant surplus because if I look from a resourcing perspective, we're just at the end of the first quarter and we're looking at a $1.6 million surplus. So that needs to get better, that we can sort of budget accordingly and be more focused in those 2. The building will get built. That'll close the gap. But in terms of the vacancies, again, writing to the powers that be and really putting extra pressure, because again, it's taxpayer funded for the resources that we say we need, and we need those resources. In terms of reporting, what gets measured gets managed, and that's really important that we sort of really get the data-driven insights, KPIs that we continue to working on, that I'm pleased to say we're getting closer. So again, that quarterly reporting that we're aiming towards is something that I think will be very, really important, because then the communication channels are much clearer from community to community on what we're doing, and we want to make fact-based decisions. If we go through the budget cycle from last year, really, it's making sure that the allocation is fact-driven, right? To make sure it's data-driven. It's easier said than done, because some of the data isn't as clean as we'd like, but really making sure we make better informed decisions. In terms of actions to date, again, stakeholder engagement and priority setting is to make sure we had our board planning session to really get focused on not 20 different things, on 3, 4 precise things. Communications, data-driven decisions are really key to us. And really, now that we've had an executive director for, I'm going to say, 1+ years, it's really making sure that we have someone now that can really generate those reports and get us organized. So I'm really starting to see a good pace there. Skills matrix for our board. Our board is going to change significantly through the election cycle. And we also have folks that will be stepping out, that they're reaching their max as well. So it'll be really important that we get the proper people. We really have a robust board right now with a former judge, legal, people with policing experience and whatnot. So it's really important that we get well-rounded governance and reporting from that standpoint. So in terms of why the CRPA reviews resources and recommendations, it's really important that we get pace on what's required, what's available, and I think more than ever, what is actually feasible. If we budget going forward, the vacancy rates probably won't improve tomorrow. It takes time, but to really budget accordingly going forward. We want to make sure that our community, we have an adequate police force to really make sure that our services are safe and effective in really leveraging what the needs are from Kodiak and the needs from the community. Making sure we have a balanced approach, and really we're stewards of taxpayers' money. We need to make sure that what we budget is explainable as to data-driven decisions and evidence-based decisions that support these. So again, it's very important that we take a step back and recognize the why between what we do. So I'm a CPA. I like to talk about numbers, but it's not just about numbers. It's about community needs, and it's really important that we assess these needs on an ongoing basis. So we're looking at beefing up our surveys and really getting community impacts and data to help us get there. The service capacity evaluation is an ongoing one, because if we go through the budget cycle of what the needs or the new needs may be for next fiscal, it's also important to have a risk analysis of if you don't get said resources, there are also risk perimeters around that, right? And making sure that we talked about a patrol unit or whatnot, but what's the best bang for our buck given our risk analysis going forward is going to be really, really important. And with that, I will pass it to the room for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Jean. Est-ce qu'il y a des questions? Conseiller Butler, go ahead.
Thank you, Worship, and thanks, Joan. It's great to see you in front. I think sometimes, too, though, that, you know, not everybody watches us on TV, so believe it or not, they don't. Maybe it would be a good thing to maybe take this on a road show and maybe come out into the public where they want to ask the questions also. And I think that's very important to act and interact with us and in the wards. And, I keep saying it, but it's, statistics show it. In my ward, there's more population there than there is in Riverview. So, you could do one in Riverview and you could do two in the uptown area. So I'm just saying that if you want to connect, you can't just come to council meeting. You have to go out and listen to them, and I'm sure you know that. My question to you would be and I've asked this over the years, underneath the New Brunswick Police Act, it states that we have to supply an adequate police force. So what's your definition of an adequate police force?
That is a very good question,
It is.
Councillor Butler, because that's something as a board that you can appreciate it's debatable, because an adequate police force could be, you get the Rolls-Royce of policing, and that's too far. So it's a balance from a governance and an oversight perspective that my definition of an adequate police force, and I believe our governance committee got it from an international organization, is to make sure that we have the resources that are sufficient to keep our communities safe. What do safe communities mean? That's where the debate becomes, right? So that's why it's really important to have this ongoing debate, especially through the budgetary cycle of what's enough, what's too much. Because as a CPA, again, we can't triple our budgets to make sure that every single, petty crime gets addressed, but at the same time, we do need crime severity index and proper measures addressed, right? So that's an ongoing debate that I don't have a one-liner for you to pinpoint that, because I don't think one exists.
Well, I didn't think that you'd have one-liner, but I do say is that the New Brunswick Police Act states that we shall have an adequate police force. And I would think that, now that we have Amanda on deck here too, is that we should sit down and maybe come up with a definition of what we and when you go to the citizens, maybe they can tell you what they believe that an adequate police force is. And I think that's very important to have that definition. If that's the only thing, it says in the Police Act that we have to supply.
Yep.
It says an adequate police force. So, are we adequate now? Are we going to be adequate in the future? The Auditor General says that they're having a hard time staffing, not just in Moncton, not just New Brunswick, but across Canada. So are we at the top of the list? I doubt it. Are we in the bottom of the list? Maybe close. But I think that we have to be realistic about this, and that's why we as councillors are continually trying to come with some ideas regards to peace officers, trying to take some load off the RCMP so the members can do police work. So anyway, I would really like for somebody to come back, sometime soon. Even after the election, if I'm not here, I'll still sit in the audience. I'd really like to hear what's an adequate police force. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butler, and extra homework for our executive director to maybe do a profiling of 3-4 definitions, and for us to have sort of not a debate but alignment from the tri-community.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Merci, conseiller Butler. Conseiller Bourgeois.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la maire. Merci, Monsieur Gauvin. Plaisir de vous rencontrer, même si c'est à distance. Je veux d'abord remercier le conseiller Kingston qui, depuis quelques mois, nous informe de vos progrès, puis c'est très encourageant. Bravo pour les initiatives que vous avez menées. Vous êtes un petit peu pris entre l'arbre et l'écorce parce que vous êtes une entité qui reçoit du financement des municipalités, qui reçoivent le financement des contribuables, puis c'est pas tout à fait clair l'imputabilité, parce que nous autres, on se fait ramasser à gauche et à droite. Je parlerai pas pour le conseiller Légère ou les conseillers en général, parce que le crime, la plupart du crime qui est commis à Moncton et dans la région, c'est à une marche d'ici, là. Ça fait partie du quartier 2. Donc, nous, on le reçoit et on n'a aucun pouvoir, aucune façon de dire à la GRC, voici ce qu'on préfère, aucun pouvoir pour dire au CRPA, pour dire voici ce qu'on aimerait. On peut le faire. On vous donne un chèque qui représente 71% de votre budget, mais ça fait, je vais vous poser quelques questions, puis je sais qu'une partie de ces problèmes-là ont été adressés dans notre ébauche de plan de 3 ans, à la fois pour informer nos citoyens, de dire, voici notre pouvoir, puis les responsabilités, puis c'est pas un chat, mais c'est quasiment là. Tu sais, c'est pas facile à naviguer en travers tout ça. Mais je vais vous poser quelques questions, mais au moins, ce qui m'encourage, moi, c'est depuis les derniers reportages du Conseil Kingston et votre présence ici aujourd'hui, ça semble un petit peu, comme j'ai dit avec le surintendant Jolette, ça semble comme si qu'on commence à ramer dans la même direction, même si on a différents navires, mais au moins ça se rapproche. Et j'aimerais saluer en passant un de vos membres, Corinne Godbout de Dieppe. J'ai lu un article de l'Acadie Nouvelle ce matin qui, elle, a compris que notre plan, c'était un point de départ. L'intention, c'est que le conseil municipal de Moncton, qui paye 71% de la note, prenne le taureau par les cornes, puis dit, OK, ben si on s'amuse, la confusion à gauche et à droite, puis pas qu'on se blâme, mais qu'on dit, nous autres, il n'y a rien qu'on peut faire, c'est la responsabilité de la province. Non, OK, gars, nous autres, on va prendre le taureau. Venez-vous-en, on est prêt à vous accueillir, puis tout le monde va se parler dans le blanc des yeux, puis on essaie de trouver les solutions, parce que les gens qui payent la note, ils n'acceptent plus cette confusion-là. Ça fait, je prends pour acquis que vous êtes ouvert à ce rapport-là, puis qu'on peut s'asseoir, puis voir de quelle façon votre plan, notre plan, ce que la GRC fait, ça va s'intégrer. Permettez-moi quelques questions. Je trouve curieux votre terme « stakeholder » lorsque vous parlez de la ville de Moncton. Stakeholder, c'est quelqu'un qui a un intérêt dedans versus propriétaire. Je sais qu'on n'est pas légalement les propriétaires du CRPA, mais si on paye 71%, je veux juste savoir comment vous voyez la relation entre le CRPA puis la ville de Moncton comme main shareholder plutôt que stakeholder.
Merci, conseiller Bourgeois. Je dirais que stakeholder, tant qu'à moi, c'est le tout. C'est le public, c'est les municipalités. Comme ça, si que j'ai mal dit cette définition-là, je m'excuse, mais stakeholder, ça comprendrait l'ensemble de le tout, pas juste la ville de Moncton, Dieppe et Riverview, ça comprendrait le tout. Je pense que c'est vraiment important d'avoir l'appui de, oui, la ville de Moncton à cause, oui, c'est une grosse communauté, je le connais, it's my backyard, comme on dit. Puis on est vraiment axé en termes de c'est quoi les plus gros défis. Puis je pense que c'est vraiment important aussi d'être créatif. Comme ça, le projet pilote, une fois qu'on a les données ou quoi que ce soit, c'est-tu quelque chose qu'on budgète pour dans le futur? C'est quelque chose qu'on pourrait visiter aussi de comment budgéter pour les ressources qui sont plus axées. Comme quand on dit data-driven decisions, c'est plus important maintenant que jamais de vraiment voir c'est quoi les ressources, ça va-tu fonctionner, c'est-tu de l'argent bien placé?
Non, ça je suis d'accord avec, mais moi c'est plutôt la relation qui existe entre l'entité régionale qui a été une création de la province et qui a sa responsabilité de la façon que c'est créé, ces choses-là, et l'imputabilité que nous sommes élus au suffrage universel à tous les 4 ans. Alors, ça fait 5 ans, là, mais on est élus par le peuple, pour le peuple. Alors que, puis c'est pas je vous minimise pas, là, mais vous autres, vous n'êtes pas élus. Vous n'avez pas d'imputabilité aux citoyens de façon directe. Alors, ça va mener à ma prochaine question. Vous voulez sonder les membres du conseil. Je trouve que c'est bien en principe, mais en réalité, nous, c'est nos opinions. Mais si vous voulez vraiment avoir l'opinion du conseil de la ville de Moncton, on peut juste prendre des décisions collectivement. C'est juste quand on est en réunion, quorum, tout ensemble, qu'on est capable de se parler puis prendre une décision. Ça va aider d'avoir enfin un plan pour savoir d'où on est parti puis où est-ce qu'on s'en va. Ça aidera de la communication. Mais nous sonder individuellement, tu auras peut-être 5 opinions de ce site, puis 3 d'un autre, puis 3 d'un autre. Ça fait, je suis pas trop sûr que c'est la meilleure façon. Moi, il me semble qu'une réunion, peut-être 2 par année, entre votre conseil puis notre conseil, peut-être avant le budget puis après le budget, je sais pas, là, mais ça serait plus profitable que d'avoir les opinions personnelles des conseillers, puis là, vous ramassez tout ça ensemble, puis je suis pas sûr que c'est la meilleure façon, mais je vous fais ça comme suggestion, là. Vous en ferez ce que vous voudrez. Tout comme it preoccupies me, surveying citizens is a very good idea. couple of years ago, I think the surveys said that the citizens would have prioritized traffic enforcement. And yet, what I was hearing, and it may be just particular to Ward 2, but I don't think so, minor crimes, property crimes, breaks and enters, trespassing, those were the calls that I got. A few about traffic, but proportionally speaking, less than 10%. 80% was the minor crime. So I'm not sure that you should rely only on survey citizens. I think the Statistics Canada data, although that is also a difficult thing to anchor your thoughts on, because you can read a different report from Statistics Canada that has different data for the same year on crime severity index or on the crime rate. So it doesn't, Moncton has this amount on that report and another amount on another report and a third amount on the third report. So, but at least they're close together. So we know that we are significantly higher than the national average, significantly higher than the provincial average, significantly higher than Fredericton and St. John. So there's something problematic here in Moncton. I'm not sure how you were able to pinpoint that issue, but that's important to you. So not just rely on citizens. I don't know if you have a response to that, but not just a survey to citizens, but other data as well?
No, we definitely have a multi-layered approach. Like I said, data-driven with KPIs, statistics, feedback from our service providers, because we do want to hear from the community. We want to hear from the councillors. So it's a multi-pronged approach that it's really important to get various levels of feedback. And again, I'll sort of echo what you said. Sometimes the devil's in the detail with that data as well, right? That it doesn't tell the full story, and it can get confusing as well. So it's really important that we get as much feedback as we can from all aspects of what we want to do. And I completely agree that having functional meetings with councillors after perhaps the election, it can be once or twice or whatnot, and that's something that we discussed with the CEOs at the mayor level as well, is the cadence and aspect of that reporting, because we can definitely make more traction. I think it was Councillor Legier that raised a few issues of collaboration, and I think we'd be, shaking our heads of not sort of getting together and focusing on some of these together, because I think if we focus on them together, we're going to be all that better.
And I like the slides where you say this is what the CRPA can do and this is what we can't do. We are in the same boat. There are things that we can do and there are things that we can't do. But ultimately, the citizens who pay the taxes and receive the services, they're just one. There's not things that they can do and can't do. They want their services in exchange for the tax dollars. Dernière question. Merci, jusqu'à maintenant. The report that Councillor Butler, Leblanc, Léger, and myself produced, one of the models of community policing that we looked at was broken windows. It's a metaphor for if you don't take care of the minor things, it'll escalate into bigger things. But the RCMP don't espouse that particular model. They have sort of a hybrid model that I have no idea if it's valid or not. Is that the CRPA's responsibility to enable, to approve a certain evidence-based community policing model? Or is that up to this RCMP and whatever they choose, we have to live by? Because, and I'll be a bit more specific, one of the elements of broken windows, which is more an American model, but still has a lot of principles that seem to make sense to me as a non-expert. But one of the elements is strict enforcement. And what we've heard from the RCMP is it's, it depends on the situation. We might enforce, we might not enforce. We don't want to go too hard. So looking at it from a non-expert point of view, I trust the RCMP, but it's different from what I hear from citizens and also with the broken windows. So is it up to you to tell the RCMP we would like you to adopt or not the broken windows model or any other model that's better for or more adapted to our small Canadian city reality than the big American cities, for instance?
So I'm probably not an expert on the broken windows, so I'll maybe.
But just on model.
On model.
Is it the RCMP that decides what kind of community policing model they want and implement, or is that the CRPA's job?
I would say that the CRPA's job is functionality on an adequate police force. That's really what we're there for in terms of the functionality of how we get there. I think it's up to us as an oversight model to work with our service provider of the adequacy of that. So we work with them through the budgetary cycle of what are the needs and wants. And I think now that we have the KPIs, that's going to drive the model. I really do. If we have data-driven decisions, that'll drive the model. And in terms of creativity, in terms of what optionalities we can have of that, I think that the sky's the limit, that our service providers seem to be very open on, making sure they address as the best of their capability based on those resources. But I do think that would be a fluent conversation of, can we do better with the growing needs of our community? Because I'm born and raised here, the population's boomed. We asked for more resources last year, we didn't get there, but now that we have data and that we can pave the road forward, hopefully we can make sure that whatever the model is, that it works better for our communities.
Yeah, but it's an interactive relationship between the model and the data, because data, you can make it say anything you want. If you don't have glasses of a certain color because this is the model you're following, then any data is valid. You can't make a discernement on what is good data and what is bad data. So the two have to go together for you to have a great plan. OK? Moi, j'apprécie beaucoup votre présentation puis vos réponses. Merci beaucoup.
Merci,
Madame la
Conseiller
maire.
Bourgeois.
Merci, conseiller Bourgeois. Conseiller Richard.
Merci, Maire Asterio. Merci, Jean, et merci à l'équipe qui t'a suivi ici aujourd'hui. What a police board does, one of your slides, and Councillor Bourgeois just touched on it a bit. I really like the performance oversight tab. Could you dive a little deeper?
In performance oversight, it's going to be about KPIs, right? If we see the crime severity index and performance getting weaker, then through the budgetary cycle, maybe there's more resources. If it's the needs in the community from the performance standpoint, is getting the benchmark is going to be really important as well on how we measure versus the needs of council, communities, and whatnot. Because at the end of the day, if we look at performance, it'll be important to say, here's what we actually wanted to achieve, here's where we're measuring against it. And I'm not going to shy away that some of these measurements we're lagging a little behind in terms of vacancy rates and whatnot, because from a performance standpoint, you can only improve what you know, right? So that's the really important area, is what are sort of the weaknesses and the areas where we can actually influence and move forward. So from the performance standpoint, that's going to be really important that we gain the proper benchmarks, the targets. But at the same time, as Councillor Bourgeois said, the devil's in the detail with the data as well, right? It can be garbage in, garbage out. So we really need to focus as a board of which ones can we actually influence and move forward.
Yeah, and I thank for you expanding on it a bit, because you did say some of that to, you did answer that back to Councillor Bourgeois a bit. And also you mentioned that you love numbers, and I heard surplus. And no disrespect, Jacques, I like surplus, Jacques. But yeah, so what are the possibilities with these funds now? Where can we go with this surplus?
So with the surplus, I think I'd pass that back to Jacques, but surpluses from the CRPA's position are not good news, right? Because we put a budget forward saying that we needed X resources, and we're not getting them, and it's nothing on the superintendent, because these are national issues that the Auditor General highlighted, but they are issues. I would hope that some of these surpluses in future years stop happening. We're never going to be bang on, but the margin of them, if you look back at the last 2 years, and I know Monsieur Doucette would know these inside and out, they've been really significant. So maybe it's better budgeting in terms of, hey, we're not going to get, 0% vacancy or whatever. We do have these buffers built in, but they probably need to be a little tighter. Now, the other budget standpoint is that building that's taken a little too long, but it's around the corner as well, so that's driven the significance of the surplus as well. So I'm hoping that the surplus gap should be hopefully reduced going forward.
I see Jacques' light came on.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, to Conseiller Richard. So what happens with the surplus? It automatically carries over to the second year budget. So if they generated a surplus this year or in 2025, it automatically comes in as a credit on the 27 budget. And what we're seeing with the CRPA is again, the building's a one-off, it's going to happen after this year, that shouldn't be an issue, is the years where we request, there's a request for a lot of officers in the budget, it does create some slippage, and in future years, I think, in the years where there's going to be proposals for a lot of new members, we should kind of increase the slippage to reflect that, and I think we'd be better aligned to be able to more accurately project. But again, it's a little bit difficult sometimes too, because if we can get the officers on January 1st, we're going to take them on January 1st as well, right? So, but I think we could have good conversations and we'll be able to come up with a good process.
Yeah, and I guess, I don't know if Superintendent wants to chime in on this or not. I'm just wondering, at the times where we do have surpluses, would there be anything special that he would have for the officers, maybe different things to do or different places for that money? Or I know we won't lose it completely, but at the time when we're pushing on safety, on public safety and everything that you guys, I know you guys are maxed out, but I don't know if there's anything. No?
Yeah, just so council's clear and our residents are clear, if we let's just say we have a surplus of $1 million, we can't use that to buy vehicles or equipment and stuff like that. It's funds that are allocated for salaries, and like Jacques explained, it does cycle through every 2 years. So I think to repeat what Jacques said, I think we City of Moncton, Dieppe Riverview, CRPA, and us all together need to be efficient moving forward in forecasting and I guess picking the right year to based on the needs of the community and all that. When is it a good time to request additional officers? Because the reality is we're growing. We keep on growing, and you need new schools, you need new fighters, you need more police officers, you need more bylaw officers, you need growth. It's just to be more effective. Instead of coming every year saying this is what we need or this is what we need, potentially in every 2 years exactly for that reason. So that's all I could add to that.
No, and I appreciate that. No. Merci beaucoup pour l'explication.
Merci beaucoup, Jean, pour la présentation. C'était excellent. Merci.
Thank you. Good evening.
Madame Lagreffier.
Next is a presentation, Jour de la Terre 2026 et mise à jour sur les initiatives environnementales. Here tonight is Tim Moorman to take us through this presentation.
Bonsoir, Tim.
Et bonsoir, Madame la maire adjointe et le conseiller et la conseillère. Good to see everybody.
So, once again, the Climate Action Update and Earth Day events for this year. Sorry, I'm looking for the magic wand. There we go. There we go. So it's been a busy year in terms of climate action. We've got a lot of actions completed from the increasingly the Community Energy and Emissions Plan. Previously, we used to report on the Climate Action Report of 2020, but it's gradually phased into the SEEP. So facilities recently had completed a community buildings energy reduction feasibility study, as there's opportunities to increase the energy efficiency of a number, about 13 or 14 of the city's buildings. We've identified a number of opportunities to save not just energy, but greenhouse gas emissions and also money through some improvements to those buildings.
So doing some more focused research on what exactly to do on that. We delivered the electric mobility strategy last year, which provided some very useful insights on ways to support the transition of our transportation network more towards electric mobility, in particular some things that will help inform the municipal development plan. Things like electric vehicle parking requirements, some insights on that. We developed and delivered a new climate change adaptation plan. So a lot of what we talk about is climate mitigation, limiting the causes of global warming, reducing our emissions, but there's also adaptation and dealing with the consequences of the CO2 that's already in the atmosphere and the unfortunate consequences of the global warming that is kind of already baked in. It's going to happen one way or the other. We want to limit the degree to which there is further warming, but we have to deal with the consequences of the fact that there will be some. So that was a new plan that dealt with not just sea level rise, which is what we used to be very focused on and still are to an extent, but also things like heat waves, extreme weather, things that are becoming more visible perhaps earlier than we might have expected. So it's a more comprehensive plan that helps us deal with the consequences of climate change in Moncton on all those fronts. We signed the papers last year on a grant for almost $200,000. This is going to pay for more street trees here in Moncton in the underforested neighborhoods. I'll have a little bit more information on that in the next slide. We've done some updates to the website to bring some outdated information up to date, and we'll be adding more information as time and resources permit. And Fleet recently completed their decarbonization study, a look into electric and otherwise non-emitting vehicles to gradually replace the existing fossil-fueled fleet with as the fleet turns over, to look for those more clean and environmentally friendly options to evolve the fleet over time. So those are some of the things that have been completed in the past year. We've got some projects that are now in progress. There was, of course, I'm not sure if I mentioned in the last one, there was a feasibility study on electric buses. So specifically for the Kodiak Transit fleet, Kodiak has now got a tender out for 1 or 2 electric buses to try out on a pilot basis before we commit to the whole fleet. We have just put in a grant application to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities for about $175,000 for an urban forest master plan. This will be something to look into the best way to improve our forest cover here in the city, to evaluate the state of the existing forest resources, and help develop a way forward on that. We have, of course, a municipal development plan and zoning bylaw review that is ongoing. Really among the most important things, really by a country mile, that you can do in terms of a city's greenhouse gas emissions all come down to urban planning questions. Questions of how we get around, what kinds of buildings we build, density in the right places. So this is something that will be critical to meeting our climate goals. I mentioned earlier the grant that we got for the street tree planting. This spring and summer, the Parks Department is going to be identifying the ideal locations for those street trees. A little bit more info on the next slide. We've got some money from the Housing Accelerator Fund, which we have been doing a lot of things with it, but the one I'm talking about in particular is the design for a high energy efficiency, multi-unit infill building design, something that performs at above the building code minimums, and in fact meets the definition of net zero ready according to the Community Energy and Emissions Plan. And we are undertaking a feasibility study, again funded by the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, to look at ways to protect downtown from flooding due to rising sea levels and the tidal floods. So, for example, right here, we see here the boundaries of a flood at about 9.3 meters geodetic. Today, about once a year, the tide, of course, is very high, comes up the Petitcodiac River, reaches just shy of 8 meters. We're expecting about a meter of sea level rise in the next 75 years by the end of the century. So we would expect that 8 meter figure to be closer to 9 meters. And there's a significant amount of downtown that is lower than that. So there's a lot of things we can do to protect existing and future development from that eventuality. And luckily we have some time, but it is stuff that we have to think about. So this feasibility study is about weighing some options, considering the options that are available to us, the things that we can do in the short term as kind of a first step to adapting to this new reality. So that's a study that is ongoing right now. The high-efficiency multi-unit infill design, we engaged an engineering and an architecture firm to help do the design here. This is a bit of a preview of some of the designs that have come up. It's designed to sit on a typical Moncton infill lot, and the idea is that by front-loading the not insignificant cost of doing that engineering work to figure out how to make a building that much more efficient, it's about $150,000, which half is paying for. By doing that work up front and then making those plans available to the industry or to affordable housing providers, we make it easier for them to decide to build a building that performs higher than the building code, is much more energy efficient, and helps us with a lot of our urban planning and climate goals just in terms of typology and density in the right locations. And as you can see, these buildings, this is an 8-unit building, they are designed to fit in very well with kind of classic Moncton architecture. Something I was kind of pleasantly surprised to see how well they did that. So that's something that should be done in the coming months. And the enhanced street tree planting program, as you can see in the different forestry management zones in the city, you see that some areas have a lot more trees than others, are much more tree dense than others. So the idea behind this grant application, which we got from the federal government, the $194,000, would be to supplement the existing street tree population in some of those neighborhoods where the numbers and the density are quite low. So we'll be identifying those locations in the coming year and starting planting next year and the year after to get a lot more street trees in those places. So that's what we've been up to in the past year. It is, of course, this week, Earth Day, on Wednesday. As we do every year, the Earth Day cleanup will be happening. This time it'll be the weekend after Earth Day, so on the 24th to 26th. You may have seen the bins out front. Groups that are interested in joining to volunteer to clean up litter in one of, I think, 24 zones in the city's parks and trails are invited to do so, encouraged to do so. It seems to be a really fun thing that lots of people sign up for every year. You get hundreds of people participating. And the Earth Day cleanup, we provide the gloves, the bags, the materials, and Eco360 picks up the trash at the end of all that. So we'll be doing that again this year. Of course, Kodiak Transit, as usual, is offering free public transit on Wednesday, in this case, on Earth Day. It's a good opportunity if you have not yet tried public transit in Moncton. That's a good day to try it out, see how you feel about it, and hopefully, get more people interested and excited about taking the bus to where they need to go. And later this week, we will be setting up the Lift and Learn booth. This was the booth that we developed a few years ago. This is where you can lift the weight of your actual carbon emissions each day. It's a bit of an eye-opener. We'll be setting that up at the Université de Moncton, at the University Student Center. We'll be setting that up tomorrow, actually, and it'll be there until early May. So you can swing by there and try that out. We had it last year in the lobby of City Hall, and then we brought it over to the library. It's called Lift and Learn. One of the things that we learned is that it has big chunks of iron that actually make a fair bit of noise and probably a little bit too loud for a library. So we didn't leave it at the library as long as we wanted to, but we think at the Student Center it'll be fine. And that is the Earth Day presentation for this year. Thanks very much.
Merci beaucoup, Tim. Conseiller Léger.
Merci, Madame la Mairesse, and thank you, Tim, for the overview. You mentioned the Urban Forest Master Plan. So within that master plan, is there a forest fire protection piece within that?
That's a really good question. It is not part of it's not explicitly part of the proposal. But I think that would be something very much worth taking into account in the generalities of the application as we look for a strategy. We wouldn't be in the details at this point, but that's a really excellent point to keep in mind. It's certainly something that is strongly suggested and implied by the climate adaptation plan, because one of the things that we saw, I mentioned earlier, things that we maybe weren't expecting to see so much of quite so soon in the climate change journey. But forest fires are something that obviously has been much more prevalent in recent years. We've been relatively fortunate in recent years. We had some fires nearby last year, but it is something that we very much have our eye on in the future. So I think that is something that we will be very much keeping an eye on as we do that plan, assuming we get the grant.
Okay, so maybe a follow-up to the CEO. So recently I saw a booth set up by the province of New Brunswick, and they were promoting fire safety, reducing the risk in and around households and so on. And I asked the question, and they indicated that there seemed to be a strategy that was being developed for municipalities related to fire protection, in particular creating berms. I know that last year, in light of the forest fire that happened very near Irishtown, that it was highlighted afterwards that and I don't know how long ago, but that there were areas that needed to be addressed to create a fire line. So I'd like to know, and maybe that could be a future presentation, on what are we going to do proactively before the summer arrives so that we don't find ourselves in a situation where we regret not having been proactive.
Thank you for the question, Conseiller Legere. I know that the fire chief has been looking into working with the province on a wildfire management plan. So it's something that as we could probably get an update for a future council meeting for sure.
Okay, so perhaps that can be an action item sooner than later. So perhaps we could get an update at the next council meeting, perhaps.
We'll see what we can bring forward to the next council meeting.
All right, thank you. When you mentioned the street trees, it's a great opportunity to, I think you said $194,000 towards additional trees. So do you have a number on the number of trees we normally would have planted versus the extra trees that we are going to plant?
Oh, you got me there, Councillor. I'm not sure how many we would plant normally through so the city has the street tree program, which it's kind of on a first comes, first served. It's fully subscribed every year. Residents can put in a request to get a tree. There's a small application fee, but other than that, the tree is free. I'm not sure how much Parks spends on that year over year, but they spend it all. It's all very popular. We are expecting to be able to get about between 300 and 400 good-sized trees, like 10-year-old trees, planted for the amount that we've had committed to us by the federal government.
Okay, so it's an additional 300 or 400 trees above what we normally plant.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Really, I do like the design of the high-efficiency multi-unit infill design. I think that's a really nice addition, I think, to some of the challenges we have with infilling those lots. Is that part of that federal initiative where they wanted to also provide different plans that were already similar to the wartime housing effort back in the 40s or 50s, 40s, I guess, when they built so many of the homes very rapidly?
It's part of the broader Housing Accelerator Fund program, which was money that was made available to municipalities across the country to help them develop more housing. This isn't specifically part of that initiative. We began that 2 years ago, and the idea was that you can design buildings, but they need to work in the lot fabric of the city in which they're going to be built. Pre-designs for detached houses are not so hard because the lots tend to be on greenfield sites and you tend to cut the lots to whatever size you need. But just one of the things that I know from my experience as an urban planner is that sometimes different cities will have a different prevailing lot fabric. Your typical lot sizes will be different from city to city. So what will work in one place won't work somewhere else. Here in Moncton, the vast majority of our infill lots are going to be 15 meters by 30 meters, not 50 by 100 feet, strictly speaking. But and so we specifically chose those parameters to pick a design that would work specifically for Moncton. Now, other cities that also, and it would be our hope, that other cities that have a similar lot fabric would then take that and run with it. We certainly don't want to be greedy and hoard it. But no, there's a short answer no, is that it's not part of that specific pre-designed template program of the feds. This is a separate thing that we're doing.
How soon could we see the first unit like this?
In terms of actually being built?
Yes.
In the next few years, I would hope. Much will depend on a lot of things, but we would want to see uptake from the industry, and there is the possibility of acquiring sites and working with one of the affordable housing providers to build a prototype as an example for everyone can see. On that basis, sometime in the next few years, we could see a shovel in the ground.
Okay. And my last question refers to Earth Day. And certainly this year I find that there seems to be an awful lot more debris in and around our green spaces than years before. And I know we do, the general public and volunteers and everyone do a great job, cleaning up litter and stuff one time a year. But has it ever been considered that we do it twice a year and that we try to encourage? Because the winter's one thing, but there is an awful lot of debris everywhere, and it really does look quite unsightly.
I can't disagree with you there, Councillor. We have not put any thought into having it twice a year. It was always the Earth Day cleanup. But really the best way to deal with waste and litter and frankly any environmental problem is to stop it at the source. So really to encourage anyone who's got a piece of garbage to get rid of, please use the bins that are provided around town, and if you don't have one of those nearby, hold on to it until you get home. It is so much easier to just deal with your waste responsibly at the source than to go and chase it down afterwards.
But the reality is that we're faced with what we are. So anyway, consideration for twice a year would probably be quite well received as well. So anyway, thank you. Merci.
Merci, conseiller Léger. Conseiller Bourgeois.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Maire. Merci beaucoup, Tim. Two comments, one question. First comment, bravo to you and the rest of the staff that have been taking care of the earth on our behalf or within the municipality. Secondly, in terms of forest fires, the issue was brought up by some of the members on the urban planning. I don't know where that file is, but I know it has been discussed, so it might come up in the new municipal plan as well. My question is, I've asked before, so I will ask again. In addition to trees, which don't seem to survive very well in the Von Harvey middle, I don't know what you would call it, but grassy.
The median.
Middle ground, whatever. I've proposed at least twice that we just plant wildflowers there so that it would feed the bees and you wouldn't need to mow the lawn. You just let the wildflowers grow and perennially every year grow again. So I'm a bit disappointed that maybe it doesn't make sense. Just tell me so I won't have to waste oxygen and manage expectations. But if it does make sense to have wildflowers rather than trees or grass, trees that we planted maybe 10, 12 years ago, but most of them have died. There's a few on the southern side of Von Harvey, south of Queen, that seems to have survived very well, but the others haven't. So anyways, I'll... maybe for the last time, I hope, I will suggest that we plant wildflowers in the middle of Von Harvey. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Maire.
Merci. Je vois pas d'autres questions. Merci beaucoup, Tim. Je dois dire que je suis d'accord avec le conseiller Légendre. Je pense qu'il y a beaucoup de déchets un peu partout, surtout sur les routes périphériques. Monsieur le gérant, est-ce que vous pouvez nous partager c'est quoi les actions là-dessus?
Merci pour la question, Madame la maire adjointe. Certainement, on travaille avec notre équipe d'opération, avec la province au niveau d'un plan pour faire un nettoyage qui s'en vient bientôt avant que l'été frappe. Ça fait qu'encore travaille avec la province, certainement beaucoup de ces routes-là, c'est des routes provinciales, désignées provinciales. Et puis, l'idée, ça serait comme qu'on le ferait tous les années, c'est d'entamer un exercice pardon, de nettoyage pour ces routes-là. Ça s'en vient bientôt.
Merci beaucoup. Merci, Tim.
Merci, madame.
Madame Lagraffière.
Okay, next are planning matters et questions d'urbanisme. And today we have 5 public hearings on the 5 audiences publiques. I'm going to read out how we proceed with this so that there's no confusion. I will read, as a clerk, I will read the agenda item into the record. Next, the administration will give an update, their presentation and their recommendation. The applicant and the developer will have a chance to speak if they would like to speak. Then it will be proponents. When it comes to proponents and objectors, you have 5 minutes and you will have a timer up. That's according to our procedural bylaw, A14, Section 37. It says at public hearings, we'll have 5 minutes. If you've given me your name or you've given the page your name, we will call you up to the podium. If you wish to speak, because you will be asked, we will ask if anyone else wishes to speak. We will allow you your 5 minutes. You are to speak to an objection. You are to raise your hand and the chair will recognize you. We may not know your name, but we will point to you and tell you, and then you can go to the podium. We kindly ask that nobody go and stand behind the podium, that you be recognized prior to going to the podium. Following the objectors, administration will be given the opportunity to answer any questions. The applicant will also be able to provide some answers if administration is not able to provide those answers. Then members of council will be given the opportunity to speak during the public hearing. Once council members are all done speaking, the chair will ask if anyone else wishes to bring anything new to the floor. Once that happens and everybody seems to be satisfied, we will close the public hearing, then council will be able to debate the motion. So with that said, the first of 5 public hearings today is a rezoning at People's Park Tower, and we have received some objections, and to give a presentation is Josh Adams.
Merci, Madame Lagraffière. Bonsoir, Josh.
Bonsoir, Madame la Mairesse et les membres du Conseil. So first one up tonight is People's Park Tower. This was an application that was received to rezone a portion of lands from the suburban commercial zone to the multiple unit dwelling or R3 zone. The application would facilitate the construction of a 6-story, 65-unit building, and the applicant in this case is People's Park Tower. People's Park Tower is a nonprofit. They've been operating in the city for approximately 50 years and well established on the lands where they are located today. The property is located in Ward 2 on the south side of St. George Boulevard. If we look at the aerial imagery that you see on the left-hand side, the property, the full campus currently consists of about 3 properties. We're only looking to rezone 2 properties on the right-hand side there that currently have that suburban commercial zone or that colored red on the screen. The rest of the campus is already zoned in the R3, which is the purple zone there. So the application is to change the zone from red to purple. As you look around the site, you can see that there are established residential neighborhoods that now surround the campus. So those are all located in the R1A, that's a single unit dwelling zone. And then across the street, you'll find a variety of uses. There's the Centennial Place neighborhood, Centennial Park, as well as a daycare and a church. I think what's important to point out here is that if you look at the zoning on the right-hand side, both the suburban commercial zone and the R3 zone today allow the intended use. It allows apartment buildings, it allows residential care facilities. But part of the rezoning and why this is required is that where they're proposing to locate the building is just on that line where there's a split between one zone to another. And it gets very tricky to have one building built across 2 different zones because you have some commercial standards, some residential standards, and the 2 don't really jive very well. So the idea with the rezoning is to consolidate everything into one zone, and then we can apply the appropriate standards for that development. Another part of this application that's quite interesting is that typically in the R3 zone, the height limit that would be permitted is 6 stories. In this particular case, the zoning bylaw does limit the height where the property is directly abutting the R1A to 3 stories. So this application does require as well a variance to increase the height of the building from 3 stories to 6 stories, and we'll deal with that throughout my presentation. The other part of this application would be actually consolidating all the existing properties into one property. So right now it's 3 properties today. The idea is that as the development proceeds, all the existing property lines would be consolidated into one for the campus. So this is what's proposed. On the left-hand side of the screen, you can see a 6-story building. The ground floor would have some medical offices, a kitchen, as well as some amenity space for residents. So falling under that residential care facility, just the types of things that you would need for this type of use to work. It's located in a way so that it's close to the other existing People's Park Tower and the Camden Terrace and behind it. And so the idea is that they'd be able to move between the different buildings relatively easily. Potentially a pedway will be connecting the buildings as well. On this image here, you can see the building just in behind is that existing People's Park Tower building that was built in the 1970s. So that is also at a height of about 6 stories. The new building will be a little bit taller, even though they're both at 6 stories. Modern construction dictates that the floor-to-floor heights will be a little bit taller in the new building than the existing building, which just means that it's going to make for nicer floor plates and nicer units in the new building. This is the site plan that was submitted. So the proposed building is located just on the bottom of the screen, with pedways connecting potentially into the Camden Park Terrace just towards the bottom, as well as the existing People's Park Tower over on the left-hand side. And this application does involve quite a bit of rework for the existing parking lot. That would be basically the building would be going where the existing parking lot is now, and then a majority of the site would be developed for additional surface parking. So some of the things I want to highlight through this application is that currently onto St. George Boulevard, there are 2 entrances that are very close together entering into the People's Park Tower, and that is directly across the place from Centennial Drive. With this application, one of those accesses would actually be closed off. The other one would be converted to a 2-way access, and then there would be a new signalized intersection installed right at that intersection again with the Centennial neighborhood in behind. So we do expect that will help drastically improve traffic operations through this area and improve safety. If council chooses to proceed with the rezoning, we would recommend a condition that the developer here contribute a portion to the cost of the signalized intersection. On the left-hand side where the bus is located, there is a bus stop there today that will continue to be located there after this is all done. So it's great to have that transit service right on site. And then there's an additional transit line running along St. George Boulevard as well. As you can see, the green areas that I just kind of highlighted there crudely on PowerPoint is showing areas that are proposed to be landscaped or vegetated. So if we're looking on the right-hand side of the screen, that would be the property line backing onto Kipling Court. The idea or the proposal would be that the first 10 meters of trees from the property line into the development would be maintained, and then there would be an additional 4-meter buffer of landscaping before you get to the parking lot, and the building itself would be located approximately 37 meters away from that property line. There's also additional landscaping that's proposed along the front of St. George Boulevard. One of the variances does include allowing parking within the required front yard along St. George Boulevard. We are recommending in favor of that variance because it does allow for that last row of parking to come in, and the landscaping will help provide a buffer from the street. One of the main variances that we're seeking tonight is the height of the building, so increasing from 3 stories to 6 stories. Again, staff and the Planning Advisory Committee were recommending in favor just due to the separation provided, as well as the existing vegetation that will be provided there as well on site. Another variance looks to just reduce the overall amount of surface parking or parking that's required for the development. As the lots are being consolidated into one, even though there's a lot of existing uses here and a lot of them would now be non-conforming, we're looking just to clarify that, for the site, there's going to be about 300 parking spaces where if we look at the bylaw today, there'd be somewhere in the order of 375 to 400 required. But we're comfortable with the 300 number that's going to be sufficient for their needs. Public notice for this application was sent out on March 18th. That included a sign on the property, a notice on the website, and letters to all property owners within 100 meters of the subject lands. As well, we did have ads posted in the Times and Transcript and the Acadie Nouvelle on March 21st. We did hear a number of objections and questions on this, and I'm sure we're going to hear a lot about it tonight from the residents. But certainly a main point of concern was the impact that this would have on privacy and shadows. Again, the administration response to that is that we are satisfied with the buffer that's being proposed to the 6-story building. There was also concern about a loss of wildlife. Unfortunately, this is just a privately held land. It is not publicly protected in any way, so it is just a developable lot within the urban boundary, and so it's a lot that certainly can be developed. And then another main point of concern was about noise, lights, and other operational issues with the existing People's Park Tower. We do have bylaw standards that require, lights for parking lights to be full cutoff, so it doesn't go onto adjacent properties. There is a noise bylaw in effect as well for the City of Moncton that the property does need to follow, and the applicants will be here tonight as well if there's any other questions on the operations. So the recommendation comes from the Planning Advisory Committee. It recommends that the Moncton City Council approve the proposed rezoning bylaw, subject to the following conditions. So number 1, that the parking is permitted within the required front yard setback with the associated landscaping submitted on the attached plans. Number 2, that jogs and recesses on the facade of the building can exceed 9 meters, as shown on the attached plans. Number 3, that the building height is permitted to be increased from 3 stories to 6 stories. Number 4, that the off-street parking requirements for the entire development be reduced to 300 spaces. Number 5, that prior to the issuance of a building and/or development permit, the developer shall provide $25,000 to the city for the installation of a signalized intersection as identified in the traffic impact study submitted for the development. Number 6, that the development shall be in general conformance with the site plan attached. And number 7, that nothing contained herein shall prohibit or in any way limit the developer's right to apply for variance pursuant to the provisions of the Community Planning Act. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Josh. Donc, est-ce que le demandeur or the proponents here this evening, and do they wish to speak at this moment? Do you wish to speak? Yes. Please go to the microphone.
Bonsoir, good evening, Madame Deputy Mayor and council members. One thing I can promise is I'm not nearly as smooth at the mic as Mr. Adams, so please bear with me. Thank you for your consideration on our application. I'll default to People's Park Tower to be known as PPT. We're here to engage on application of the city bylaws and ranges of perspective and not debating on the not in my backyard issues. For that, this is noted and appreciated that we've moved beyond that. Compliments to council on housing research and policy adaptation over the last number of years, such as the Housing Needs Assessment, Community Implementation Plan for Affordable Housing, CMHC Accelerator funding, as well as the significant community outreach for the current municipal plan review process, which ultimately, if it was fully achieved, would not lead to these situations. As noted, PPT is celebrating 50 years of the providing integrated housing. We're proud to do so, and available later on if anybody has any interest. We've got a nice magazine that celebrates that, of which some council members would already have. PPT's mission is providing safe, affordable, well-managed home for seniors. It would be difficult not to know that there exists a significant shortage of affordable housing for all demographics here and across our nation. For many, spending on nutrition versus healthcare versus shelter are decisions being made daily. Unless the stars align for someone, an applicant can put their name on the list at People's Park, but they should expect a 7 to 10 year wait. As of today, we have 887 people looking for homes. That excludes people who might be looking for assisted living at our facility. Since 1972, we've been and we are positioning to fulfill our mission with due consideration for the city's processes and our neighbors. The city's bylaw process provides a predictable, well-managed voice for all concerned. On March 16th, by hand, door to door, we delivered a notification letter to both sides of Kipling Court. A copy is available later on if helpful. The letter invited comments, provided our telephone numbers. We received 2 calls from Dr. Giroir and Jean Ann McDonald within about a 2-week period. As our letter and the planner's report identify, neighbors have not gone unconsidered in the design development process. Four main issues identified in the letter received from the neighborhood on April 13th. Loss of privacy and natural buffer. 40 feet deep buffer is an exception from what we see around the city. It's huge, massive. Would we like more? Absolutely. But we need to develop homes as well. The Kipling properties were totally forested before they were clear-cut to build homes back in the early to mid-1980s. Beyond rear yard fencing, some properties have planted trees for shading and provided limited buffering. You can see that on Google or whatever method you wish. But building height and scale, the proposed height is in keeping with the existing brick structure, so the proposed expansion is in keeping with the form. In today's world, and it has been for the last number of years, density of homes on a smaller footprint means taller. This is a critical cost determinant for any building, including affordable housing. Lack of impact studies. We are complying with the city bylaws, and the shadow concern raised belongs to the city. Shadowing on Kipling Court from the neighbors has been brought forward, but from my perspective, looking at things, a 70-foot tall building positioned 130 feet away with a 40 to 50-foot buffer at the end, shadows are not an issue. My visual imagination says that if I was in the backyard of my home in Kipling, looking towards People's Park Tower, I see a beautiful backyard, maybe a pool, a nice solid fence that I installed, and a 40 to 50-foot tall tree buffer behind the fence, directly behind the fence. What I don't see is the sunset on the horizon. I see tall trees that will remain. Insufficient early consultation. Experience tells us that early consultation is not helpful in this neighborhood. In my time associated with PPT, we've been directly or indirectly involved in the following negative and at times hostile experiences. Camden Park Terraces development, our green building. Rezoning of 85 St. George Boulevard. Acquisition of former D&D properties we refer to as Camden Cottages. Hosting a federal government and neighbors evening redisposition of former D&D homes. We are following the city bylaw process. That way all stakeholders have their opportunity to speak their mind in a well-managed environment. Last item was explain why underground parking was not chosen, and simply low-grade parking is a very costly luxury option. It's not an economic option for this development. In conclusion, the traffic buildup over the decades along St. George has little to do with PPT. Look at Wheeler Boulevard access, the industrial park, 2 large schools, multiple cars at homes, and the beautiful new city pool. We're fortunate the city is growing. Lastly, it's our view that the planning department recommendation that's provided to council, including signalized intersection, is appropriate. The only small point we disagree with is that a contribution from PPT makes a difference in the traffic. We do support the signalized intersection. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davies. Are there any other proponents who wish to speak? Donc, des gens qui appuient ce projet, qui voudraient prendre la parole. Sinon, if not, we will then go to the objectors. So, Madame la Greffière, do we have a list of names?
Yes, we do. The first would be Doug Robertson, if Mr. Robertson can come to the podium.
Bonsoir, Monsieur Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bonsoir, Madame Mairesse Thériault, membre distingué du Conseil municipal. A pleasure, as always, to be here with you and in front of you. And I'm very pleased to be here tonight with my friends and neighbors on Kipling and in the immediate area. My part of the package that you have in yours are 2 drawings up front, both of which I think you've just seen. The intent of those 2 drawings were just to demonstrate the fact that with the proposed layout of this project, and it's kind of ironic that we're discussing this on Earth Day week, that we're going to lose about 100 feet of urban forest to make room for this development. Some of our concerns, and they have been mentioned, Mr. Davies brought some of these up, height and proximity of the building to properties on Kipling does bring privacy issues. Shadows, a sun and shadow study should be conducted. The project as proposed will destroy almost 80% of the existing green belt, the forested area. which has been both a protective barrier between People's Park and Kipling properties now for some 40 years, as well as a habitat for wildlife. We'd like to see a development that both addresses the need for more seniors housing. Nobody is opposed to that. Most of the residents on our street are seniors, so this will be us in a few years' time. But address the need for more seniors housing and the integrity of the natural physical boundaries. The municipal plan requires that new developments be compatible with surrounding land uses and have minimal impacts on established residential neighborhoods. To point to the example of Station Yards, that development, which incorporates the concept of height precincts designed to fit within the existing residential area, a concept this council enthusiastically endorsed, one with strict design standards, especially regarding taller buildings, and a design philosophy of creating a desirable community for people to live in. Why wouldn't that principle be applied here and with other developments? One of the other drawings that was in the package was this one showing our proposed alternate layout. And I would note that we would suggest that not 4 and 2 stories, but it should be a full 3-story development with the extended wing. It reduces the building height, provides a larger building footprint. We would recommend incorporating underground parking and, of course, the larger buffer zone. The layout that we're proposing lowers the building height while maintaining the planned number of new units, maintains most of the existing forest area. Underground parking would be a key element. That represents a responsible, forward-thinking solution for the proposed Phase 4 development. And we'd note that probably something in the order of 60% of new apartment buildings built in recent years have underground parking to some extent. In a northern climate such as Moncton, surface parking lots create significant long-term issues. These include excessive snow accumulation, constant plowing operations, increased salt use, and resulting environmental damage to surrounding vegetation and soil. By contrast, underground parking eliminates the need for large expanses of asphalt, and it reduces stormwater runoff, prevents salt contamination, and preserves existing green space and tree buffers that are essential for privacy, wildlife habitat, and natural drainage. Underground parking also significantly reduces noise and light pollution. Snow removal, vehicle movement, and headlights are contained below ground, protecting nearby homes from disruption, particularly during overnight hours. From a land use perspective, underground parking allows for more thoughtful site design. It reduces overdevelopment at ground level and supports a scale that's more compatible with the surrounding residential properties. In addition, it enhances safety for residents, particularly seniors, by reducing traffic congestion and minimizing pedestrian vehicle conflicts. Just about done. We respectively submit in closing, Your Worship, the concept we're proposing, including underground parking, is not only feasible, but essential to ensuring that this development proceeds in a manner that is environmentally responsible, respectful of neighboring properties, and appropriate for this location. Underground parking contains vehicle movement below ground, reduces noise and light pollution, and eliminates the need for large areas of asphalt. It also allows existing green space and tree buffers to be preserved, something that's critically important for privacy, drainage, and environmental protection. Most importantly, it allows development to occur in a way that respects the homes that already exist around this property, consistent with the municipal plan, the Station Lands Project example, creating and maintaining a desirable community for people to live in. We are not opposed to development. We're asking that it be done responsibly. Underground parking is a clear, realistic part of this, an effective step towards achieving that goal. Thank you, Your Worship.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur
And
Robertson.
if I don't have further opportunity, to those of you who are not running again, thank you for your years of service to the city and to this council, and to those who are running, our best wishes.
Merci beaucoup. Are there other objectors?
Yes, Jean Ann McDonald, if you could come to the mic, please.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of the Moncton City Council, ladies and gentlemen. Bonsoir, Madame Maryse, les membres du Conseil municipal, Mesdames et Messieurs. My name is Jean Ann McDonald, and I'm a resident of Kipling Court, whose home abuts People's Park Tower directly. and I'm speaking on behalf of a concerned neighborhood group. In response to People's Park Tower proposal, two things. We are here to support the residential development for seniors. However, we wish to state for the record that we do not support this proposal in its current form. We wish to express our concern to Council regarding the scale, proximity of the proposed 6-story, 65-unit apartment building and oversized new parking lot that is required to accommodate it, which will greatly impact the lives of the families who live in the neighborhood. We handed out just before the session a little packet, and you can see what a 6-story building will look like in relation to one human man standing at the same level that the building's on. We support Moncton's continued development. However, we do not feel that this 6-story building reflects the character of the surrounding neighborhood. The proposed structure is too large for the location. With its height and close proximity, it will tower over our homes, erasing privacy and engulfing the neighborhood in shadow by mid-afternoon. The area of the surface parking is mammoth in scope. In order to provide for this, the developers propose cutting down most of a forest barrier that has served as protection between People's Park Tower and the neighborhood for over 40 years. It is a true forest space, and it is our protection, providing privacy, absorbing sounds such as highway noise, parking lot noise, and snow plowing, and diminishing the effects of headlights, parking lot lights, and outdoor building lighting. It serves to manage surface water runoff, which is really important considering it's on a hill, and to support wildlife. Once this forest is gone, we cannot replace it. It is home to great horned owls, pileated woodpeckers, cardinals, gray squirrels, just to name a few. In place of the vast parking lot, we respectfully recommend underground parking. The underground parking can be located beneath the apartment building, the construction of which will preserve more than double the amount of forest buffer that would be otherwise removed. We will lose 80% of that protective buffer, and that protective buffer protects families. We're not asking for this project to be discarded, but instead reduced in height with underground parking, requiring far less surface parking, and therefore allowing far more forest buffer. In the spirit of cooperation, we have suggested alternate building plans to share with the developer that fit on the lot. We respectfully ask Council to consider the height, placement, parking, sunlight interference, and environmental impact of the proposed project. My comments also represent those contained in a petition concerning this proposal and were signed by residents of Kipling Court, Camden Crescent, Noble Crescent, Dixon Boulevard, etc., many of whom are here today. And we would like to make a note that 99% of residents polled signed the petition. We respectfully ask of Council that this proposal and the associated variances not be approved as currently proposed, and that you require the developers to meet and collaborate with concerned homeowner groups to arrive at a mutually agreed upon conclusion that will maintain the existing tree buffer and address the other issues and concerns in this presentation. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Are there other objectives?
Yes, one more objector that has registered, Jason Chin. If you can come to the mic, please.
Bonsoir.
Bonsoir. To your worship and to the councillors, thank you very much for the great job you've done in the past year. And if you rerun, good luck to you. And for the ones retiring, have a good life. Unfortunately, one of our neighbors, my neighbor across the street who I consult with, cannot be here with us today. So I'd like to verbatim read a letter that he wrote to the city, which you may have received or maybe not have read, and just to inform the public of what's going on. So I'll start with this. His name is Dr. Alain Gerwald. I think his name was referred to because he had written in before with my neighbor Jean Ann. So basically what he says is that my name is Alain Gerwald, and I reside at Kipling Court, Moncton, New Brunswick, in direct proximity of the subject property in question. I write to formally oppose the above referenced zoning bylaw amendment application. So upon receipt of correspondence from the proponent dated March 16th, which was mentioned 2026, by their representative, Mr. Stephen Davies, to obtain further clarity regarding the scope and physical integration of the proposed development. The discussion was very courteous, he said. The information made available to the residents remains materially insufficient. And because of this, to this date, only the conceptual renderings have been provided so far. So there's no detailed site plans, setbacks, or even transitional buffering. And because of this lack of disclosure, it raises concerns to us because there's no transparency to the true scope and size of this proposed change. Okay. To further go along here, Alain says, from both a statutory and policy perspective, the proposed development is inconsistent with the City of Moncton's municipal plan and the requirements that are of the Community Planning Act. This clearly requires that new developments be compatible with the surrounding land use, which is our Kipling Court and surrounding areas of Fernwood, and minimizes adverse impacts on the established neighborhoods in the area. The residential intensification is supported, only inappropriate where the scale, massing, and overall design are compatible. Failing to do so, the existing structure does not meet the standard. So the municipal plan emphasizes the importance of transitional built form. The building height and density must be carefully graduated where high-density developments abut low-density residential areas. And because of this, the proposed development does not provide an appropriate transition and instead, introduces a scale that's incompatible with the Kipling neighborhood that I currently live in. I bought my lot back in 1988, and I lived there since 1989 when I built my house. So I know what the shadowing does do. So this plan also promotes the incorporation of buffering, landscaping, and open spaces to mitigate visual and environmental impacts. So unlike the previous approved People's Park Tower development, which maintains a meaningfully green belt buffer, the current proposal appears to significantly introduce or eliminate these protections, as you can see from our Exhibit C, and which Jean Ann had mentioned. Oh, I'm down to a minute here, sorry, so I'll have to cut this short, sorry about this. So in closing, what he said, this application process, despite these concerns, affected residents made grounds to seek review before the New Brunswick Assessment and Planning Appeal Board, particularly when inconsistency with the municipal plan and adverse impacts can be demonstrated. Our home value, which impacts all of us in our subdivision, would be negatively impacted. And this would at least factor in a municipal tax abatement for affected residents. In closing, Alain says he plans to attend this. Unfortunately, he could not be here. And I just dropped in off the airplanes and got this piece of information from him, and I got a chance to present it to you. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Chen.
Merci.
Donc, are there any objectors?
There's no other objectors. Is there anybody else in the room?
So, Josh, do you wish to address the concerns that were expressed?
Sorry, someone left a paper up here? Does that belong to anybody? Yeah. There you go. No
Next
worries.
neighbor, how are you?
Good, how are you? Yeah, I think, we definitely heard a lot of feedback. I took a lot of notes, so, I can go through everything, or if there's specific questions about stuff, please feel free to interrupt me and we can go right there. But just on I guess we can start with like the greenery, the trees, and that perspective. So, certainly there are existing trees there today. The development will require some trees to be removed, but some trees will also be maintained. The trees are on private property. The property owner today could cut all the trees, and they would be permitted to do so under our current rules. So that's the reality. All that to say that, the fact that they're trying to leave trees, the fact that they've tried to push the building, as far away as they could from the property line, I think does show the fact that they're really trying to make sure that they're leaving that space to the existing property owners. But there's nothing, protecting those trees from being cut. With regards to the shadow, the shadow study is something that we've heard about. It's not something that the city asks for in terms of when we get a rezoning application. We don't ask applicants to provide shadow studies. One of the reasons is that we don't have any standards by which we don't have a protocol or any standards by which we would assess shadow studies. So this is something that's going to be looked at as part of the ongoing municipal plan review. All I can say is that in my professional opinion, and given the time that I've spent in Halifax, where they do have shadow studies and looking at a lot of these, I think that the current proposal where it's located, you're talking about a 21-meter high building that's 37 meters away from the property line on the west side of Kipling Court, I think there would be very minimal impact to shadowing on those existing residential lots at any point in the day, if there's any at all. So certainly that's something that we could ask for, but I think it would show that the results are quite minimal. And then the other reason why we don't ask for shadowing is just that this is again an infill lot. This is an area within the urban boundary where we want to see development. This is along St. George Boulevard, which is a major transportation corridor. Certainly an area where additional densification would be promoted in terms of, there's access to transit, there's access to Centennial Park. It's a pretty reasonable distance to get places to and from. So this is an area where certainly, we're happy to see additional density and support that, and especially in light of the housing need that we have in the municipality. I do see some questions. Maybe it's best to go to council because I have a long list here that I don't know. It's time to get through everything.
Merci beaucoup, Josh. Does the proponent wish to address some of the concerns that were expressed?
We do appreciate the neighbors' comments and contribution to the process, and we do take their concerns seriously, and we feel that we've addressed them appropriately in the current design. With respect to, I think it was Mr. Kim, be talking on behalf of Mr. Giroir, the plans do provide details. The city would not accept a plan for submission if all the dimensions were not identified. They are identified. All the details are provided. What's not provided is the details of the actual building, but that's not part of the process, and that's yet to be finalized. We know the building can't get bigger. We know all those sorts of things. We know the setbacks. Those are not changing. With respect to Mr. Robertson's commentary and maybe McDonald's commentary, a lot of that was towards market housing. Smaller footprints, lower density, underground parking, cost. We're in the affordable housing business, right? We're in the deeply affordable housing business. We cannot sustain the costs that go with market housing. Not possible. A lot has changed in the last year with respect to the federal government and their support of affordable housing and financing, and much more is yet to come. What I can say is that lower luxury type items do not fall within the financing scenarios that we see today. Good or bad, in urban areas, the cost of land, the cost of repairing land versus the cost of a parking space heavily lean towards surface parking. And that's just the math that runs through this. And by extension, an opportunity to add a little bit. We feel that the development presented is the best alternative, the next best alternative. Simply put, the suburban commercial lot has been there since before the homes were built, before the homes were bought, before Kipling was developed. We were there first, right? And the conditions of the suburban commercial lot and the MU1 lot at the time have never changed. It's always been like that. We did our part in this planning to provide buffer, to rationalize cost, and try to make homes for people. All of the lots that were prepared based on city imagery, you can go through that, were clear-cut. We're not talking about clear-cutting. We've never clear-cut it. So it seems like there's different standards for people. And I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone who objects to this project and hasn't yet spoken? Would you like to speak? Time is now. Okay, go ahead, please. You'll have to go to the microphone, please.
Please state your name for the record as well.
My name is Ralph McDonald. I am the spouse of Jean Ann McDonald. I had not intended to speak or present. However, I feel that a couple of items bear notice in this regard. Initially, commenting on the developer and the role of engagement, I think that is a little overstated, their degree of engagement. Essentially, on March 16th, the day council heard the first hearing, is the first that we were ever notified of an official notice from the developer that of what they were going to do, and it spoke of trying to be a good neighbor, trying to place the building, the proposed building, in a certain way, so to assist in not degrading light or some other aspects of the development. But essentially, our early overtures, one of the overtures actually my wife made to Mr. Davies was not really receptive whatsoever to any degree of further dialogue. And so I kind of take exception to Mr. Davies kind of coding over the fact that that they were receptive in any way. There were no hearings, there were no community or notifications or meetings that were organized to say, here are the details, here's what we're thinking. And quite frankly, when that happens, their own prior record on expansion and hearings of this sort speak to the sort of results that I think he says he got from residents in the area. The other one is the people I spoke to, and I was heavily involved in doing the petition, the residents do feel that they are affected by sightlines and/or light, and they do feel that it should be part of the study in the project before it goes forward. The fact that there aren't any doesn't necessarily mean that there are no requirements does not necessarily mean there shouldn't be activities undertaken in this area. I guess the third point, I'm not sure, I'm just trying to react to remarks that have been made, but Back to the parking. This project, in our opinion, is a real stretch with the parking. The developer, in fact, already owns the land that this development is proposed. The PAC recommendation speaks of 375 to 400 parking spaces required normally for this type of expansion or development, the overall package. It's removing an existing parking lot, and when you do the math, it's really, there's no additional parking being provided, yet they feel compelled, as Mr. Davies has said, they feel compelled to utilize a really expansive amount of green space, buffer, whatever you wish to call it, to develop this project. So we're quite, the people that are expressed concern in the petition are also really concerned about this sort of overdevelopment, reach. It's not that we're against it. We just feel it's an overreach, both in height and the default to using asphalt and going with just clearing out as much of those trees as we can. The reality, too, is that when you do the math on this so-called maintenance of a tree buffer, the reality is there's probably less than 20 feet of trees, of actual trees, that would, or vegetation that would be remaining. A good part of all the footage that's been talked about, part of it's hydro right of way, which essentially there's no vegetation on, and essentially ditch. Anyway, I see I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Thank you. I will now allow council to ask questions of.
Just one question. Josh, did you answer all the questions that you? Sorry, don't mean to put you on the spot, but.
No worries. I'm just going down my list here. Yeah, again, I think maybe just the last outstanding thing beyond what the applicant has also provided is just the consistency with the municipal plan and our current zoning. So when we look at these applications before we give a recommendation, we do test it against existing municipal plan policies. And so the policies that we use to make our recommendation are included in your report. And as well, that's something that the Planning Advisory Committee looks at as well when they make their recommendation. So we're satisfied that the existing proposal is aligned with the current policies of the municipal plan for development.
Merci, Josh. Conseiller Bourgeois.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Maire. Thanks to everyone, staff, for another great report, although there's a couple of things in it that I disagree with, and I'll grill you a little bit on that. But thanks for the developer for proposing this. Thanks for the citizens for reacting to it. I think it's a great organization. I think it's a great project. We need the housing. It's great that this project enables us to have a traffic light for the people in Centennial Place, to have a secure, safe access, turning left, that kind of stuff. And I commend the residents for, yes, it is in your backyard, but not opposing the project. It's some of the details. And to me, since I've been on council since 2008 with one off mandate, the most difficult decisions for council to make, in my opinion, has always been when we have a significant commercial project being proposed, a rezoning that abuts single residential properties, not apartment buildings, but homes. This is the case here. So it's almost always, unfortunately, a win-lose, or people perceive at least to win or lose. There is a valid reason why in the zoning we limited 3 stories. So there's got to be exceptional reasons why we would say, you know what, it wasn't a mistake, it's a valid reason. So if we have to change it, especially from 3 to 6, there's got to be very valid reasons, and I'll get to some of the questions to find out if, in my mind, it does make sense, it just justify it. Anyways, that's my initial comment. I also want to start off by saying that developers have recently demonstrated a willingness to accommodate neighbors, especially single-unit dwellings. I remember very well, so does Councillor Léger for sure, but the other members of council, the big project at the corner of Von Harvey and Main. And the developer had proposed 10 stories. And there was similar concerns about noise, mostly about the shade. And in their case, I don't think it's quite as bad here, because the impact of the shadow would only occur late in the afternoon. So most of the day, there's no obstruction. But in the Von Harvey, Main, that's exactly what would have happened, especially at high noon. So eventually, the developer went from 10 stories to accommodate the neighborhood down to 6. Commend the developer for being good community-minded. The second example I want to illustrate is off of McLaughlin and the Trans-Canada Highway on the east side of McLaughlin. There was a big development, and I commend Councillor Richard for trying to find a solution, a compromise, and eventually, and staff as well, eventually the developers moved the buildings around so that the big apartment buildings would be closer to the Trans-Canada, and the 2-story duplexes, triplexes, row houses type of models would go from the Trans-Canada to the front. So it would sort of blend in, transition. So we have had developers who have been able to modify, find a compromise. So the residents have tried to find, or propose anyways, some of these possibilities. So I'll ask, and I know the answer might be funding, but if it is, that will lead to another question. But is there any way to reorient the building? Instead of going east-west, maybe north-south, that'd be closer to the existing, or partly behind the existing People's Park Tower at all?
I think that's probably more a question for the applicant than myself. You know, from my perspective, anything's possible in terms of that site design, right?
Is there enough space, I guess, square footage to?
I would say that's a question for the applicant to say if that meets their needs.
Okay.
Thank you for the question. Early in the, call it the layout design thinking, we went back and forth a few times with the planning department around orientation. Paul Hanscom, who's here, is our VP of operations. One of the things People's Park Tower is, other than being a seniors apartment building, is a aging in place campus. We need to have a connection between our buildings. So the proximity of the building in terms of the western side, we are looking to put a bridge between the buildings, and on the south side to Camden Park Towers. So that affords for seniors to be able to navigate, find all the services they need without going outside. And similar from an operating cost perspective. So different options were looked at, different considerations were looked at, and we ended on this one. The other things that come into play as well is that we need to continue with Kodiak Services. The layout allows Kodiak to actually improve their operational situation. I think Councillor Leger may recall a couple of years ago, the seniors beat up on the city in the lower level at Rose Hall because they wanted to take the bus stop away entirely. That just can't happen. We're trying to do our part to help make it a stop that works for the community, works inside the perimeter of that space. City has big buses, big turning radiuses, big, and to reorientate, and there's limitations that come with everything. So it was a consideration, yes.
Okay, what about you mentioned it, you alluded to it, the underground parking?
Money.
Costs? Is it a cost that you cannot recuperate? For instance, the interest rates have gone down. The possibility of other financial sources, government funding, that kind of stuff?
Sadly, no. The math is in Toronto or someplace, the cost of land pushes you towards underground parking simply because of the cost of land, servicing of land. It makes things tighter. In less developed urban settings, the math says you need to go in a different direction. The cost that we have in terms of what a single underground parking space is in the order of $70,000 a space. Substantial. We're not talking in affordable housing about a rent that can be supported in the range of $2,000, $1,800. We need to be in the $1,100, $1,200 range. That's really, really hard, right? There's no guarantee that this will all work out in financing in the very short future. We may need to fly in some angels with capital to help, but we have to start with rezoning of the property in place to even have a discussion. Nobody will talk to us without rezoning in place.
What about the reduction from, let's say, 6 stories to 4?
Again, broader buildings, more roof, more foundation are significantly more expensive to build.
10% more?
Oh, it's going to depend on a number of things, but more. The boundaries of what we're talking about in today's building size comes from effectively trying to maximize the side yard setback to Kipling, deal with the number of parking spaces that we believe that we need, as well as just the routing of things. Just a quick note here. Just on the parking side of things, today we have on the property 252 parking spaces. By adding 65 units, our experience says we're going to add about 25 cars. So a total of 277 based on 300. So we believe we've got sufficient space to allow for service vehicles and those sorts of things. I know people are not regular observers of People's Park Tower in the parking lot, but I am. And a lot of the cars that we have with tenants rarely move. So Paul and his team are working on trying to find a reasonable, affordable car share program. Can we minimize the number of vehicles on site? Can we help seniors reduce their cost of transportation? All those sorts of things. But we have to start with what we have. We feel that this is the best option. The other point I wanted just to extend on this is the suburban commercial lot. We've always had the opportunity to do something with that. We've always had the opportunity to sell it to somebody else. That developer would have, because it's street, would have clear-cut that back to the fence. There would be no buffer, simply because, as of right, suburban commercial, they can go do that. Over 50 years, we chose not to do that. So we feel that this current proposal is a really good alternative to something else. If we're pushed to spend more capital, we're going to have to find more capital. Again, I'm not threatening or anything. This is all math. Do we need to sell property in order to raise capital to build new homes for seniors that are affordable and deeply affordable? No, we need to use the resources that we have reflected in today's proposal.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a compromise. That's basically what I'm trying to do.
I hear you.
Because we, not to say, I don't want to say it, that means the wrong thing, but we own the big end of the stick. We have zoned it this, pardon?
You absolutely do.
Yeah. So before we flip the zoning, and the biggest one, the biggest condition that we are modifying is going from 3 stories to 6 stories. The buffer zone, I guess, subjective debate as to whether or not it's enough. I've heard information that you are not clear cutting. I've heard information that there would be clear cutting. So I'm just trying to make sense out of everything. And I thank you for the answers. I said a couple of more questions, but I think they are all to be addressed to city staff. So yeah, that's it for you. Thank you very much.
One more closing comment. 887 people on the waiting list. If we can serve 65, awesome. If we end up, for some particular reason, serving 25, 35, highly disappointed, highly disappointed. I would invite everyone at council to come, anybody running for the current election, and I know a number have signed up to come to People's Park Tower, meet 440-odd residents, and explain why 65 units could not be developed for them and their friends and their neighbors. We think this is the right way to go. It's the right moderate application of how to make this work. Thank you.
Thank you. To staff, how many parking spaces have you calculated that are needed? I don't want to make a gratuitous statement, but how many seniors living there actually have a car that they use on a regular basis versus if we have public transit versus people who do not drive? So I know we have a generic formula that says for a certain number of units, we have certain number of parking spaces. Is it the same for seniors complex that a regular apartment building would have?
Thank you for the question. So the formula in this case it is about it's a 1-to-1 ratio for residential units for the number of cars. So you look, they have 325 units existing today. They don't have 325 parking spaces today. So a lot of it was developed prior to our current zoning rules. And so it's existing non-conforming, right? We assume that everything was done legally at the time. We have nothing to say otherwise. So they are under their parking requirements that we have today. The only reason for the variance is, again, it comes with that consolidation of the lots and just looking at everything holistically. It's really, we really shouldn't be looking too much at the existing because of what's there, but, with the consolidation of lots of that new parking area, certainly I think it's just a good opportunity to clean that up. And so if we were looking at the parking requirements today, they'd be requiring somewhere around like 300 to 390 spaces. Some of the development might have different uses, such as like the kitchen, some of those residential care facilities that would also have additional parking requirements. So, the only way to do that is to get detailed floor plans of all the existing buildings. We didn't go into that level of detail, but our understanding is that it'd be somewhere in the 390 plus range. Ultimately, at the end of the day, what they're proposing is 300 spaces. They've demonstrated to us that that is sufficient for their operational needs, and so we're happy to support that.
Well, I guess my final question is related to the animals, the fauna. In the report, it says that the site sits across the street from Centennial Park, which is a large natural protected park area. Fact. But it sort of suggests that, the animals will just pack up there and cross the street and settle in Centennial Park. There may be a reason why these animals live there and not there, so I don't quite bite on that one. But is there any compromise? You state in the report that, how did you state it? Minimize the impact of the new building on neighboring residents as much as possible. I'm not sure. I agree. I think we could squeeze the lemon a little bit more, but I'm just not the expert enough to know the reconfiguration of the building, the number of flights. I believe the developer when he says it's significant cost, but I'd like to know exactly what the costs are if we had an underground parking. Are there financial programs somewhere that would, to protect the we'll call it a forest, for lack of a better term, protect the forest by building underground. So is there any funding available for environmental protection that we could designate that or buy it as a land for public purpose and allow or encourage the underground parking financially?
That's a good question. I'm not aware. I think we'd have to take that away and look into it to see if the city has funds. You're talking about potentially buying that piece of land and making it public. I think that's a question. I don't have an answer for you tonight. We'd have to take that away and look at it. With regards to the rezoning process in general, like essentially, we receive an application, we treat the application in front of us. And so it's through this debate and through, the public process that this is where we start to get into, are there other alternatives that could be considered? But ultimately, it's not city staff designing the site, right? It is the applicant in this case. So, I would defer to them on any questions about what's feasible and what's economically viable. Basically, they've submitted a plan to me. I've, run it across all the technical reviews and the analysis that we need to do on our end. We've given notice. We're having the debate tonight. So that's essentially it. If council feels that the buffer is not sufficient, or if there's some other, alternative, that would be at the direction of council to give to staff at that point.
Okay, I'll end there with a comment. I know we have a legal obligation, things to do when we have rezoning, public advisory and all that stuff, and public hearing. But there's a lot of times that we have come before council where, in my opinion, if there had been a preliminary step when the developer would have held a public open forum to meet and greet with the residents, especially when we have rezoning of 3 to 6 abutting land that is single residence, they would have been able to probably shave a lot of the corners off so that when it comes to us, it's less of a win-lose situation, but at least if it's not a win-win, that would be even better. But if it was just 1 or 2 questions that would be left that were undecided by the developer in the neighborhood, may not always agree to, and they'll agree to disagree, but when it comes to council, there's not 9 different things to consider, but just 1 or 2. So I don't know if legally, we even if the legislation forces us to do X, Y, Z, can we, and no answer now, but can we eventually, as a council, require an additional meeting upstream between a developer before it gets to council? So I'll leave it in your
I actually do have an answer for that.
Oh,
That's something that we have looked into and we've discussed at length internally. And I believe it's an item that's been brought to council previously for consideration, this idea of pre-legislative consultation and whether that should be required in our processes. So, the answer is yes, we can do that.
Okay.
What it means is that it's increased timelines for applications. So the rezonings are going to take longer to do. Increased cost to the applicant because now there's going to be a meeting to host, and it's increased basically workload on staff, which we are already very short. So is it possible? Yes. We brought it to council before, and I believe at that time the decision of council was not to implement that. But it's always a conversation that we're looking to have with future councils. That's something that could be explored, definitely.
Because, and I'll end 1 sentence, if we can do that, my temptation is to move that we postpone it for 2 weeks until we get all the information that you cannot provide. So save 2 weeks at the beginning and avoid it at the end. So
part of the issue with that is we won't be able to do that in 2 weeks and come back with a recommendation. It's not enough time. Like to host an open house, to actually have, again, all the mailouts would have to go out. We'd have to advertise a new date, get translation available at the meeting, coordinate with the applicants and their consultants and our availability as well. 2 weeks is not enough time. This would add probably a good 6 to 8 weeks to any process that we would do. And after the meeting, we would also then add a time for public comment afterwards, right? So you'd go to the meeting, you'd ask your questions, and then you'd have, maybe 20 days to submit your comments. And through that time, we would then deal with the comments afterwards. So at this point, I don't think that's feasible within the next 2 weeks to do that meeting and come back with an alternative.
Okay, 4 weeks then.
Well, 4 weeks takes us to after the municipal election. Our stance on this was that basically any public hearing that we're treating with now should be dealt with by this council.
Sorry to correct you, but we have 2 meetings in May.
Are there 2 meetings? I thought it was just May 4th.
Our last meeting will be May 4th for this council.
Really?
Yep. The meeting in May will be
So
canceled.
why did we have an alternative that says the zoning bylaw amendment could be postponed for additional information if it's impossible to?
It can be postponed to May 4th if there are questions
Well, that's
that
2
we can
weeks.
get. Yeah, but
You're saying now we can't do it in 2 weeks?
well, it's not enough time to host a public information session and to get all the
No,
comments.
it's not that public
Okay.
information. I'm
Okay.
talking about what's the cost of an underground parking versus
Okay.
the existing plan, and
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we can get that kind of
I
information.
think with specific questions, we can definitely strive to get answers in 2 weeks' time.
Yeah, well, you start off with the, okay, so it is possible to come
Yeah.
back in 2 weeks.
Not the
Okay.
full meeting, but yes.
Merci. Merci, Madame la maire.
Merci, conseiller Léger.
Merci, Madame la Maire. Thanks, everyone. I guess I'm just wondering, I certainly feel the same way where we'll need additional information. I think what's missing in this, though, and it may not necessarily be the policy change that you're talking about, but I'm sure that People Park Tower have been working on this probably for well over a year and a half. And, now we're at the last minute and, here we are trying to entertain a variance of 3 stories. And so I guess my first question is there not something internal that would facilitate where the conversations in and around is a 3-story variation really doable in this? Is this really going to be successful? And we need a better process where the developer, is aware that this may or may not happen. And there are reasons that we have 3 floors. It is to respect the sight lines, to respect the neighborhood, and so on. And we can't always default to, well, this is a crisis, and away you go. So I think that's the first piece that the new council will have to look at, is how do we do these things in the future? Because it's not fair to the developer who, goes in, gives you a plan, and if all you do is look at the technical merits of the plan, the big piece is the 3 floors. It's huge. And so, anyway, I think that there needs to be a better process, because it's not very efficient to be debating this as we are this evening. Now, to the credit of the neighbors, and I don't know if it was ever even considered because of the fact that the parking garage was it was a game changer. It was forget it, we're just going to stop. But even if you could put the 65 units in a building that looks an L-shaped, and it has 65 units and 3 floors, well, theoretically, you probably could have asked for a 4th floor, had a variance. If you do just, and I'm just saying for all intents and purposes, if you're putting 11 putting 22 over 3 floors, you could have added another 22. You might have gotten to 88 units instead of 65. Then you're looking at what the cost of your underground infrastructure is. And speaking to some people who are in the construction field, there are a lot of variables that come into play when underground parking goes in. It changes where some of your mechanical equipment goes. There are some cost efficiencies in all of this stuff. It's probably more complex, and That is probably why we see that happening in municipalities where cost of land is higher. But I think, everybody owes it to the existing neighborhood to have looked at all of that. And I think we come to this meeting saying, whoa, just a minute now, that, we're almost like redrawing things, on the fly. And I understand that we want to create seniors housing, but we need to do it right. And it's not just about, well, if you say no to this, then come and explain come explain to people why 65 units aren't available. And I think that, the reality is we're trying to do the best we can with what we have. So I would agree that I would like the answers to that. It would be interesting to know what is the cost? What are the grants available if you decided to be really, as a developer, maybe you would get a variance for 4 stories, 88 units, underground parking, possibility of initiatives that you've never thought of. I think those are the discussions, unfortunately, that I would have hoped and could hope in the future should take place long before it comes here. So I would like to know what those costs are before. I'm not prepared this evening to give a variance for 3 floors, personally. I'm not, and I know it ticks off all the boxes, and I'm a big supporter of the housing, but I'm not convinced that is the only way to go. So if you come back in 2 weeks, if we were to postpone it, and it's, I don't know, whatever the cost is greater, but if they were to be able to look at it, is that feasible? And I think that's where some conversation has to happen.
Yeah, for sure. I think we can get those, potentially some figures. I'm looking at Mr. Davies right now. No? All right. We have ballpark estimates, but we're not the developer. So our estimates, and from what I've heard from industry, is that it's about $60,000 to $70,000 per space underground, whereas surface parking is a lot cheaper, right? Typically around $10,000 to $15,000. There's a lot of different variables that go into that, and that can vary widely. So that's probably the answer that you would get back in your report.
Well, I think if there, in honesty, I think you could get a preliminary estimate of what a building reconfigured can look like, and would be a softer impact on the neighborhood. If you choose not to, that's fine. When it comes back, then I guess individually we have to make the decision on whether or not the additional variance of 3 floors, which really goes against what all of our municipal planning guidelines are saying. We're saying that you push those big buildings away and you make it respectful. That's all I'm saying. And we also are committed to not creating large surface parking lots. We're also committed to trying to keep as much of trees and vegetation as we possibly can. So it's really hard when we have this in front of us, and it's almost like, well, you got to make a decision this evening, or else it can't go any further because of all of the circumstances moving forward. So anyway, I'll sort of end it at that. I'm not prepared this evening to do that. Maybe if the rest of council wishes to do that, then that's the decision of council. And certainly I feel that, this is an opportunity for everyone to be heard, but to be heard means we go back and we gather information to come back to make a very informed decision. And not just, well, maybe this is how much this is going to cost and so on. So I will just leave it to the rest of council, and I mean, we could, and I think I'd probably go back to Councillor Bourgeois, who had suggested maybe we postpone, but it's up to council what they wish to do at this point. Otherwise, I will move a motion to postpone and come back with the information, if you wish. I do that?
Do you want to do that?
So no,
We're
I
not-
think
the
at this
public-
point in time, we're still in the public hearing perspective. So we'll finish the questions from council. And then we'll close, if there are any other comments, go to the debate after for a motion.
Merci, Monsieur Géron. Conseiller Kingston.
Thank you, Madame Menace. Thanks, everybody, and thank you, Josh, and your team, and thank you for the residents in that area who I know some well and some on Camden, et cetera, et cetera. The shadow part is kind of your conflicting views of the residents saying definitely shadows, study not required, Josh, according to what you said, because it's not called for on that particular development. Is that something that could be looked at if the neighbors, a six-story building, I know Kipling very well, it's a large building blocking the western sunset, in my view, but again, not an expert. So is it something that could be considered as part of the conversation?
Absolutely. It's something we could, again, this is something we would ask the applicant to provide to council. So, if 2 weeks is enough time to get that turned around, then great. We can have it at the next meeting. If not, then you wouldn't have it. Again, I think in my professional opinion, and having looked at shadow studies quite extensively, there would be very minimal impact to shadow. And I think part of the issue that we have is that because we don't have any standards by which we, will, test the shadow study against, is that what is acceptable, right? Let's say there is a bit of shade, at 7 p.m. on June 21st. Is that acceptable, or is any amount of shadow not okay? So we don't have those standards and those protocols by which we would actually test the shadow study against, which is why we don't ask them for any applications. Some people do provide them when they know. Typically, your issues are where a building's on the north side and casting shadows, or the building's on the south side and potentially casting shadows to the north. That's the worst case scenario for shadows. But a building located on the west side is, it's. I really don't expect it'll be an issue.
Thanks, Josh. The parking numbers, currently, I think Steve said 252 presently, adding 25 cars. Are we looking at a 300 space total, or have I got the math wrong on that?
The total for the entire People's Park campus, so that would include parking that's on the other side as well, not shown on the site plan, but on the Camden Terrace side. So the entire site would have about 300 spaces.
So on that diagram, there's nothing that could be altered in your view, or perhaps in Steve's view, of the number of parking spaces eating into the, if I may use that term, the buffer of trees heading east. That has to be in those areas. That can't be reduced, moved, amended, changed?
Anything's possible, right? So if we wanted to extend that tree buffer, that means providing less parking where they're already not meeting their parking requirements.
But the existing parking requirements can't be reconfigured within that parking lot, is what I'm saying.
That's correct, yeah. They wouldn't have enough space, surface parking anyways, to make it all work.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Josh. Appreciate that. Thank you, Madame Menace.
Merci.
Merci, Conseiller Kingston. I don't see any other questions. I will declare the public hearing closed. So what is the wish of council on this? Conseiller Bourgeois.
Merci, Madame la Maire. Moi, je vais proposer l'alternative numéro 1, that the zoning bylaw amendment be postponed for additional information for 2 weeks, May 4th. I'll be writing down my questions to be answered within 2 weeks, and with my apologies to the developer, if patience is a virtue, 2 weeks should be okay. Merci, Madame la Maire.
Merci, Conseiller Léger. You wish 2 seconds, c'est beau. Donc, on va...
We'll have an electronic vote.
Electronic? Motion carried unanimously. Merci.
All right. The next public hearing, it was postponed on March 16th. It's rezoning at 290 Church Street. This is going to go a little bit different than the first one because we've already heard from the applicant, the proponents, the objectors, and the applicant. We were at the members of council. That was at the portion that we were at. So I believe that Josh...
On allait la prendre après celle-ci, mais...
Sorry, there's a sidebar conversation. No.
On va continuer.
Okay. Sorry about that. I believe that Josh has a presentation that will provide some background and some answers to the questions that were asked at the March 16th meeting. Go ahead, Josh.
Yeah, thank you very much. So we just have a few slides to go over the process, and then I'm going to hand it off to Renee to bring us through the updated traffic study. So the process for rezonings, again, is established in the Community Planning Act. Similar to the other files that we've been hearing, in this case, the role of the city is to actually take an application from the applicant. That means that we rely on the applicant to provide detailed studies from their consultants and their engineers that we review. And then the city does an analysis and brings it forward for council's consideration. Now, the procedure for public hearings is established in the procedural bylaw of council, and we heard the process earlier on this evening. The area that we're at right now is that administration is just providing a little bit of an update for the questions that were asked at the last time, and then there will be an opportunity for people to speak again. I think it's important, though, and I do want to highlight that the deadline for written submissions on this file was on March 12th. So no written submissions that were presented to council after March 12th form part of the public record, and they should not be taken into consideration in making your decision tonight. That being said, people that did submit comments do have the opportunity to speak tonight as well. Also on this, I do want to note that as our previous conversation led to, the applicant in this case did actually host a public open house before a rezoning application was submitted. And through that public open house, we did send out mailouts to over 220 residents to come. We had about 17 people actually attend the session, and that open house did help inform the application that we received. So there was some feedback at the open house about tree planting along the property line. We've taken that into consideration. There was also some feedback at the open house about whether an alternative access onto Wheeler Boulevard would be possible. We did also take that seriously and looked into that, even though we found it is not viable. Some of the things that I think we just need to highlight as well is that a lot of the conversation focused on that access to Church Street and basically, what that looks like and its safety, and Renee will speak to that shortly. But there are some previous approvals here that do still are in effect today, so I just want this to be clear. Regardless of council's decision tonight, if there's a decision to deny, you might still very well see parking and a driveway develop there because it was previously approved, and that approval is still valid today. So in 2017, the rezoning that council approved was for a 559 surface parking lot on the Old Moncton High field with the driveway access to Church Street at the same location, and it would be a stop sign control at that location. So that was approved, and that can still be built to, in accordance with that conditional zoning agreement. The other approval was from the Planning Advisory Committee that approved a temporary use for the current driveway at its location onto Church Street in November 2025. That is for the Vitalité workers. Again, regardless of the decision tonight, Pomerleau and the applicant Heritage do have the right to build that driveway this year and operate it for this year. The driveway for the Vitalité workers onto Church Street is only needed for about 2 years, so it is a temporary thing. The larger application is for the staging area, which will be needed longer. So the staging area is expected to be there for the full 6 years of the construction, but the driveway for the Vitalité workers is only going to be needed to Church Street for 2 years, and then once that's completed, as construction progresses along the ASEC, the access will be returned to Université, which is where that traffic belongs. So with that, I will pass it over to Renee.
Merci, Josh. Good evening, Council. As Josh mentioned, the proposal is for a driveway off of Church Street. However, there were a couple of alternatives that were looked at. First of all, there was a consideration to have that connection directly to the neighborhood. That would bring in a lot of traffic on residential streets, namely a section of Lute Street, Robinson, Henry Street, and Fernand Landry, just to name a few. So we feel that connection would be more viable and better accepted on Church Street. Church Street is a collector street as opposed to all these residential streets that I mentioned, which are local streets. So again, the impact we feel would be better, that extra traffic would be better onto Church Street given the classification. Engineering was then asked to look at the direct connection for the Wheeler on-ramp, so directly from the parking lot is it possible to have a connection to the Wheeler Boulevard on-ramp? That is a question that we need to bring to NBDTI. That request was refused, which we expected. If I can just quote part of the answer from DTI. Route 15 at that location is designated as a Level 1 control access highway, and only emergency and utility access is permitted. As a result, the proposed access cannot be authorized. Direct access to a control highway is a question of significant safety for road users. End of quote. This wording is also outlined in the Provincial Highway Act. This is the answer that we received from the local district engineer from DTI, and I also reached out to the Assistant Deputy Minister in Fredericton, which reiterated that position, that they would not allow a connection from the parking lot directly to the on-way ramp, the Wheeler on-ramp. I've done this before. The next 5 slides are essentially results from the traffic impact study, or I should say the revised traffic impact study. That was presented or done by Englobe, which was the engineer consultant that was chosen by the applicant. And I'll do my best to try to summarize what were the results of this revised traffic impact study. And the traffic engineer who completed that study is here tonight to answer any questions. And we also have Radia, our own traffic engineer, tonight. One of the first things that the consultant was asked to look at was what is the impact of additional traffic, or I should mention additional construction workers onto Church Street. And of course, there would be additional impact to that traffic if construction workers were allowed on that site. However, there seems to be a stagger in the time or the peak times between the type of commuters. So we expect that the construction workers, or most of them, their peak or hour trips would be between 6:30 and 7 in the morning, trying to get on site so they can start work at 7, which is as per our bylaw. And a bit staggered from these hospital workers that would generate a peak trip between 7 and 8, and slightly offset by what we think is the peak traffic on Church Street itself between 7:30 and 8:30. So again, yes, construction workers being allowed on site will generate more traffic. However, when we do traffic studies, we always look at the peak hour that has the most traffic. And in this case, for this site, it would be between 7:30 and 8:30. So additional traffic from construction workers would not have an operational impact on the original traffic impact study. 3 options were looked at. The first one is the original option, which is a stop sign off the driveway connecting to Church Street. Another option that was asked for by council to look at is an all-way stop, also commonly known as a 4-way stop. And lastly, what about a traffic signal? So what about traffic lights at that driveway? How would that function? We also looked at site distance, or I should say the consultant looked at site distance. So basically the top portion of that diagram, that first table, is about the site distance for the stop sign. So essentially what we're saying with that 120 meters is that if there's a motorist driving on Church Street, crossing the Wheeler overpass, he will see the stop sign at about 120 meters of distance. Same thing for the driver that is coming from the driveway, the motorist coming from the driveway, looking left onto the bridge. About 120 meters is when he would see that car come in. This is based on a topographic survey that we did with GPS, which we handed over to the consultants, and they came up with these site distances. There are a few considerations when you look at site distance. For instance, we got to look at the height of the driver that is in a regular car, and also the height of the actual signage itself. So there's a lot of variations in there, and a lot of calculations being done. And so that first line here is if that 97 meters essentially is if you're driving on Church Street, you will see that stop sign, you need about 100 meters to stop at a safe distance, and that is met there because we have 120 meters. So again, we are just below that 120 meters to have a safe stopping distance. The 2 other lines are actually from the perspective of the driver at the driveway itself. So if you're a driver and you're turning right onto Church Street, what is suggested is to have 110 meters of sight distance to your left as you're looking over the bridge overpass, and we're just meeting that with the 120. And if the last one, if you're a driver turning left from that driveway onto Church Street, we're suggesting, or TAC is suggesting, that we should have 130 meters of sight distance. So we're just above that. The difference is that when you're turning left onto an intersection, you need more time to cross that travel lane as opposed to turning right from a driveway. So that's the difference between the two. The bottom section is about sight distance for the traffic signals. And so what we're saying with 165 meters is that if you're a motorist and you're driving over the Church Street overpass, you will see that traffic signal head at about 160 meters, 65 meters of distance. And it is a higher distance than the stop sign just because the traffic signal pole is higher than a stop sign itself. So because it's sitting higher as a driveway, as you're coming over the crest of the bridge, you will see it at a longer distance. Based on the site conditions, what the Transportation Association of Canada or guidelines recommend, TAC, recommend a minimum required visibility of 117 meters for the site conditions, which is met here because we do have a sight line of 165, but it's just short of the desirable visibility for such an intersection. Some of the I guess potential impacts for if we do look at traffic signals that were proposed or were mentioned by the consultant, some pros and cons. And so there's a potential for a decrease in left turn collisions. There's a potential for increase in rear end collisions, just that's kind of elevated by the limited sight distances. There would be impacts to travel times on Church Street, of course, because you do have that red phase or that red signal. And it would create a bit of an operational issue at Hester Drive because Hester is just kind of offset from that driveway. So pros and cons really with the traffic signal. The conclusions of the traffic analysis is that an all-way stop or a four-way stop is not recommended based on traffic operation and safety concerns. The consultant is still recommending a stop sign at the driveway, and he's not recommending traffic, or they are not recommending traffic signals. Traffic signals could be installed. There are, again, pros and cons. Some negative impacts to traffic operations and safety, but also some pros. It's definitely not a black and white situation here, definitely a gray area. Advanced warning lights would not be required. So an advanced warning light would be a flashing light saying, be careful, there is a traffic signal ahead. And when the consultant did the analysis, as per TAC, it is not required. However, it doesn't mean that we couldn't put it in place. It would be an added feature if we wanted to. So this slide is not provided by the consultant. This is something that we, city staff, came up as an option. It is actually our recommendation. And so what we would recommend is to keep in line with the recommendation of the traffic consultant to have a stop sign at Church Street, at the driveway. However, we would prevent left turn from that driveway. So we would prevent the left turn movement, going onto Church northbound. Again, pros and cons in every options. This is not perfect. However, by doing that, we are eliminating the most risky of movements, if you wish, or the left turn movement that is creating a bit more of a sightline issue. Some of the cons, obviously, is that, and I did mention that at the last meeting, is that if we prevent vehicles from doing a left turn here, there's probably a lot of motorists that will be looking to turning back northbound onto Church once they've done that right-hand turn off the driveway. And so that could lead to some people trying to, again, turn around and head in the other direction. There are, if you look at slide number 5 in the package, where it's kind of like a blown-up map of the neighborhood, there are ways to turn around, make a couple of left turn onto Marjorie and Hester and head back towards Church Street. Again, a con is that you're bringing more traffic into the residential area, but it is legal. There's nothing illegal with cars doing that movement and with a couple of left turns heading back northbound onto Church. In addition to that, we would be recommending some, there were some traffic measures installed on Church Street, and depending on how things flow, we can definitely consider additional traffic calming measures into the residential area, these adjacent streets, because we expect there would be, again, some people using those residential area, whether to avoid traffic or not. So the question that we seem to be debating internally is that are traffic signals warranted here, or would traffic signals really help with the safety of this intersection? That seems to be the debate we're having. We can definitely let you know that traffic signals do not prevent collisions. As you're aware, we do have, unfortunately, collisions at our traffic signals. Why do we have those? Lots of theories out there. I can name a couple. We do have some aggressive drivers, and we do have, unfortunately, some distracted drivers out there. And so a distracted driver running through a red light can cause definitely some severe collisions, and that risk is everywhere in the city. That risk is at every intersection. However, engineering, city staff do have some concern, particularly for this area, for this particular intersection, when it comes to a traffic signal. First of all, while the minimum sightlines are met, the desirable sightlines are not met as per the TAC recommendations. Also, it seems to take a while for people to get used to new traffic signal installations. In this particular area, let's be honest, this is not a location where the common driver would expect to have a traffic signal. So that element of surprise we're really kind of concerned with, and that element of surprise and concern is warranted whether we do have just a one traffic signal or an advanced warning signal or two sets of light on top of the bridge. And I'll bring it back to Josh for the last slide.
Thanks for that. So as Renee mentioned, there is that alternative one recommendation, which would have the access configuration as was just described on the previous screen. It's not in the formal recommendation because that is still from the Planning Advisory Committee, but this is one that certainly Council could add as a condition. This would be in addition to all the other conditions that were presented in the report and discussed at the public hearing on March 16th. So that includes a condition that limits the time period of the staging area and the driveway to the construction of the ASEC. It's a condition to require security in the amount of up to $430,000 for the reinstatement of the field after the project is done, unless, of course, the conditions of the existing conditional zoning agreement are met. There's a condition for local government service easements on any municipal infrastructure that will be installed, a condition for tree planting between the property lines of the houses on Marjorie Street and the proposed driveway, and another condition just to ensure that all the plans are followed as per what was submitted. So, thank you.
Merci, Josh. Et René, are there other questions from council? Conseiller Richard, oui.
On demande des questions sur ce qui est présenté.
Josh et René.
Ce qui est présenté. Perfect. Merci beaucoup, les gars. On roule up. So I brought up the possibility of having two sets of lights, one at the intersection at the bottom, one at the other side of the overpass of Route 15. We talked about that. I don't see that specifically talked about in here. I see that we're talking about a prepare to stop sign with flashing beacons before.
Mm-hmm.
I had the discussion with both of you. I mean, so that was not in the conversation, or to have a second set of lights?
Yeah, maybe that is more a question for the traffic engineer itself, because we are kind of deep into the details here. And I don't know if we're at that stage now, but basically the advanced warn prepare to stop sign is what was analyzed. And maybe we can ask the question, but our expectation is if TAC does not recommend the prepare to stop sign, then an extra set of light would not be required by TAC. Again, it's a measure that we could install even if TAC does not recommend it as an added measure, except that all the concerns that I've brought forward would still be valid with that extra set of light, because again, it's not an area where people would expect to have an area where they would expect to stop and have a street light. So the concern of someone burning, a red light is still valid, again, for every type of situation. In this one, a bit more particular given the constraints of the sites.
And you bring up a great point. They're not expecting it. So if they burn the first set of lights, guess what? There's another set of lights that's synchronized with the top one. Hopefully they're not going to burn both. Might be somebody at the bottom of that hill by the time they get there.
And what happens with that gap, the synchronicity between the two? The examples that we looked at, or you did bring up that example of Mountain Road at Botsford, they're quite close to each other. So I think by the time you see the first one, the second one is quite close in view. I'm not sure how the spacing would work on this one. But again, it's something that is not, it's not something that is not recommended. However, like looking at the site itself, driver behavior, distracted drivers, we're just trying to find a solution that we think would be a better fit for this location. Because someone burning a red light, again, can lead to some serious conditions or consequences, because as a driver with the green light on the side street, you're not waiting for that gap. You're not looking for that gap. You're not expecting that driver to burn a red light. And so it's not black and white for sure. It's a gray area.
So as you're pulling out of Hennessy, you better watch out because McLaughlin, they're burning the light. Okay, that's probably what you're talking about. And you're mentioning Botsford. I was looking at Main Street at the CN overpass, so where both lights are synchronized.
Yep.
There are two stop lines. That's what I was looking for. So again, that I don't feel that was addressed here.
Yeah, we can definitely ask the question when the time comes. I assume there's questions for the developer soon, so we can definitely, he's prepared to answer that question for sure.
So you mentioned, you mentioned traffic signals have a better sight lines than a stop sign. I see that as a positive.
In the report?
Yeah. You just mentioned that.
Basically, the minimum sight lines are met for the traffic signal, and it's just below the desirable sight line, if you look at that table. And then for the stop sign, it's meeting everything except for that left turn movement. So again, what we're trying to do here is keep the stop sign, but avoid the possibility of having that left turn out there, which again, for us, is kind of like, we feel it's the right balance or the right fit.
And I respect what you're saying. If we're using that second set of lights that I was talking about, then those sight lines improve. You're not going the same speed. If you had a red light, you stop, you're going to start moving ahead. That's how I see it. But you said traffic signals do not prevent collisions. True, but they can help. They can help a lot.
Yeah, no, for sure.
And again, discussion that I had with both of you, little girl on McLaughlin and Hennessy.
Yeah.
Right? That's what brings up to mind for me.
Yeah, I think, to add to that, our, traffic signals, traffic measures are as secure as the users make them.
Yeah.
Right? We could put any feature up there, and it only takes one reckless driver or one distracted driver to bring chaos out of an intersection. So, again, just putting everything together, there are a few options on the table. Definitely not black and white. We're really away from the ideal situation here, and we're just trying to find that happy medium.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, TAC is a guideline. You can always go above and beyond.
We could, for sure.
Yeah. Okay, merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Merci, Madame la Mairesse, and thank you for the analysis and so on. So, so what you're proposing then would be everyone who leaves the site turns left.
Turns right, sorry.
Sorry, turns right. And I also see on your diagram that you could come down Church Street and turn left and go into the site.
Correct, yes. We didn't want to prevent that movement. Someone did mention originally, what about a right-in, right-out only out of that driveway? And because Church Street does not have an access directly to Wheeler Boulevard, we think a lot of motorists coming in site in the morning will use Botsford, Mountain, or University and come from Mountain Road and head northbound. So they'll want to turn left into that site. So that's why we're proposing a concrete island that would prevent motorists from turning left when they're exiting the site, but would allow people or motorists on Church Street to turn left to enter the site.
Enter the site, okay. So in the report, I saw that one of the issues with the traffic lights is the possibility, and you mentioned it, of people colliding with one another in terms of rear end. So if we went forward with the stop sign, what are you planning to, and I would concur that it takes a while for people to get used to a traffic light, but we're going to have a stop sign on the bottom on just over the bridge. So what are you going to put in place to let people know that they're it's almost like a blind hill. You're going to come over Wheeler and then your stop sign's right there, even though you might say we have enough distance depending on how fast they're going. So I would feel better if you were showing me, will there be warning signs, flashing signs that say caution, maybe it isn't Blind Hill, but a stop sign, like something that basically will slow the traffic down and really bring people's attention to the fact that there's something over on the other side of that bridge.
And so to clarify, the stop sign is for the driveway only.
Yeah, yes, I know.
Not for motorists on Church
Yeah,
Street.
more to do with maybe a blind entrance or a hidden entrance or...
Yes, exactly. That's what we had proposed originally several months ago when this file came up, and we're in the, and, well, we kind of put a stall just because of the discussion, but we are proposing a hidden driveway sign just at the bridge, and also a driver feedback sign before the bridge, just to kind of, again, to tell people how fast they're going.
Did we calculate at all if we did put two traffic lights? Okay, if we put a traffic light before the bridge and then we put a traffic light just before you get to the entrance, have we calculated how much extra traffic we could move out of that, out of the lot? And how much quicker we could move it out of the lot? Because if you had a traffic signal, you obviously would have people turning left, and you'd have those who wish to turn right, and you certainly separate traffic and make it certainly move faster, and when you take some pressure off, because not everyone's turning right, then when the light is not activated, people coming out of the parking lot, if I'll call it a parking lot, will be able to turn right anyway on a red, right? I'm just wondering, did you do any calculations? Because you're going to, a right turn is going to take an awful lot of cars out, and my fear is they're going to turn on Marjorie, they're going to turn on side streets, they're going to do what you say they're going to do, or they're going to make it all the way up to Mountain Road, and then they're going to turn and they're going to try to get to Botsford, which is already jammed, and then it's kind of chaos, or they'll turn around, I guess, and then maybe they'll come back down Church and so on. But could there, it would have been nice to see what that impact would look like, and perhaps then would help us make the best choice in terms of what this could look like, moving forward.
Yeah, regarding your question about capacity and all that, I think that's a deep dive into the traffic impact studies. So I would maybe ask you to reiterate that question to the developer when it comes time to. I assume this is part of the process, that after that the developer will be able to speak. You're right, people.
But wouldn't the question be to the traffic engineer, the person that?
Yeah, but the traffic engineer is Englobe, and who was hired by the developer.
And they're not here tonight.
They are. I'm just asking if we are going directly to the developer applicant at this point, or okay, perfect. So as part of the process, I'm just asking if you can ask their question after.
I don't know. Or I can wait.
The developer could answer the question.
Okay, perfect.
From council.
Oh, now's the time. Okay, thank you. All right, perfect. I was just trying to follow process. So I would ask Andrew to come over to the mic. Perfect. I don't know if you got all that, Andrew.
No, I will need the question to be repeated, please.
I just wanted to know if there was any analysis of the amount of extra traffic that you could move out of the site onto Church Street if you had a traffic signal, a light, and so, because then people could turn left and turn right, as opposed to if we just have a stop sign, everyone's going to turn right, so therefore all of the load of that parking lot is going to be going in one direction.
To answer that question, our analysis, thank you. The chart from my table in here. I should note, so the recommendation to restrict left turns coming out of the access was from the city staff. So the report that I put together looked at vehicles being able to make left and right turns coming out of the access.
Okay.
When we do a level of service analysis, which we're calculating the amount of delay that drivers experience and then kind of coming up with letter scores that are based on that for how long people are willing to sit around waiting for a light to change or waiting for a stop sign for a gap in traffic. We're not really evaluating the total capacity of the movement. We're looking at this set of conditions with this amount of traffic and how much can be pushed out and how much of an impact will that have on everything else in the network. Because especially with traffic signals, there's a fair number of other factors involved where, we were looking at the amount of traffic that we had at that intersection, so we set traffic signal timings based on that. And if you have far more traffic, like you should be able to accommodate that just by changing the signal timings, maybe making things longer. One of the main operational challenges with that is that the easier you make it to turn out of the access, the harder you make it to travel on Church Street. So in the analysis, all of the stop sign examples, they all came back as, the stop sign just for the driveway coming out was level of service A for people driving through on Church Street. They're largely unaffected because, unless they happen to be queued behind a driver who's trying to make a left turn into the access, they're able to just go straight through. There's nobody impeding them. But as soon as you add the traffic lights, you now increase the amount of delay because whenever that light turns to red, they're going to have to stop and wait a set period of time to be able to go, which during the peak periods averaged out to about 10 seconds per vehicle that was traveling on Church Street.
So, but part of your analysis, it doesn't really deal with safety. It just deals with the flow of traffic, right?
That part of the analysis just deals with the flow of traffic, but I also commented on safety aspects as well.
Right, because this is problematic because of the overpass at Wheeler. But I think based on the report, you weren't really asked to comment on having two sets of lights, or were you? And I'm mistaken.
I was not asked about the two full sets of lights with separate stop bars,
Yes.
as was suggested previously.
Right.
The commentary that was in the questions that were sent to me included the example of like Wheeler and Botsford, where you have the second kind of the advanced warning but full set of signals. So when I did the analysis, just looking at the advanced warning sign that would have flashers, that's kind of the first level of treatment that you would do for this sort of situation. Going to having like a full second set of traffic signals would be above that. And so when the analysis came back for the first one, that it wasn't really warranted, there wasn't, I didn't see a need to progress beyond that.
Okay. Where are those types of double traffic lights used? In what conditions? Because I felt that this, in my view, it fits those conditions that in terms of increasing safety because of the hill being really of the overpass being so close to the exit from the parking lot and where you come on it so quickly. So could it, in your opinion, could it function to increase safety if we did have two sets of lights?
I believe that you would still largely run into a lot of the same safety issues at the intersection. In some respects, having a full stop bar with set of signals on the north end of the structure, so like when you're coming, before you get to the overpass, you have to stop if the light's red, and then you continue through and then go through the second set of lights. You would likely still run into some conditions at that second set of traffic signals. Maybe it would help to mitigate some of the rear end collision or the additional impact of rear end collisions that you might expect just due to the changing grade of the road.
Right.
But the reality is that at a traffic signal, if you have a stop-controlled intersection that you replace with a set of traffic signals, we would expect there to be an increase in rear-end collisions from signalizing, even if it was on perfectly level ground. So just the fact that you now have this changing grade just kind of elevates that even further than what we would expect under normal conditions. Plus, depending on how things are timed and coordinated, you may end up getting some drivers who get stuck at the first light, just make it through that light and are trying to make it through the second one. That just speaks to kind of the risky driving behavior that
Okay,
was
so,
alluded to before.
so it sounds like one would be a better option than two, but which solution would be the best for increased safety at that exit out of the parking lot onto Church? Like, we have several ideas, but I mean, we just want to make it safe. Is the approach where all of the traffic turns right? Is it feasible for the number of cars that are going to come out of there? I don't know.
I would assume so. Unfortunately, this doesn't have how the actual model looked on it, but I didn't include that in the report, so that's fine. I believe that I did have everything coming out of the driveway as a single lane of traffic, so I don't believe that I had it split into separate left and right turn lanes based on how I formatted this table. So I think that what I'm showing here was assuming that the vehicles that were turning left and turning right were sitting in the same traffic stream, waiting to be able to make their turns. So from this, I would assume that it would operate well with everybody turning right coming out, because it wasn't like they had two lines that they could queue up in. It was still just that single line that they then would have had vehicles looking for, or drivers looking for that smaller gap to make a right turn versus the longer gap to be able to make a left turn through.
Okay, and my last question would be, what would be the necessary extra warnings on Church Street? Let's say coming from, let's say Donald, you're coming down. So what would be necessary to be installed ahead of that intersection? In other words, probably ahead of the actual bridge itself, to make it safer. It's not so much of a problem, I don't think, coming down Church Street, because it's pretty clear, but on the other hand, coming from the other direction, you don't see it.
I believe that some of the signs that were mentioned by Renee were good ideas in terms of just having that, additional warning signs to inform drivers that there is this, driveway ahead.
Like the flashing yellow, maybe, something like that?
You wouldn't see me recommend one of those in a report. Again, speaking to the TAC guidelines, because the minimum stopping sight distance is met for the intersection, I don't believe that the guidelines would be saying that you need to put one in place, but having some additional warning sign just to remind drivers that there is a driveway here that you need to be paying attention to, that there may be more traffic coming out of, it would be helpful.
Yeah, so you don't need it, but you could add it. So,
Yeah.
okay. All right.
But sorry to add there, I also, I can't prescribe a certain number of collisions that would be reduced by installing such a sign either, but it does provide drivers with additional information and notice.
Yes, and it's to try to err on the side of caution, where you make it as clear as you possibly can that this is could be a dangerous spot. So just beware. That's all. So, okay, all right. Merci, madame.
Merci, conseiller Bourgeois.
Merci, Madame la Maire. Merci pour la présentation, bien fait. I wasn't here in 2017. There was a traffic study done in 2017 for a parking lot with 559 spaces. that traffic impact study recommended a stop sign control. Council approved it in 2017. So explain to me why we're sort of revisiting this. Has the context changed? Does it make a difference if it's 559 spaces versus whatever it is today?
That's a good question, Conseiller Bourgeois. I was here in 2017, however, not in my current role, and Radia wasn't here in 2017. But essentially, what we've seen from that early report is the recommendation was a stop sign at the driveway itself. And when you look at the original report from Englobe, it's the same recommendation. It's a stop sign at the driveway only, and allowing left turn out of the driveway. And so when we, been asked by council to do a little, deeper dive, that's where we just, came up with some potential additional measures and provided more options. But essentially, the 2017 report and the original 2026 report are providing essentially the same recommendations.
So basically a stop sign control on steroids.
A stop sign at the driveway.
But different than 2017. Just an added protection from what was recommended.
Yes. Well, again, originally, the original report from 2026, or was it 2025, was a stop sign at the driveway allowing left turns.
Yeah.
It was the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Merci.
Okay.
Merci, conseiller Bourgeois. Conseiller Richard, vous avez une question pour l'ingénieur. C'est ça?
Oui, si j'aurais su tantôt qu'il était là, if I would have known you were there, I didn't know I had access to you. So, Councilor Leger took over most of my questions. I was looking at I brought the two sets of lights at the top of the hill and at the bottom of the hill. I brought that up last meeting, and as you heard a while ago. Was this presented to you at any time? Was that question ever presented to you?
That was not presented to me at any time, no.
Okay, so staff didn't have that question yet, I guess, I'm asking? I'm just wondering I'm just looking for the disconnect, why we don't have that information, I guess.
Yeah, to your point, Conseiller Richard, there could have been a disconnect. I think we did ask for an advance warning light.
It was probably misworded.
I think miscommunication, because there is a chapter in the report that talks about an advance warning light, which is, now we all understand is the please be aware there's a light coming up. And what we should have kind of explained in our request to Andrew was an analysis for a second set of traffic signals. So that's probably a miscommunication on the engineering side towards Anglo. I apologize for that.
Yeah, okay, so Andrew, would you be against that? So I think you already heard my story. I was looking for a set of lights above with its own stop line, set of lights at the bottom with its own stop line. They're synchronized, they both go at the same time. Would you be against something like that?
It's not something that I would recommend for this location. Having a setup like that would be used in really special, specific circumstances where there are elements that really severely restrict the ability to see what the other concerns and hazards are in the area. So in this location, the analysis that we showed was that if traffic lights were to be installed there, they wouldn't necessarily hit the desired distances and the desired quotas for things, but they would meet and exceed the minimum site distances for everything. So that's where we would get into that. We wouldn't necessarily be recommending, or it wouldn't be required to install any sort of advance warning. They're nice things to have and certainly can be included, but it wouldn't be a required element, and it would kind of go the same for having a full second traffic light with stop bar.
And most requirements are following the guidelines of TAC.
That's what we use as the minimum for our analysis.
I like the word you used, minimum, so we can go above and beyond that.
And TAC does encourage that.
Oh, I'm starting to like them. Okay, so again, I'm really strong on that second set of lights. I know that Josh and Renee know how I feel about it, and I'll wait for comments onto the motion. Merci. Thank you.
Conseiller Crossman, allez-y.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess my question would be directed at Renee. Just clarification on what Councillor Bourgeois had said. This street access with the stop sign was first looked at and approved by council when?
In 2017.
2017, okay. So knowing that we select client, or we have a select group of people that will be exiting from that site, what is the city's initiative or plan moving forward? Because we have a select client here, so that we inform them, you know, this stop sign is coming. If this motion passes, if this goes forward this evening, not to be traveling throughout the neighborhood to do loop arounds or to go down Marjorie, turn around and come back. You know, and how high, and I'll let you answer that one. And then my second question would be, how high is this? I do believe you had mentioned or raised some sort of blockade or something, forcing them to turn right onto Church Street coming off of that piece of land. So how high is that?
Thank you, Councillor Crossman. You may need to repeat the second question. We have some trouble hearing you. But for the first question, as far as communication goes, we would probably go back to the applicant, Pomerleau, and work with, knowing that most of the staff parking there are from Georges Dumont Hospital, make sure we have that communication with staff over there and the directors over there, but it would be probably through Pomerleau, who's managing the site and managing the communication with the client at the Fisheries and Ocean, being the client here. So I think there's ways to communicate that. Personal note, my wife works at the hospital, and she's been giving me all her traffic engineering input on this. And basically, she said that there's great communication platform at Georges Dumont that we could be kind of tap into, and kind of make sure that there's a communique, a PSA of some sort through staff there. And again, promoting people not to cut through the neighborhoods. And if they do, we can certainly install traffic calming measures, maybe temporary speed bumps like we've seen used even in Dieppe. So there's ways around it for sure.
Okay, I guess my second question would be, it's when you're coming off of that driveway and you're getting to the stop sign, you're going to turn right to go up Church Street. There's a raised island, I'm going to call it.
Correct, yeah, median.
I'm just curious as to how high that is so that we discourage people going left. Obviously, I understand we can go so high for emergency vehicles, but I'm just curious to know.
Yeah, we can look at the design. Our recommendation would probably be a typical high back curb, so the vertical curbs that you'll see on our streets, not the one that are mountable, but there's pros and cons with both of them, obviously. If we look at the example of Elmwood Drive for the Sobeys area, where we want to prevent people from making a left turn from Elmwood Drive into the complex there. It's not working as efficient because we see people kind of hop on the island. So those are design consideration that we would put forward and work with Pomerleau on, just to make sure we channelize that traffic. We can put any measure out there. There's going to be some motorists that are going to take that little slip lane and going to make a left turn. We can't prevent everything from happening, but we'll definitely discourage it as best we can and through design.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, everybody wishes to speak? Okay, is there anybody else that'd like to speak on this matter? I don't see anybody. We'll close the public hearing. Now, the debate for council. I don't see any questions. Okay, so.
Do they want to add that amendment?
Who did?
Do they want to
No, don't ask them if they don't want to. Okay, so we'll just, okay. So we need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Kingston and seconded by, which one is it?
Just for clarification, alternative one has the proposed stop sign, right turnout, and so on, whereas the first one, is that right, does not have it. So would you prefer to move this alternative one that, yeah, okay.
Including the right in, right out.
Including the right in, or.
Are you seconding it?
I'll second it,
Okay.
yes, certainly, yeah.
Okay, second by Councillor.
Yeah.
Any on the question? Councillor Richard?
Thank you, Councillor Butler. As I look at this project, I can't forget November 30th, 2009, when we lost 14-year-old Erika Frenet. Long-time needed set of traffic lights that had been installed at the corner, have since been installed at the corner of Hennessy and McLaughlin, where some cars still run through the red light. Traffic lights could have made a difference that night. Without traffic lights at the intersection and advanced traffic lights before the Route 15 overpass, synchronized together like the one on Main Street at the CN overpass, with each their own stop lines, I don't feel pedestrians, cyclists, automobile drivers will be kept safe from traffic at this new intersection we're talking about tonight again, and I cannot support this. Thank you.
So, I apologize. I had to take a health break. So, we have a motion I understand that's been moved and seconded. So, we will go to the vote.
Okay.
Is that correct? C'est beau, électronique?
Oui.
Alternative, oui, c'est ça.
Could we have the motion? J'ai pas vu la motion.
We're adding to the lengthy motion that's already there. It would be considered condition F, and it would be that Moncton City Council approve the proposed rezoning bylaw 222.61 with the added condition, which would be F, that the access not allow a left turn onto Church Street, and that the cost of these improvements be borne by the applicant.
Bon, merci. Thank you. Conseiller Bourgeois, allez-y.
Merci, Madame le Maire. I'm not sure. So it starts off with alternative one, and then to replace the first paragraph in the recommendation, and then we add A, B, C, D, and E. Is that it?
E and F. F would become, with the added condition, the access not allow a left turn onto Church Street, and that the cost of these improvements be borne by the applicant. So that portion would be alternative F. Is that correct, Josh? He is nodding yes.
Okay, well, okay.
Okay.
It's a bit complicating something that's simple, but okay. Merci.
Merci. Motion passes with one nay vote. Conseiller Richard. And we are going to take a health break for everyone at the moment. Merci.
Sorry.
All right, we're going to start.
Okay.
We will reconvene the meeting. Donc, rebonsoir, Josh. On est encore vivant.
Okay, our next item is our third public hearing of the evening. It's a municipal plan amendment and rezoning at 280 Salisbury Road, and we have received objections. Once again, we will follow the process.
Allez-y, Josh.
Yeah, just waiting for the presentation. There it is. So this application deals with a municipal plan amendment as well as rezoning for the property located at 280 Salisbury Road. So there's two changes to the maps to facilitate this application. One would be to the municipal plan, the future land use designation, which is proposed to change from community use to neighborhood, and then one for the zoning map, which is proposed to change as well from community use, but to R3, multiple unit dwelling zone. The application is to accommodate a 3-story apartment building with 36 units, and the applicant is JSA. The property is located on the south side of Salisbury Road, close to the Edinburgh intersection and in between Edinburgh Drive and the causeway. If we're looking at the site itself is just a little bit over 2.5 acres. It's currently zoned community use because the property used to have a religious use, a church. The church has since been demolished and the property is now sitting vacant. The community use zone, while it does allow a number of institutional uses and religious uses, it does not allow residential uses. This is a common theme that we're starting to see more and more along the city as, churches get older and some of them not get used. We're seeing that, you get left with these larger parcels that become vacant and then need a rezoning or some other type of application to breathe some new life in it. So the application here is for, again, a 3-story building with 36 units, which we think is reasonable given it's a little bit of a larger lot fabric within the neighborhood because it did previously accommodate that use. But in order to get there, there are changes that are needed to the zoning and the municipal plan. So on the left-hand side is the zoning map that you can see on this image here. So the property itself in the green is that community use zone. We have R2 that is surrounding the property, and then just a little bit to the west and the north, you have industrial park zoning as you start to transition into the industrial park on Edinburgh Drive. And on the right-hand side, you can see the community use designation and the neighborhood designation as well. So again, the application here is to change the property to the neighborhood designation and then the zoning to the R3. This is what's being proposed for the site. So it's a 3-story building that's located on the left-hand side of the site. It is located perpendicular to Salisbury Road. Part of the challenge in developing the site is that there is a provincially significant wetland and a buffer that is to the south of the property. So the design here has taken that into consideration. All the parking as well as the building is located outside of that buffer. We did communicate with the Department of Environment on this application and they're satisfied with the site that's been provided, but no work is to take place within that 30-meter buffer to the provincially significant wetland. The building on the left-hand side is keeping about a 12-meter separation to the property line. So that's a pretty good buffer. Then there are some existing mature trees there that will be maintained as well through the application.
The front door facing Salisbury Road is designed in a way to have a sidewalk connect to the future. There's no sidewalk currently on this side of Salisbury Road, but we do expect that that will be improvements in the future as the area continues to develop. Again, this location located next to major employment nodes of the industrial park, still a reasonable distance to downtown on a main corridor, is an area where the municipal plan would support additional density. The design of the building on the right-hand side is currently meeting all of the design standards as well in our zoning bylaw. Public notice was sent out to property owners within 100 meters on, I believe it was March 4th for this one. It might have been a little bit earlier. There was also a sign that was posted on the property website notice and notice in the Times and Transcript in Acadie Nouvelle. We have received objections tonight as well, which I'm sure we're going to hear about shortly. Kind of a similar theme to the People's Park Tower in that we're getting concerns about shadows and impacts from shadows onto neighboring property owners. Again, we have a very similar answer, which is that we don't ask for shadow studies because the city does not have a protocol or any standards by which to address or to test shadow studies against. But again, in my opinion, just given the fact that it's a 3-story building, it's a fairly modest build, and I think the shadows would be quite minimal on neighboring property owners. We've also had concerns about neighborhood fit, with this being more of a residential neighborhood and whether an apartment building is suitable here. Again, I would say that given its proximity to the industrial park, the employment nodes, there is a need for more housing in this area. And we are starting to see there are other apartment buildings established along Salisbury Road between Edinburgh Drive and the Causeway as well. And a recent application that was approved at PAC, I believe it was last month, for 4 or 5 new buildings with a total of 350 units a little bit further east of the site. So the corridor is starting to densify as a lot of these vacant and infill lots start to get developed. So the recommendation again from the Planning Advisory Committee is that the Planning Advisory Committee recommends that Moncton City Council approve the municipal plan amendment and the zoning bylaw amendment for the proposal, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, that all uses of land pursuant to this resolution shall conform with the provisions of the City of Moncton zoning bylaw as amended from time to time, except as otherwise provided herein. 2, that notwithstanding the parking requirements of the zoning bylaw, the required minimum number of parking spaces for the proposed development shall be reduced from 45 to 44 spaces. 3, that the building design, materials, landscaping, and site layout shall be in general conformance with the site plan and elevations attached. 4, that the applicant implements landscaping and buffering measures as per the site plan, including tree planting and screening around parking areas. 5, that the development shall be in general conformance with the site plan attached. And 6, that nothing contained herein shall prohibit or in any way limit the developer's right to apply for a variance pursuant to provisions of the Community Planning Act. Thank you.
Merci, Josh. Is the developer here this evening?
The applicant is present.
Monsieur Che, would you like to speak? Do you wish to? No? C'est beau. C'est beau. Parfait. Are there objectors to? So is there anyone here who supports the project, who wishes to speak? I don't see anyone. So are there people who object to the project who wish to speak?
Yes,
so
I have.
Please go to the microphone.
No, I have a list. Kennedy Kitchen. Is Kennedy here? If she is, you can come to the mic.
So good evening, Your Worship and members of council. My name is Kennedy Kitchen, and this is my partner, Corey Brito. We also stand here on behalf of 9 neighboring households who submitted formal signatures in support of our arguments this evening. We are not here to oppose growth, but to advocate for compatible growth. It must be considered that this lot is currently a P1 community use asset. Our goal is to ensure any change to that status respects the pre-existing neighborhood. We ask that you also consider that our remarks today reflect the official public record. Any new information introduced tonight has not been available for prior review. As new homeowners, we are here to protect our property's utility and have modeled this proposal's impact extensively. Our primary concern is the permanent loss of solar access, including garden viability. We are currently under contract for a 12.3 kilowatt solar array, and due to the proposed length and height of this project, this building functions as a shadow anchor on our land. In our written opposition, we included professional 3D model images provided by our solar contractor showing the scale of this building against our home. Despite adjusting our array already, we are still projected to lose 15 to 20% of our solar utility, costing us roughly $10,500 over our system's 25-year warranty. Under Moncton's zoning bylaw Z222, a yard should be unoccupied from the ground to the sky. This 41-foot-high wall effectively occupies our sky and restricts our legal land use. We must also address our foundation that was built in 1955. With heavy excavation occurring just 40 feet from our property line, we are concerned for the structural integrity of our 70-year-old home. Without a professional assessment in the file for solar or structural impacts, these risks remain entirely unaddressed. Regarding privacy, the design features 3 levels of balconies overlooking our backyard. While the city suggests a green buffer, deciduous trees are visually transparent for 6 months of the year. To protect the privacy of both tenants and neighbors, we ask that permanent balcony screenings and 20-foot evergreen plantings be made binding conditions of approval. A continuous 200-foot building is a significant change for Salisbury Road. The requested parking variance, this site suggests that this site is already oversaturated. If a design cannot accommodate even the city's minimum parking standards, it is simply too large for the lot. This will only make traffic and safety worse on Salisbury Road. This impact could be mitigated by reducing the scale of this project. Lastly, we attempted to be proactive by contacting the listed engineering firm, only to learn they aren't responsible for the architectural design. This discovery highlighted a gap. There is no architect or designer identified on the official proposal. When we brought our concerns to city staff, they characterized the impact of and the building as minimal. We must ask, how can the city conclude an impact is minimal without the data to prove it? Our neighborhood has a right to professional transparency before a project reaches this final stage. In closing, we ask council to consider 3 conditions: a formal shadow study and a structural impact assessment for our foundations, a request for a requirement of 20-foot evergreens and balcony privacy screenings, and reducing the scale and massing of the project to break up the continuous 200-foot length. If these changes are not made, we ask the council to consider having the developer provide mitigation for the utility loss imposed on our property and solar array. We recognize that a vacant lot is not an asset to our street. We would truly welcome a well-designed development or perhaps even a community center that aligns with this land's current P1 status. We simply ask for a partnership in compatible growth, one that results in a project that works for everyone and respects the rights, safety, and investments of the existing neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Merci. So do we have someone else on the list?
Shirley Gilmore. Oh, Fillmore, sorry.
Your Worship, City Council, whatever they're paying you is not enough. This has been a real education this evening. A few yawns, to say the least. My name is Shirley Fillmore. I live at 248 Salisbury Road. I've lived there for 30 years. When we were anticipating building a home, I had 3 criteria. One, it had to be in a community type of environment within walking distance of downtown and on the water. And I met all of those 3, or my husband and I did. And for the first 20 years, we lived a fairly normal life on the quiet Salisbury Road. Gradually over time, of course, people come to realize that the traffic pattern at the causeway was prohibitive of them getting home on time for supper or for lunch. So they decided to take a detour down Edinburgh Drive. The consequences of that detour meant that from about 11:15 in the morning till 1:30-ish, and then starting at 4 o'clock until about 6, forget trying to drive out of your own driveway, and particularly if you had to back out, it's absolutely impossible. Excuse me. The traffic has increased exponentially. The infrastructure is not there to carry it. And my objection to the rezoning, first of all, In another life, I was on City Council's rezoning committee, and at that time, we looked at rezoning as, spot rezoning as a frown because it always led to something else. And in this case, this is exactly what we will be facing. It's not 35 or 36 units. It's going to be far more than that because directly across the street is another field that was at one time owned by McDonald's. McDonald's? Modern Construction, I beg your pardon. And I don't know who owns it now, but it's vacant, and you can be rest assured that if this rezoning is granted, whoever owns that land can see dollar signs because they in turn will ask for a rezoning so they can put multiple units up on this lovely, great big piece of land. So we're not looking at 35 or 36 units, we're looking at up to 100 units. Now, can you imagine what that will do to the traffic on the Salisbury Road? I don't know how many of you have taken the time to drive down and have a look, but it's still a community. It's still a quiet area, barring the traffic. We have deer in our backyard, bald eagles, rabbits, you name it. And all of that is going to come to an end in one way or another by changing the rezoning in our area. If any of you have had the time to go out McLaughlin Drive area, driving out through to get to Costco from the back, we don't want the Salisbury Road to look like McLaughlin Drive. Nobody in their right mind would. I ask you to look at those poor single-family dwellings that are out in that area, and that's us. That's where we are on the Salisbury Road. So I humbly ask you to look at the area. Look at the residents that have been there we've been there 30 years. We're young. There have been other people that are new to the neighborhood, and they like that community neighborhood. That's what makes Moncton such a wonderful place to live, because you can pick areas that are community-wise and not overpowered by high-rise apartment buildings. And as residents of that area, we're the ones that are going to suffer by having it rezoned. Not suffer financially unless you're going to sell, and absolutely you will suffer. But you will suffer because of the inconvenience that the added traffic, the added noise, the added people. We have a walkway in front of our house, which is our walkway. We don't have a city walkway, but it's a bus stop. We're constantly picking up, roll up the Tim to Win off our front lawn. We're fine with that. We don't want another 100 people trucking across our front lawn to get to the bus stop because the area has been rezoned. So I humbly ask you to reconsider this application. Thank you.
Thank you, merci. We don't have anyone else objecting. So, Josh, do you want to add something?
Nothing really to add at this time. I think we heard the objections. If there's just any questions of council, maybe we can go through it.
Okay, and we will go to council for questions. So, are there any questions? Conseiller Légère.
Merci, Madame la Mairesse. Thanks, Josh. I'm curious as to why there are no architectural renderings here. All we have is a little picture of what the building could look like. It looks like a box. It's not very impressed. I'm not impressed in terms of the look, but I haven't seen anything else. Why is that not part of the package?
What you have in front of you is everything that was submitted to the city for the rezoning. So some applications are more conceptual in nature. When we ask for rezoning applications, we do have a set standard that we look for. So the site plan being the absolute key for all applications. And then we look for, whatever type of imagery is available. So there was a 3D image that was included and showed on the screen tonight. We asked the applicant, I guess, for more information as well, but that's what we had for the application.
maybe in the future, we should standardize that more, because we've had renderings come to council that were not really acceptable that we sent back, and the developer had to rework it because it didn't meet, it didn't look right. So I'm just saying, right now, it could be anything, and that's not fair to the neighborhood, and it's not fair to us to ask to rezone on just a little photo that is really not anything more than, really isn't much more than a photo. It shows a long building with, so I think that makes it difficult. It makes it difficult for me to really consider this that way.
Councillor Richard, if I may, you could ask the proponent,
Oh, I could, sure.
developer, if you wish.
Do you have anything?
Hi, Madam Mayor.
Bonsoir.
My name is JC. I don't know what to say. I'm short.
There.
When I requested for the rezoning, there was a list of criteria which was given to me, and I answered to that.
So nowhere in there it said that you had to show anything
That's right.
more than this?
More than what I had. And I have done rezoning before, not recently, and that was exactly the same thing. Because I was under the impression that if I'm going to go ahead, get the approval to go ahead with the building, the project, I would retain all the required consultants. For example, there's no mechanical, electrical, nothing in it, right? Because it's not required this time.
I see, okay. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, the list given to me,
Yes.
went from item to item.
Yes.
And what get back to me was
Yeah.
okay.
I guess it's helpful in the decision-making process to sort of get an idea of
Right,
what the building
right.
might look like, as opposed to just a picture. But I understand, you met the requirement, that's
Yeah.
fine, it's okay. I think we probably have to be a little, maybe that's a conversation to have later on, but okay, that's fair.
And while I'm here, I'm going to answer back to the gentleman or the lady about the distance between the construction site and your building. It's not 40 feet, it's 100. The property, to the property line, yeah, but my building to your building is 100 feet. And the way they excavate right now, don't worry, you're not going to, it's a slab on grade. There's no heavy equipment going in there. Really, it's not anything that is, how should I say, substantial, okay? And, yeah, I know your feeling. I know how you feel. Because every time I put a building up, I have objections, big or small. And I know what the lady's saying about McLaughlin Drive because I live on McLaughlin Drive. I don't live very far from the Costco building. It's very convenient for me. But the thing is the traffic, it is.
Mr., thank you, but I think at this point in time, we're just going to go back to the questions from council at this point. Thank you.
Any more?
No, I'm good. I think, we probably, at least I got an answer to that question, so thank you. And again, it's sort of come back down to the traffic situation and how things look. Would the building necessarily, I guess I should have asked you this, but maybe, did you necessarily have to go 3 stories? Did you consider going 2 stories, and then it would have caused less conversation related to the changes in the neighborhood?
It all had to do with price. It all had to do with cost, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I retired a couple of times. I think it would be a lot easier for me if I just put a single story up. But it's just not financially feasible. As a matter of fact, about near the end, about 2 months before the building was finally accepted, there was a request to put an elevator in. And I think the building code has been adopted. And I wasn't aware of that, and I squeezed an elevator in.
Okay.
Everything costs money. That's what it boils down to. I think Mr. Davies from People's Park Tower has mentioned that, you can't spend money, can keep on spending money to make it look perfect and not to at least break even.
Yep, no, I understand that, and our role is to sort of see where they, to try to look at the fabric of the neighborhood as well. And it's not all, it can't just all be about money, but I understand, so okay, so that helps me. Fair enough. Yep, thank you. Merci.
C'est bon?
Oui.
Conseiller Bourgeois.
Merci, Madame le Maire. Again, thanks, Josh. Very well presented document. Thanks to the developer for the interest. I think it's a good project. It's a great location on the river. It's a density housing, and we need that. And I'm looking at the positive side. The more people we have along Salisbury Road, the more it justifies a community center, because there's nothing to rally the group around except maybe going to Costco or something, That doesn't cut it. But I do have two questions. Have you conducted, I'm trying to imagine, contrary to the People's Park Tower, where the sun goes this way and the tower would only produce minimal ombrage towards the east until late in the evening. But here, the building is on the east, so the sun would rise how long before the next door neighbor would have access to sunlight?
Yeah, certainly. Again, no formal shadow study was submitted. I know, some of the neighbors submitted like a shot of one, 3D model. I would say, we wouldn't accept that as a submission, basically. Like a shadow study is a technical analysis that if you're following industry standards, you need to provide basically modeling for different times of the year at different hours. So the industry standard would be that you take your solstices, which is December 21st and June 21st, and then your equinox, which is in spring, and you take, so basically December 21st, March 21st, June 21st are your 3 days that you test. You do hourly test times basically from the morning to the afternoon, and then you see how basically the shadow changes.
Yeah, we saw that with the building on Von Harvey in Maine.
Correct, yeah. So that's a proper shadow study submission that we do not have.
So from your best guesstimate,
From my best guess, this is a building that is about 14 meters tall, and it's 12 meters away from the property line and 30 meters away from the adjacent house. I think the impacts on shadows would be extremely minimal on the property itself, on the house definitely.
Yeah.
So, in the morning, you would have maybe a bit of shade. It would resolve itself fairly quickly. And then the neighboring property does have very good southern exposure still, and that's not changing here. So when we look at, again, what's possible in the R3 zone, they didn't ask to go to 6 stories, for instance. They're asking for 3. I think that's already quite a compromise. It is more in keeping with what's there today. And 3 stories is, again, it's not a tall building for what we're seeing in terms of construction in Moncton today.
yeah, that's what I thought too. Second question is, what else, if we refuse this and it stayed as a P1 community use zonage, could somebody else buy the property and build something? Are there height restrictions on P1 zoning?
Yeah, the height restriction on P1, I'm going to think it's 11 meters. We're thinking probably 11 meters. So the building is 14 meters. So it's about 3 meters more than what would be permitted today.
So something else could come in without coming to council, it would
Yeah.
still fit the zoning.
Let's say someone wanted to build a mega church, they could build right up to the property line, like leave a couple meters, build up 11 meters and, have at it for sure. So it'd be a very similar impact in that case.
By 3 meters. So 3 meters
Correct.
is a story.
Yeah, but they could go closer to the property line than 12 meters, for instance.
Yeah,
what's being
yeah,
proposed
okay,
here.
all right. I don't know if we have done a bad job of communicating that citizens have to prepare for change. change is often scary, but especially in housing, we've had this wave for the past 5-6 years, and I don't think it's going to abate. I think it's going to continue. I'm not sure it's going to increase, but it's definitely going to continue. And for the people who think, because I've seen it online, Facebook, et cetera, that council is addicted to growth for whatever reason. Well, if you look at some of the examples I illustrated earlier, the Von Harvey in Maine, the one off McLaughlin as well, we made compromises that probably cost us a little bit of money, especially the Von Harvey. So this is not true. And my biggest concern, it's like a toss-up, and I don't know what way to vote, but I don't think it fits. It's just, it'll stick out like a sore thumb with all of these smaller houses. There's a sort of a mini apartment complex a little bit to the east of that, but memory serves me correctly, it's 2 stories and not 3, but correct me. There's also ample lots elsewhere in Salisbury Road, but sooner or later, council has got to make sure that it fits. Like, I don't know, we can't just say, all right, this part of Salisbury Road, we can rezone because there's nobody else living around and everybody will be happy. And again, the commercial venture that abuts on a residential, this is the same thing. So I still am confused or torn, if you wish, so I'll wait for the other councillors to ask questions and the debate. I'll flip a coin or a worst-case scenario, but I think I'm siding on negative right now. Anyways, thank you very much for the answers.
Thank you.
Merci, Madame la Maire.
Merci. I don't see any other questions from... Oh, Conseiller Légère, allez-y.
Merci, Madame la Mairesse. Thanks, Charles. And maybe this will be to the developer, but the person that presented and talked about some of the things they were hoping for with respect to the balconies, covering on the balconies and those things. Can those be addressed in terms of, are they possible? And
in terms of what I heard for the asks was basically like a formal shadow study, which is definitely something, we can ask the applicant to provide. There was questions about like the structural integrity of the foundation. That's a little bit less, probably not something we would ask for, but through permitting, there is like a geotechnical assessment that's done. So that comes later on in the process after council makes a decision. And then there was a request for more evergreen planting, which is definitely something that council could add a condition to request, more planting if that's something that's needed. But again, there are mature trees existing along the property line today that will also be maintained. So the mature tree will be definitely taller than any new evergreen that's planted. So, I think when we're trying to accommodate density here in this type of infill, I don't think we can have the reasonable expectation that like the neighbor is never going to be able to see the building at any time of the year. Similar with People's Park, right? Even if it's a 4-story building, you would still see it through the trees in the winter. So, I think it's just finding that right balance, right? In terms of like the city's growing, vacant lands like this that were, large and used to be used by other purposes are no longer there. And so, this is an opportunity for that additional density where we have, transit, where we have jobs. So all those factors weigh into the decision as well. And on this site, they did have the added constraint of the provincially significant wetland, and that does impact the site design, and that does impact what you can do with the property in terms of where your parking's going and where your building's located. So that's another constraint that had to be dealt with as well.
But I think there's also something about balconies, right? Maybe we could hear what that was.
You can ask questions of the public as well.
Yeah, sure. Just for clarity. Thanks, Joss.
Yeah, just to clarify, because it is in line with our property line, there's going to be 3 levels of balconies that are overlooking directly into our backyard, just because the lines are, I don't know if the word's perpendicular, but so the request was just, if beyond anything else, if we could have the privacy buffer of like, there's the screenings that you can put on balconies, just so then that way someone has to literally kind of hang over their balcony to look into our property. Those kind of considerations.
So it sounds like that could happen?
I'm hearing no problem from the applicant.
Okay.
so.
And what about the extra cedars that you were talking about, or the extra trees, just to
The extra
get-
tree planting, Jay? No problem.
No problem there?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. And I'm trying to remember, was there anything else? Okay. Oh,
Sorry, I just need to, sorry.
You
Please
have
go
to-
to the microphone.
you have to go to the microphone, yeah.
I do have to reiterate, with all due respect to the developer, I don't have a problem with his ideas and the development. I have a problem with the whole area and what's going to happen giving this rezoning to the property across the way when that comes up for rezoning, and that is what will ultimately create another 100 units in our area combined with the 35. And it's the traffic. Unless you live there, you can't appreciate what it's like. The
thank
horns
you.
blowing, I'm sorry.
No,
Yeah,
thank
I
you
will.
for sharing this. You've already shared, I believe, that information, so thank you again.
So what I'm hearing then is the developer would be flexible to the screening of the balconies and the extra vegetation, their privacy plantings and so on. Those are the two items, correct? Principally, yeah, okay. And what about the shadowing? Is it worth a while to do it to see, or it doesn't change anything, but I'm just wondering in terms of...
It's council's will. If you
Yeah.
feel you need it to make a decision, again, my professional opinion is that it's not going to show much impact
Because of the distance itself?
because of the distance of the property and as well as the height of the building.
Okay, all right. Okay, merci.
Merci. I don't see any other questions from members of council. I will declare the public hearing closed. Donc, maintenant, on va à la motion. So we go to the motion. Need a mover and a seconder, so. No? Councillor Butler, Councillor Kingston, wish the second? C'est beau, merci. So we will go to an electronic vote. Are there questions? No. So we'll go to the vote. Motion carried with 2 nay votes, Conseiller Léger and Conseiller Bourgeois. Thank you.
Sorry. The next is another public hearing. And this is for a municipal plan amendment and rezoning of Checker Drive. Josh, up again. No.
So this application, similar to the previous one, is a municipal plan and rezoning amendment. This is to redesignate a portion of 45 Checker Drive from the community use to the industrial designation in the municipal plan, as well as to rezone that portion of the property from open space and conservation to industrial park. This application will be used to accommodate industrial expansion of an existing business, primarily through outdoor storage. The applicant on this file is Casey Concrete Limited. The property is shown on the right-hand side of your screen. It is just on the south side of Barry Mills, near the Checker Drive intersection, which is just off Edinburgh Drive, near that. And you can see on the aerial photos that there is an existing industrial operation on the property today. When we have a look at the zoning, on the right-hand side, you can see that the purple that you're seeing on your screen, that is the industrial park zone. The green is a community use zone, so that is zone P2. We discussed this previously the last time this was at council, but the application, the last time that the municipal plan review and the zoning bylaw was done, was that they relied on existing provincial imagery of watercourses and wetlands, and anything that showed up as a wetland on that provincial imagery got zoned and designated as community use to try to help protect certain areas from development.
The reality that we're seeing is that the provincial imagery is woefully inadequate. Really, the only way to confirm the presence of a feature is to go on the ground and delineate the site, and that is essentially what the applicant did. They hired a biologist to go out and delineate the fields. What they found is that the wetland is not at all the same shape that's shown on our zoning. Although there is a wetland there, it is too small and it is not regulated by the Department of Environment. So it's not something that the Department of Environment would even issue a wall permit for or any type of approval because it doesn't connect to any other features and it's basically just too small to be regulated. So with that information from the Department of Environment, the applicant has asked to rezone the property or to rezone that portion of the property to industrial park to just help a more orderly expansion of that site. So the zoning map would be changing. The generalized feature land use map, also showing that same feature on the left-hand side in green, would be changing as well. And then one additional item that was brought up through staff review is that looking into the future and potentially way down into the future, but we do see an opportunity where Checker Drive does extend, and it lines up pretty well to connect over with Debrise, which would create a secondary street and a grid that would help further promote the development of industry along this area, where access to Barry Mills is restricted. So this is the only condition that we're recommending as part of this approval would be not to put any permanent building within this area that's going to be identified as the future right-of-way. This would also be a change to the future roads map in the municipal plan. So at this time, we'd be looking to change that schedule as well to reflect this new road alignment. The applicant has reviewed this and is okay with the condition to not place building or structures within that right-of-way. So you can see the site plan that was submitted. The right-of-way is going just kind of straight through in the dotted line. You will see that there is storage that's being proposed within that right-of-way. That is outdoor storage, easily movable, so that's something that we're totally fine with happening for now. And then the idea is that at some point in the future, we would go to purchase the land when we're ready to build the street. So storage and that sort of activity is definitely okay within that right-of-way in the interim. Public notice was sent out to property owners on March 4th, so similar to everything else, we had a sign up on the property, information posted on the website, mail out sent out to property owners within 100 meters, and ads in the Times and Transcript and Acadie Nouvelle. I haven't heard any public objections or questions on this application. And with that, the recommendation is that the Planning Advisory Committee recommends the Moncton City Council to approve the proposed municipal plan amendment and the rezoning bylaw subject to the following terms and conditions. And that is number one, that no buildings be located within the area identified as a future road corridor. Thank you.
Merci encore, Josh. Is the proponent or the developer here this evening? Oh, do you wish to speak? No, you're fine. So is there anyone else here who supports the project who would like to speak? If not, are there objections? No, there are no objections. So I will go to council. Conseiller Desjardins, you don't have any, no? C'est beau? There are no questions. C'est beau. Donc, I will declare the public hearing closed. Donc, we have a motion, and I need a mover and a seconder. Conseiller Léger, conseiller Bourgeois. Oui, c'est beau. Donc, any questions? If there are no questions, we will go to the vote. Merci, motion carried unanimously.
And the final public hearing this evening is a rezoning for Corey Craig Drive, and Josh is here again to present.
Yeah, take care. All right, last one. Public hearing for Corey Craig Drive. So this is an application that we've received to rezone about 5 properties from the highway commercial zone to the multiple unit dwelling zone. This application is to permit 5 6-story buildings with a total of 752 units. The applicant is on behalf of CG Group Limited, which is the same developer building the apartments on Millennium, if you're familiar with that development. So the property is located in Ward 3. So this is just at the top end of Casino Drive. The application would involve the construction and the extension of Corey Craig's, a public street from Casino Drive to Charles Lutz Road. So there would be a new public street constructed as part of this, and then lots would be subdivided and buildings would be built along that new public street. In this area, you have access to a lot of great amenities. The Northwest Trail is literally abutting the property on the south-hand side. There's great transit service on Mountain Road as well in proximity to this development, and a number of other commercial uses and entertainment uses available in the area. A bit of history on this one. This is one that originally came to us as a variance to the Planning Advisory Committee. The Planning Advisory Committee ended up recommending against the variances. The reason why is that the highway commercial zone, it's a highway commercial zone, so it asks for, the Costco type design standards where you have large parking lots in the front, buildings set way back from the street. The variances were to try to bring the buildings closer to the street and establish more of an urban built form. Ultimately, the PAC denied those variances. So through the application to rezone, the idea was that, it was maybe too much to look at from a variance perspective, but now from a zoning perspective where we're looking at changing the actual framework and changing the rules, it was more palatable. So although the PAC recommended against the variances, they did support the rezoning application. So that to me strikes that balance of, it was just maybe too much for a variance application, but it's more in line with the rezoning. So the properties are located here in the highway commercial zone. So it's the highlighted properties in right that are proposed to be rezoned to the R3 zone. And then the rest of the properties around are mostly highway commercial. You do have some residential R2 along Ryan Road. And that P1 community use is the existing Northwest Trail. If this application is supported by council, there's a further ask to move a piece of city-owned LFPP. That is kind of the strip that you see on the right in the middle. So that's a separate file that we'll deal with after this if the rezoning is accepted. What this would do is we would transfer this to the developer. That would help facilitate the development. In exchange, we would get actually a larger piece of land that would connect from the new Corey Craig Drive extension to the Northwest Trail. And the developer would actually build and construct a trail as they're going in to do the rest of the development as well. So we'll deal with that separately after the rezoning. So you can see on the screen here, these are the renderings that were submitted as part of the project. So again, a total of 5 buildings, each at 6 stories. For the most part, it's a pretty decent urban form. We have all the buildings facing the street. There are entrances directly from the buildings onto the street as well. The new Corey Craig Drive will be built with a sidewalk on one side and a multi-use path on the other. And the traffic study submitted did suggest a new left-hand turn lane from Charles Lutz Road into this new street, which will be implemented by the developer. As we can see on the left-hand side image, if you go to the very left, there are some existing trucks. That is the truck stop, the Petropass. We didn't hear any comments from them on this application, but previously we did hear that they submitted comments to staff on the variance application, and just wanted to raise the fact that they do have trucks that are out there idling all night, refueling, that sort of thing, so there might be conflicts for the residential uses. The developer is well aware of that and has proposed a hedge along the property, and based on our previous discussion with council, that was maybe more a fence versus a hedge. We've added a condition since then to allow that option for the developer, but they're happy with either way. So if council feels strongly that it should be a fence as opposed to a hedge, you can modify that condition to allow for that fence, and that would be clear. The site plan here is shown, so what we can see is obviously a lot of surface parking. I think this was a discussion that came up last time as well. It's difficult to see because we are zoomed out, but the parking requirements are largely meeting the landscaping requirements. There are a couple of lots that will be created at the end of this where they will be going above the 35% maximum lot coverage for the driveways. But overall, the development as a whole is meeting that 35% ratio, and so we're happy to support that variance. There's also going to be variances for parking reduction, so they're providing fewer parking than what is required in our zoning bylaw, which to me says that, we need to look at the rules in our zoning bylaw. Each building will have underground parking as well, so there's about 300 underground parking spaces in this development and about 650 surface parking spaces as well. One of the changes from the variance application to now is that there's also a proposal for commercial space within one of the buildings. We've added a condition to just make that a little bit more liberal to just allow the ground floor of any building to have a commercial use. This would allow the buildings a little bit more flexibility over their lifespan as the ground floor can change from commercial to residential given the, the needs of the community at that time. I will note that there are actually some restrictive covenants on this property that limit the type of commercial uses that they can do, given the previous owner of Corey Craig, so there's a non-compete clause. But there's still probably some uses that could come into the future here that would be beneficial for residents. And not shown on the plans as well, but something that, the applicant could maybe speak to, but there will be outdoor amenity space for residents, barbecue area, picnic tables, that sort of thing. And then each building does come with a gym and other amenity spaces as well. So overall, it's a pretty high quality development. And the urban design of the site has the parking in behind, the buildings at the front of the street. So although we are seeing a lot of surface parking from the street right of way in that perspective, everything's mostly hidden from the buildings in behind. So it makes for a better public realm. With that, we did send public notice. Actually, there were 2 signs posted on this property, one on the Charles Lutz side and one on the Casino Drive sign, just to make sure that we were capturing everybody traveling by the site. We sent out letters on March 18th and posted ads on the Times and Transcript and Acadie Nouvelle. At this time, I don't think we've received any objections or comments on the proposal. So with that, the recommendation this time around from the Planning Advisory Committee on the rezoning is to that Moncton City Council approve the proposed zoning, subject to the following terms and conditions. So number 1, that lots 25-1002 and 25-1004 be allowed to exceed a parking lot coverage of 35%. Number 2, that lots 25-1001, 25-1004, and 25-1005 be allowed to reduce the required amount of off-street parking as per attached plans in Schedule B. Number 3, that shared garbage be allowed for the development. Number 4, that landscaping and screening along shared property lines internal to the development not be required. Number 5, that commercial and institutional uses are permitted on the ground floor of each building with no size limit. Number 6, that the maximum building height is allowed to be increased from 18 meters to 19.58 meters. Number 7, that more than one main building on a lot is permitted for the development. Number 8, that reciprocal right-of-way agreements be registered to each lot for driveway access and where required garbage storage. Number 9, that a 2-meter tall opaque fence or a 2-meter tall hedge be located along the property line abutting the Petropass. Number 10, that underground parking, basement, or exposed concrete walls of the buildings are not visible from the public street using a combination of landscaping treatments and building design elements. Number 11, that the developer be required to contribute to the necessary improvements identified in the traffic impact study, which includes a new left turn lane on Charles Lutz Road and an off-street cycling facility at that location. Number 12, the development shall be carried out in general conformance with the plans and drawings submitted. And number 13, that nothing contained herein shall prohibit or in any way limit the developer's right to apply for variance pursuant to the provisions of the Community Planning Act. Thank you.
Merci, Josh. Is the developer here this evening?
He sure is, yeah.
He is. Do you wish to speak?
I'm going to answer any question if
Okay, c'est beau. Thank you. Are there anyone who's objecting to this?
Proponents first.
Comment?
Proponents are first.
J'ai pas compris.
Quelqu'un qui appuie
Appuie quoi?
le développement.
Oh. Is there anyone who wishes to speak who supports the developer? I don't see any. Donc, je vais aller au conseil.
Objectors. These objects.
No, there are no objections. No. So, other questions from council? There are no questions from council. So I will then declare the public hearing closed. And, oh non, ça va? No.
Avant.
Merci, Madame le Maire. 2 quick questions. One is, you have great explanations for a great report again. You have great explanations to counter the PAC's opposition or denial of variances. The complete community answer, to me, it suffices. Thank you. But the other one, we are introducing over 1,000 surface parking spaces. It's not quite, it's less than 1,000. But when the goal of the city is to reduce surface parking, and to me, this is probably very good example of why we need parking, because it's so isolated, so far away from downtown, and that people will probably need cars being there. So that sort of makes sense, but it just begs the question of, is that the case? Are we discouraging flat surface parking throughout the city? We got to do it in downtown for sure, but you know, why did the PAC put up a fuss about this when it seems logical, but is it because we apply sort of limited flat surface parking throughout, or am I confused?
No, I think that comment came from a member that's actually on the Municipal Plan Review Committee, and I think that committee has been having a lot of very interesting discussions about what the future could look like. And so there is maybe some conflating of, you know, what we're looking at in terms of what the new requirements could be versus what's existing today. So when we look at a rezoning application or a variance application, we're not testing it against future rules that haven't been vetted. We're testing it against the existing zoning, the existing municipal plan. And so in this case, and you know, in both cases, staff recommended in favor of the variances, and then staff recommended now in favor of the rezoning. So, you know, staff are satisfied that the application in both of its forms was meeting. Obviously, the PAC felt differently on the variance, but here we are with the rezoning.
Okay, I'm okay if one member says something, but the PAC collectively decided to oppose it.
Yeah, so when they vote to oppose, they had to provide reasoning, and that was the reason that the members at the time.
Okay, so it's not just one member, it's the whole PAC that.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Second question on this, down the road, 10, 15, 20 years from now, there's a whole hollow middle of that development. Could the developer, through rezoning, maybe application, decide to build 2 more apartment buildings, and we don't need as much parking because by then Kodiak Transit will service it more frequently, it's more popular, people need less cars, I don't know. But would there be the ability to do that later on?
That would be my dream. I'd love to see more buildings up there, so it'd be a future application at that time.
Okay, I suggest you have better dreams, but that's my opinion. I raised it before, nothing personal. I raised it before, but we have a requirement that says we can allow 2 buildings with the understanding, and that's an interim measure, with the understanding that the subdivision will occur afterwards. And I raised the question earlier, should we require like a 2-year timeframe? If nothing has happened within 2 years, it could be 3, I don't care, but there's got to be a limit somewhere. Otherwise, that could drag on for years.
Yeah, certainly. I guess from staff's perspective, like, we're not really concerned with whether the lots are subdivided or not. Like, for us, it really doesn't make a difference. It's really more up to the applicant to decide, you know, for financing or for just management or other reasons, whether they want the lots subdivided or not. So having more than one main building on a lot is a use that's permitted in the R3 zone, but it's subject to terms and conditions. So what this condition is basically doing is it's allowing that flexibility today so that they wouldn't need to go through a future PAC application. But, you know, from all intents and purposes, like, the buildings are going to look the same. You know, you're looking at it from the street, there would be no difference whether it's the property lines are there or not. Like, you don't see where the property lines are. It's really up to the applicant and how they want to manage their properties. So what we're saying there, basically not putting a time limit on it, is we're fine either way. So whether the lots get subdivided or whether they don't, that's fine. We know that the public street construction is still required either way to get access for all the developments. And then there's going to be that exchange of LFPP as well that we're considering. So LFPP has already been given for the subdivision previously. There's no new land to gain there, opposed from, you know, the small trade-off that we're going to potentially make if council is willing. So from the city's perspective, there's no, it's like a net neutral, basically, whether they subdivide or not.
Okay, so no issues 10, 12, 15 years down the road?
No.
Okay, merci beaucoup. Merci, Madame la Maire.
Merci, Conseiller Bourgeois. So we will now go to the vote. Electronic?
Oh, yes, you need a mover and a seconder.
I thought we had done that. No? Okay, donc I need a move. C'est bon. Conseiller Butler and Seconded by conseiller Steve. C'est beau, merci. Marche pas, là.
Can we close it and start it again? It's tired. Oh, try that one. There you go. Okay.
Motion carried unanimously. Merci.
You stay?
I'm not going to.
Okay. Can you also hit your button and I'll give you access to speak? The next item was subject to the approval of the last item. It's a subdivision, Merchant Bank subdivision land for public purpose exchange.
Yeah, thanks. So this was done by one of our colleagues here who got the night off tonight. So again, just dealing with the application that we just saw for the rezoning, we're now dealing with the subdivision request to basically, what we're looking to do is get rid of, transfer one of the pieces of existing LFPP to the developer, and in exchange get actually a bigger piece of LFPP and a trail constructed as well from Corey Craig Drive to the Northwest Trail. So that's the zoning that we just talked about. This is the subdivision plan. So those are the existing parcel that will be transferred is at the top. The new parcel that will be created is at the bottom. As you can see, where the new parcel is located is actually within, or just kind of at the boundary of a 30-meter boundary to a watercourse. So we think that having a trail actually along that more natural buffer is going to be a more pleasant experience, and that's part of the reason why the city is recommending in favor of this exchange. In terms of what is actually changing, basically the green that you see on the screen is currently city-owned. The city also owns today what is in red. That would be running right through the middle of their development, and in exchange, the developer is going to give us some of their land, which is in blue. So we're going to exchange the red for the blue. The recommendation is that the Planning Advisory Committee recommends that Moncton City Council assent to the new location of land for public purpose in exchange for a reconveyance of a portion of existing LFPP to the developer, and that the mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign and affix the corporate seal to any documentation required to complete the transaction, subject to the following conditions: that the developer shall enter into a contribution agreement with the City of Moncton respecting the construction of the multi-use trail within the land for public purpose area, whereby the developer shall design and construct the trail, and the city shall reimburse the developer for eligible costs up to a maximum contribution of $100,000 in the year following completion in accordance with the agreement. Thank you.
Merci, Josh. I need a mover and a seconder for this. Conseiller Butler and Steves, merci. On the other questions? There are no questions. Ah, c'est bon. So we will go to the vote. Motion carried unanimously. Merci.
The next item happens to be statements from council. Les exposés des conseillers bourgeois.
Conseiller Bourgeois, si vous avez un long discours, on va vous...
Le discours se limite à 2 minutes, mais celui-ci, ça sera 1 minute.
1 minute, c'est beau, merci.
It is a serious matter. When this council was elected in 2021, approximately 200 homeless citizens roamed our streets. Since 2021, we invested over $6.5 million of taxpayers' money to help Rising Tide, the Humanity Project, and Harvest House build or renovate over 200 units. So 200 homeless, 200 units, there should thus be no homeless today. But instead, in spite of our best efforts, there are now over 800 homeless Monctonians. I still believe we must continue to help our homeless, but I will speak today on behalf of the citizens that live in the vicinity of High and St. George Streets. I have been listening to several of them over the past 5 years, including my couple of weeks of door-to-door campaigning recently. I will use their words, not mine. We can't enjoy our backyard after the homeless poop there. Council never asks us about our issues. We're here We pay taxes. The homeless don't. When do we get services? I watched council once. They talked about doing more for the homeless. Good. But what about us? Why doesn't council talk about us and what council can do for us? I don't watch them anymore. And the translator's going to have fun with this one. Je peux plus hanger mes hardes sur la langue. Il les vole. Move the hub. Put it somewhere else, far away. Why are all the homeless services in my neighborhood? They broke into our house. They stole whatever they could. One broke into my neighbor's house in the middle of the night. The police don't do F all. When they do, the same homeless people get out the next day. What's the point? Force the councillors to live here for a week. Then they can understand us. And the one that hit me the most, how can I raise my kids in this shithole? It's a ghetto. How can I raise my kids in this shithole? Merci, Madame la Maire.
Merci, Conseiller Bourgeois. Other statements by members of council? I don't see any. Good.
Next are recommendations from committees and private sessions. Rapport et recommandations des comités et réunions à huis clos. This evening, we have recommendations from the private meeting of Moncton City Council of April 13, 2026. Moncton City Council at its private meeting of April 13, 2026 reports that the agenda for the private meeting of April 13, 2026 was adopted and recommends the following. That Moncton City Council approve the recommendation to write off accounts receivable balances totaling approximately $137,121.45, together with additional accrued interest to the time of council's ratification. Backgrounder on this is administration reviewed the City of Moncton's accounts receivable listing annually, and if required, identifies invoice being recommended for approval to be cleared if deemed uncollectible for various reasons.
Merci, Madame la Greffière. I need a mover and a seconder for the motion. Conseillère Leblanc, Conseiller Léger, c'est beau, merci. Any questions on this? No. We will go to the vote, which is electronic. Motion carried with.
Councillor Seaves is not in the room.
So motion carried. Merci.
Okay, the second recommendation coming out of that meeting is that Moncton City Council approve the 2026-2028 Memorandum of Agreement on Services between the City of Moncton and Downtown Moncton Centre-Ville, Inc., and that the Deputy Mayor and the City Clerk be authorized to execute all necessary documents and affix the corporate seal thereto. The backgrounder on this, the City of Moncton's bylaw enforcement team has experienced increased demands for cleanliness-related responses. Since its inception, DMCI Enviro team has completed city operations through proactive waste collection and beautification efforts. To alleviate pressure on city resources, DMCI proposes a targeted expansion of services under a defined framework in the BIA area.
Merci. Conseiller Léger, you wish to move the recommendation? C'est beau. Conseiller Bourgeois, do you wish to second? Oui, c'est beau. Parfait. Are there any questions? I don't see any. Donc we will go to the vote, which is electronic. Motion carried. Merci.
Councillor Steves is not in the room. Next is reports from administrations, rapport de l'administration, and first up is audited financial statements, and I believe that Jacques Doucette, our CFO, is going to introduce this.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. So what we'll do today is we'll have our auditors, Deloitte and Jérémy Mallet, go through the audit report. But beforehand, I will just provide some highlights of our financial statements for the year 2025. So the statements in front of you today are a little bit different than your local government statements where we look at revenues and expenses and how we budget. These statements include our general fund, our utility fund, and also Moncton Industrial Development. So just to provide some highlights or some difference between the local government statements, which are more on a budgeted basis, and these ones. In these statements, they are more complex. They are more difficult to understand. We have things, for example, around pensions, post-retirement allowances, amortization. So we follow the public sector accounting standards versus our local government. It's more what we budget, the revenues that come in, the expenses that go out. If council has any questions or would like to review it kind of in that similar fashion, I would say you go to page 25 of these financial statements where we have our revenues broken down, and then page 26 and 27 where we have our expenses broken down. Now, just to provide a little bit of highlights on our financial statements, so our general fund surplus at the end of 2025 was approximately $2.5 million surplus. Some may think that's a big amount, but on an overall budget of $224 million, we're at 1.1% of total budget. For the utility fund, our year-end surplus before, again, deposit to reserves is a little over $1 million, which accounts on an overall budget of $46 million of 2.3%. Our debt servicing costs for the general fund is a little bit below 11%, so we're in real good condition there. Our reserves are strong. And we also have, and you'll see in these statements, our PSAB consolidated annual surplus of $59.9 million. So this was a long meeting. I won't go into all of the details. We can certainly answer questions. We can also bring it, if council would like, at the next committee of the whole. Melanie Theriault is our expert on this. She can walk through everything. I won't go through it tonight because, again, this is more about the audit report tonight, but just wanted to bring those statements. So now I will introduce Jeremy. He will walk you through the audit reports. In your packages, you have an audit report in English and you have one in French. It's really, they're long reports, so it's hard to translate both on the same thing, but we'll have a summary page on screen and Jeremy can walk you through it and is fully bilingual as well. So go ahead, Jeremy. Click the button.
Can you just hit the button?
This big one? Big button in the front? Okay, thank you. Merci Jacques. Lamalesse, membre du conseil. Merci de m'avoir avec vous ce soir. I've got 45 minutes worth. No, I'm kidding. I'm going to go through. I'll be brief, but please, happy to answer any questions as we go through. This was our first year, of course, working with Jacques and Mélanie and Greg on the audit, and by all accounts, the big message here is that it was a very successful audit. So as Jacques said, we did prepare the financial statements in accordance with public sector accounting standards, and we did conduct the audit in accordance with generally accepted accounting standards or Canadian Gas. So there's been no changes to that. Our materiality for this year, and we use materiality for many different things, includes scoping, error recognition, testing, was set at $5 million. And what I like to report is that any errors above 5% of that number, so any errors above $250,000, would be brought to this committee and be advised of any errors. There were no uncorrected misstatements this year, so there's nothing to be concerned about, and we will go through that in a little bit. But I just always like to highlight that on the executive summary that it's $250,000 that would be the number. We've got a few outstanding items that are expected at this point: signed management rep letter, approval of the statements, of course. And then just to note, we have two significant risks, and what significant risks are for us is in all audits that we do, it's not the city specific, it's not any, whether it be private, public, there's two presumed fraud risks, and that is revenue recognition and management override of control. So both of those are not specific to the city, so I always like to highlight that that's not a big concern. couple of items of insights that we're going to go through as well, but I'm going to start off right with the significant risks and just quickly talk about revenue and what we do for our revenue testing. So we test the design and implementation of internal controls, of course, as we go through. We don't rely on them, but we do make sure that there's no significant adjustments or misses. We confirm balances when possible. That's always the best assurance you can get. And then otherwise, we do test of detail and substantive analytical procedures. So we might look at numbers compared to budget. If we're comfortable with the budget, we might look at numbers last year compared to this year and just do some testing that way. And so we obtained sufficient audit evidence to conclude that there were no material misstatements in revenue for the current year. On the next page is the management override of controls. So this is, again, a presumed risk of fraud in all audits that we do. So what we do, and this is the cool part about auditing, which you don't hear very often, I know, but it's that we get to take all entries that go through the system, and we actually look at 100% of them. And so from that, we use characteristics of audit interest, such as posting on a weekend, if you had certain people who shouldn't be posting entries. So we go through all kinds of different factors. There's about 13 characteristics. From there, we selected 100 entries, and we were able to kind of what we call talk away or understood based on our knowledge of business, 76 of those, and 24 were tested for further detailed testing. Again, sufficient audit evidence to conclude that there were no material misstatements in the management override of controls. On to the misstatement page. So there's really, again, no aggregated unadjusted misstatements in the current year. We do have 2 disclosure deficiencies, which are fairly oh God. There we go. Thank you. So under the misstatements, there's 2 disclosure deficiencies. One is simply that there should be the budget for the net debt. Again, it's not very common in any audits that we do. This is a disclosure deficiency that's present in most public sector financial statements. And then the last one is simply that there wasn't a fair value hierarchy disclosure, which again, very common for these types of statements, and one where you're not investment heavy. If you're an investment company, we would obviously expect that. So no real concerns from our perspective. We were very, very happy with the results of that audit. And then lastly, there are 3 insights that I'll just very quickly touch on. One of which is just the trial balance mapping. We spent a considerable amount of time, as this was our first year, mapping the trial balance, and what that means is just getting the different accounts into their categories so that they can map to the financial statements. It did take a significant amount of time, and it actually was something that we could provide back to management so they could use go forward. And of course, as we get into newer technology, this shouldn't be a problem, and hopefully in a few years. But now we have it as a base, and it'll just be small incremental adjustments go forward. The next insight relates to authentication. So this is our IT team. So as I said, we do some control testing, some IT control testing. There were 2 kind of weaknesses, as we'll call them. So one of them talks about the authentication parameters for Oracle and a bunch of different other IT departments. And so one of them is simply that the password policy was not consistently applied throughout all of the different IT functions or functionalities. And so we've provided that to management, and they've come back and are looking into how they can improve that measure. The second one is user access review. So during the 2025 audit year, so from January to December, there was no testing done of or user access review done, and so there could be people with access that shouldn't have access that do. We will note that in no instance did we find any instances where somebody had misused their privilege or anything of that. It's simply stating that there wasn't the test done that could be done. Again, management has come back to us and has indicated that they plan on doing a test in 2026. So we have no concerns there. The 2 appendices are really just us declaring to you as those charged with governance that we have conducted all of the steps that we need to do in order to issue a clean audit opinion on the City of Moncton for December 2025. Happy to answer any questions.
Merci beaucoup. Est-ce qu'il y a des questions de la part des membres du Conseil? Oui, Conseil Bourgeois, allez-y.
Merci, Mme la maire. Une seule question. Quelqu'un qui peut m'expliquer comment on fait pour avoir un surplus, là, je cite les financial statements, là, un surplus qui est passé d'un budget de 7 millions à 26 millions et un surplus accumulé d'1 milliard de dollars. J'ai-tu mal compris ou s'il vous plaît, expliquez-moi ça parce que ça ne fait pas de sens qu'on ait des surplus. Est-ce que ça veut dire que ça inclut nos assets, qu'est-ce que ça inclut, là? Parce que ça ne fait pas de sens. On n'a pas de surplus de 1 milliard.
Je vais peut-être passer ça à Jacques.
Page 4.
I'm just going to provide the general overview, and again, we can provide probably more details. But again, these statements are very different than local government statements. So for example, when we receive government funding from the feds, the province, or anyone else, that's recognized as pure revenue, right? We receive the revenues. Versus on local government statements, we're required to do that in a balanced position. So there's many things, again, that are in there. And again, we can kind of summarize in an email. It'll be hard for us to explain, but for example, we account for our pension assets in there. We have our post-retirement allowances in there. We have amortization that, again, we have in there. We have our long-term debt. We have our, long-term debt would not be positive.
The
we
reserves?
We have gains, losses on TCA disposals. Your reserves are there as well. They are again, they're on your balance sheet. So they would be in there as well. We also have the MID stuff as well, right? Those assets. So again, they're prepared in a way that for most local governments, you do not make decisions or even base it on this because it's a lot of accounting standards, but that's what creates the difference between, so for example, if we were to combine just our utility fund and our general fund this year, our annual surplus was around, a little bit less than $4 million. Yet on our PSAP statements, our surplus is close to $60 million, right?
Yep.
So again, and that may be the best way. If you guys want, we can provide you just a difference in the year, and then you compound that since Moncton has been basically founded, and that's where we get to where we're at.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of citizens asking question. What do you mean we have a $26 million surplus in 2025 and we didn't have more police officers? And so before it goes out there in the public, we have to make sure that we explain what this means, that there is no $1 billion
That's right.
pot of money on the side there waiting for somebody else to spend it. Right, so as long as we can explain that to citizens, that this type of financial statement is different from sort of the reality on the ground.
So I think the way I would easily explain it again is our local government surplus for the general fund was 2.5 million, so within 1% of our total budget of 224 million. Our utility fund surplus.
But you're not using, I refer to the financial statements paid for.
Exactly. So that's the way to convey it to our citizens. The
Yeah,
tax
but we're
rate.
talking $26 million annual surplus. Whatever figure you're using, 2 million, that's not it.
No, I agree.
Okay.
But again, the tax rate is calculated based on the local government statements, not the consolidated PSAS statement. So again, I wouldn't use this to try and convey a message to our citizens. It would be more our budget and our local government statements that I would use for that.
Okay.
This, again, when you look at the $1 billion of accumulated surplus at the end of the year, what I would say is if the city of Moncton was a corporation, would it be worth $1 billion? It probably would be, right? So that's kind of.
Very similar to retained earnings if you were a private corporation.
Okay, as long as it's explained, I'm not an accountant, I can figure it out, but just looking at page 4, just all these questions pop into my head, and how am I going to explain that to citizens? So, okay, thank you. Merci, Madame le maire.
Je pense que je ne vais plus qu'on m'entende ce soir. Je m'excuse. Donc, est-ce qu'il y a d'autres questions? No other questions? Non? Donc, est-ce que, Jacques, tu suggérais qu'on amène ça au comité planier? Non? OK.
Je sais que vous le voulez.
Donc, je ne vois pas
Ou plus
qu'on
de détails.
veut ça. On est correct. C'est beau. Donc, on a une motion. I need a mover and a seconder. Conseiller Léger, conseiller Bourgeois. C'est beau. Donc, des questions? Non? Il n'y a pas de questions. On va aller au vote. C'est électronique, c'est ça? Motion carried unanimously. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Mallet. Merci.
Next, our financial incentive program policy application for 20 economic development, Luc Béliveau, Luc. Yeah. I'm tired. Luc is here to give us an update.
On est encore réveillés. Je parle pour moi, là.
Non.
Bonsoir, mairesse adjointe et membres du conseil. Je suis ici ce soir pour vous donner une courte présentation sur une demande du programme d'incentive financier. The applicant is Dr. Jeff Leblanc, owner of 737663 NB Inc. And the proposed development is located at 20 Cameron Street and consists of a 5-story wood frame mixed-use building featuring 48 rental residential units and commercial space, which is planned for a owner-occupied dental clinic. The project includes street-level commercial frontage with residential levels above and integrated parking, including 14 covered main level spaces and 41 exterior surface spaces. And here's another rendering of the clinic. And the project meets the minimum 10% affordability housing requirement in the program. The estimated building permit value of this project is $14 million, and the construction is expected to begin in the spring of 2026, so very shortly, with the project completion of approximately winter of 2028. And as per Service New Brunswick's information, the 2026 real property tax assessment for the property is just a little bit over $1 million. And as you'll see, there is the grant calculation in your package as well. And the project is valued at more than $10 million and is located in the business improvement area and central business district zone. And the working group determined that the project does qualify for the 3-year financial incentive. I will mention that since the application does not meet the definition of vacant property under the program policy, the working group determined that it was not eligible for the building permit and planning fee equivalent grant. The total redevelopment grant, which shown here on the screen, would be $482,368. And to summarize, the project is expected to create 48 new residential units and with an estimated building permit value of $14 million. And the recommendation is for Moncton City Council to approve 737663 NB Inc.'s application for the proposed development at 20 Cameron under the redevelopment grant program, which is established under the Financial Incentive Program Policy for Downtown Business Improvement Area, BIA, and the Central Business District, CBD, per the redevelopment grant amounts found in the financial grant model. And the second one would be direct the city's legal department to draft a grant payment agreement using the council-approved standard form agreement attached to the policy and add relevant information with the respect to the grant and the project of the applicant, and that the deputy mayor and city clerk be authorized to sign said agreement and affix the corporate seal of the city of Moncton. Ceci conclut ma présentation.
Merci beaucoup, Luc. j'ai besoin de quelqu'un qui propose, conseiller Légère, et conseiller Leblanc qui appuie. Donc, conseiller Légère, vous avez une question?
Juste un commentaire, really nice looking building. And so I think it'll be really a nice addition to that area, so merci.
On va passer vos commentaires, we'll pass along the comments to the architect and also the developer.
Ouais,
Thank you.
c'est une très belle initiative au niveau de la façon qu'ils l'ont installé sur la rue, donc c'est bien.
Yep, a very welcome addition to that
Yeah.
area. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
C'est beau, merci beaucoup. Donc, est-ce qu'il y a des questions? Il n'y a pas d'autres questions? So we will go to the vote, which is electronic. Motion carried unanimously. Merci.
The next item is City Contract W26D01AC Street Reconstruction Number 2, and the motion before council this evening is that City Contract Number W26D01AC Street Reconstruction Number 2 be awarded to Eastco Construction Inc. in the amount of $4,958,211.20, including HST, and that the budget for the project be set at $5,300,000. There's missing a zero on there. And including net HST, engineering, utility, relocation, CN flagging, traffic light equipment, and contingency. It is also recommended that a contract be drafted and the deputy clerk and the city clerk be authorized to sign said contract and affix the corporate seal of the city of Moncton thereto.
Merci. I need a mover and a seconder. Conseiller Kingston, Conseiller Richard, c'est beau. Donc, any questions? No questions, so we will go to the vote. Motion carried unanimously. Merci.
The next item is 10.4, quotation QP 26005, building envelope maintenance services. The Moncton City Council approve administration's recommendation to award quotation QP 26005, building envelope maintenance services to the lowest bidder, meeting all terms and conditions, specification and requirements, being Building Technology Consultants, Inc., for the total estimated 5-year contract value of $642,122.37, including HST at 15%.
Merci beaucoup. Là, j'ai besoin. Comment? On vous.
Mover in a second.
Yeah, that's what I was going. Donc,
Je vais
tu proposes
Oui,
et
j'ai
qui
une question.
appuie? Qui appuie? Conseiller Kingston, merci. Donc, conseiller Légère, allez-y.
Yeah, merci, Madame Maness. Thanks. I'm just curious about such a large difference in the first and second proponents, and what would justify that? And normally, if it's such a big spread, are you confident that they'll be able to provide the necessary services?
Thank you, and good evening, Your Worship and members of council. It's my first time speaking in front of you all, so ideal conditions. The tender results are certainly indicative of a market that's pretty wild in terms of how it can vary, right? So I can't really explain why there would be that kind of disparity in the market results that we got, but they certainly, it makes you think that people going in with higher numbers like that are just kind of throwing a dart and hoping the best. So we are confident in the low bidder that we have. We verified their credentials. They all appear to be good. We verified the references and looked at their whatever they had for information on previous work, and we were happy with that. So.
Okay, all right, well, And you have things in place in order to assess that throughout the contract time as well?
Yes, and this is we're awarding a 3-year block here of the 5 years with options to extend to 4 and then to 5. So again, there is some flexibility there in terms of what we can do.
Okay, all right, thank you, and welcome.
Thank you.
Our meetings are always like this.
And we're not finished, so. Donc, conseiller Bourgeois. Non, c'est conseiller Richard.
Non, c'est Richard.
Il faudra que t'attendes ton tour. Thanks. Rob or Bob? We had that discussion out back.
Oh, we can go with Bob if
Bob,
that's
we're going
okay.
Bob.
Either one is okay, but my friends call me Bob.
Don't call me late for supper.
Yeah.
Do we have any concern about only 2 bids coming in? I mean, it's for maintenance, right? So.
Yeah, it's for a preventative maintenance program on buildings, and it's a bit specialized what we've asked for. We've asked for services of condition assessment and preventative maintenance. So it is a little bit of a niche market, but the market responded with bids, and that may be another point to support Councilor Desjardins' question on why the limited interest in it. But we feel that the numbers are within play, and we're okay with that.
Yeah, and you guys verified, so we're fine. Thank you, Bob.
Conseiller Bourgeois.
Oui. Merci, Madame le Maire. Coming back to Councillor Leger's, I want to understand. So 642,000 for the 5 years, broken down into a first 3 years of totaling 362. The city currently has 553 available. So the numbers don't match, so will there be adjustments after the 3 years?
Yeah, the funds are coming from a deferred maintenance account that we keep putting money into yearly. So the rate that we've been putting it in, I think 24, 25, and 26 were around the area of 100,000, 105, and 110. So continuing that trend, we will certainly be within 3 years, well above that amount.
Right, because now we're committing extra funds than was anticipated. So in future budgets, the budget was, or we have 553,000, and we are committing financially 642,000, spread out over 5 years, but still the totals don't match.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. So basically, the way it works is right now, that account, and again, it's a deferred maintenance account, it's a balance sheet account, so it doesn't come back to zero every year. If the work doesn't get done, we carry it over to the next year. So currently, there's $553,000 available in the deferred maintenance account. What we're awarding today, and again, for the first 3 years, is $362,000. So you're around $120,000 per year.
But that's not what the motion says. It's not. It doesn't talk about 3 years at that amount. It says 5 years at 642.
Yeah. So because that's the way it works is when we determine council's awarding value, it's what is awarded plus any option. So so basically we're running at 642,000 divided by 5. So that's what we're awarding. And this is based on the work done as well. It's not a guarantee of funds or anything. So what was said in this finance section is that the 362,000 is the decision being made today. Again, administration will have the option to extend if the services work well, and so on. There's currently a balance of 553,000, plus every year there's another 465 or 485,000 that has been approved since I've been here. That keeps on going. So there's lots of funding for this work. It's carving out less than 1/4 of the annual stuff, but as per the facilities group, this is great to have. You have your preventative maintenance program and everything, so.
Je questionne pas ça, j'ai juste la comptabilité de ça, puis je laisse juste, je te fais confiance. Mais normalement, on adopte quelque chose pour 3 ans avec la possibilité d'ajouter 1 an ou 2 ans après ça. C'est un petit peu différent, là, mais OK, si ça fait du sens pour vous autres, c'est beau. Merci. Merci, Madame le maire.
C'est beau, merci. There are other questions? Non, j'en vois pas, donc on va passer au vote. Motion carried unanimously. Merci.
The next item is a reading of bylaws et lecture des arrêtés municipaux, and they are all second and third readings. I will require permission from council for second reading for People's Park Tower. Oh, never mind, thank you. At least somebody's paying attention.
C'est beau, oui, encore.
11.1 is postponed until May 4th. 11.2 is the rezoning for 290 Church. Second reading, I need permission to do second reading.
So I need a mover and a seconder, Conseiller Leblanc.
Okay, show of hands.
Show of hands. Il est compliqué, ça.
Show of hands for...
Show of hands.
Yep.
Merci.
Okay. A bylaw and amendment of the City of Moncton. Oh, that's right, nay. Any nay votes? Conseiller Richard is a nay vote. Okay. Councillor Crosman, are you still online? Sorry about that. Could you provide your vote?
Sorry about that, Shelley.
Yeah.
It's a yay vote.
Okay. Do you want to just stay there? Do not, until we read all the bylaws? Thank you. Okay. Don't make me start. Okay.
Sorry.
A bylaw and amendment of the City of Moncton zoning bylaw being bylaw Z 222.61 290 Church Street. C'est sa second reading. Arrêté portant modification d'arrêté de zonage de la ville de Moncton sur l'arrêté Z 222.61 290 rue Church. C'est la deuxième lecture, third reading, and that will be an electronic vote.
Donc, j'ai besoin de
Mover,
conseiller Butler et conseiller Kingston.
okay, and that'll be an electronic vote. One nay vote, Councillor Richard. Motion passes. I'll need a mover and a seconder to give second reading to 280 Salisbury Road.
Conseiller Steves et conseiller Butler.
Okay, and this is a show of hands. Okay. Okay.
Il n'y a pas d'opposition.
No. A bylaw and amendment of the City of Moncton zoning bylaw being bylaw Z 222.65 280 Salisbury Road, second reading, arrêté portant modification d'arrêté de zonage de la ville de Moncton sur l'arrêté Z 222.65 290 chemin Salisbury. C'est la deuxième lecture, third reading, please.
Donc, conseiller Butler et conseiller Edgett. Bon, merci.
Okay, and this is an electronic vote.
Motion carried, 2 nay votes.
2 nay votes, that would be Legier and Bourgeois. Okay. Now I'm lost. Okay, 11.4 bylaw, and I need second reading for 280 Salisbury Road. This would be the municipal plan.
Conseiller Butler Conseiller Kingston.
Show of hands.
Are there nay votes on this one?
Nay votes?
No?
No? Okay. A bylaw and amendment of a bylaw relating to the adoption of the City of Moncton's municipal plan being bylaw Z122.18 280 Salisbury Road, second reading. Arrêté portant modification de l'arrêté concernant l'adoption du plan municipal de la ville de Moncton sur l'arrêté Z122.18 280 chemin Salisbury. C'est la deuxième lecture. Third reading, please.
Salisbury, donc conseiller Bourgeois propose. ce motion-là.
Troisième lecture, non.
Oui, oui. J'ai pas compris. Est-ce que vous avez dit oui?
Tu proposes?
OK, oui.
Oui.
Conseiller Légère, appuyez.
OK. OK.
Ah, c'est vous deux.
No, it's correct. A bylaw and amendment of the bylaw relating to the adoption of the City of Moncton's municipal plan being bylaw Z122.18 280 Salisbury Road, third reading. Arrêté portant modification de l'arrêté de concernant l'adoption du plan municipal de la ville de Moncton, soit l'arrêté Z122.18 280 chemin Salisbury. C'est la troisième lecture. Electronic vote.
Motion carried with 2 nay votes. Conseiller Légère, conseiller Bourgeois.
Conseiller Légère and Conseiller Bourgeois, nay votes. 11.5 is Checker Drive. I need second reading.
C'est dans quel quartier? Conseiller Steves, conseiller Butler. C'est bon, merci.
Show of hands. Thank you. A bylaw and amendment of the City of Moncton's zoning bylaw being bylaw Z222.64, Checker Drive, second reading, arrêté portant modification de l'arrêté de zonage de la ville de Moncton sur l'arrêté Z222.64, promenade Checker, deuxième lecture, need third reading.
Ah, Sean, on t'a oublié.
No,
OK.
no,
C'est beau.
I saw his hand.
And who seconded?
Moved by Councillor Butler.
Seconded by Councillor Grossman.
Okay. Okay. A bylaw and amendment of the City of Moncton zoning bylaw being bylaw Z222.64 Checker Drive, third reading. Arrêté portant modification de l'arrêté de zonage de la ville de Moncton sur l'arrêté Z222.64. C'est la troisième lecture. We'll need to go to a electronic vote. Sorry, I should have asked for that before. I'm just ahead of the game. Okay.
Motion carried unanimously.
11.6 is, once again, Checker Drive. I need second reading. Butler. I need a seconder for Kingston. Show of hands.
Les gens écoutent
Show of
même plus,
hands.
non.
Okay, a bylaw and amendment of a bylaw relating to the adoption of the City of Moncton's municipal plan being bylaw Z122.17 Checker Drive, second reading. Arrêté portant modification de l'arrêté concernant l'adoption du plan municipal de la ville de Moncton sur l'arrêté Z122.17 promenade Checker. C'est la deuxième lecture, third reading.
Conseiller Richard, conseiller Radjet. C'est bon, merci.
Electronic vote. A bylaw and amendment, okay, motion carried. Motion appuyé.
Oui, motion carried.
Motion carried unanimously. A bylaw and amendment of the bylaw relating to the adoption of the City of Moncton Municipal Plan being bylaw Z122.17 Checker Drive. It's a third reading. Arrêté portant modification de l'arrêté concernant l'adoption du plan municipal de la Ville de Moncton sur l'arrêté Z122.17 Promenade Checker. C'est la troisième lecture. I will now require second approval of council for second reading of the zoning bylaw for Corey Craig Drive.
Conseiller Butler, conseiller Steves. C'est bon. Merci.
Show of hands. A bylaw and amendment of the City of Moncton zoning bylaw being bylaw Z222.67 Corey Drive, second reading, arrêté portant modification de l'arrêté de zonage de la Ville de Moncton sur l'arrêté Z222.67 Promenade Corey. I need third reading.
Conseiller Butler, conseiller Steves.
Butler, Steves. Electronic vote, please.
Motion carried unanimously.
A bylaw and the amendment of the City of Moncton zoning bylaw being bylaw Z222.67 Corey Craig. It's the third reading. Arrêté portant modification de l'arrêté de zonage de la Ville de Moncton sur l'arrêté Z222.67 Promenade Corey Craig. C'est la troisième lecture.
Conseiller Butler, conseiller Kingston.
No, we've already done that.
On a Conseiller Richard, on va clore la réunion. Il reste un autre 6 heures.
Non.
Merci. Oh non, ceci, ça, c'est pour tuer du monde, là.